You see China
attacks. Would you?
full guard.
Ugh, Jesus. All right, well, I'm just going to assume that we've started because it looks like we have. So thank you so much for joining me tonight, Seb. I appreciate it. It was a late notice. I literally reached out to you today and you said that you're going away for 2 to 3 weeks after this, after tonight. So tonight was the only option unless we were to wait 3 weeks. So thank you so much.
Thanks for the invite. Happy to be here.
Awesome, man. Well, look, let's just get straight into it. I just want to know a little bit about who you are. So for people that don't know who you are, and maybe more, and maybe some information for me too, because I don't know you completely, man. Like I don't know your backstory and activism and your journey to veganism, but just give me a brief overview of who you are.
Yeah. So my name is Seb. I'm born and raised in Lebanon. I've been vegan for a bit longer than 10 years now. And before that, I was vegetarian for 8 years. I went vegetarian because a friend of mine was showing me, basically pointing out my hypocrisy and claiming to be an animal lover while not only eating but also hunting animals. So my friend at the time was vegetarian. So when she showed me footage of what happened inside slaughterhouses, I thought I should come up with a really, really good argument now. So I want to continue contributing to that type of suffering that I was causing. And I couldn't come up with an argument. So I felt like I would therefore have to either be a hypocrite or a vegetarian.
Butterfield made a video on his thoughts on Israel-Palestine. I'm assuming it might be stupid. When did he make the video? Is this it? See vegan booties in the thumbnail in this one. TikTok exposed. Dude. It's amazing to me that this like weird anti-woke content still gets fucking views. Isn't everybody fucking tired of it already?
Let me take you back, ladies and gentlemen. Just a few days ago, I was standing in an airport toilet. How delicious. And I received a message from my wife who was standing outside of said bathroom, and she sent me a screenshot of an article.
Oh, the title's America's Broken.
What are you guys out here protesting for?
No comment.
You're hurting me!
Why are you guys out here today?
Speak to the organizers.
How the fuck did you get down here? Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, well, we got Finn. Everybody see Finn? Finn's right here. There he is. See him? Yeah, he's this guy. He's the fluffy guy here. Yeah, you're fluffy. Oh my god, you're so fluffy. Okay, can you relax? Yeah, can you just relax? Just relax. You're a good boy. Is your eye flaring up again? How come your eye's all red? Ah! Relax. Ah, Jesus Christ. Watch the nuts. Ah! Finn, lie down. That's a good boy. No, 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 no. Lie down. Lie down. That's a good boy. Lie down. That's a good boy.
I know why you watch this channel. It's for a comedian from Australia's opinion on geopolitical issues in the Middle East. Finally, I will speak out and I will change the world. Not really, but it would be remiss of me not to talk.
Nimai and Bianca are back together. Well, I guess they be doing that.
About what we saw on American college campuses, universities throughout England and the UK and Australia, pretty much the entire Western world, over last weekend. We saw young people, particularly Gen Z, holding these universities and college campuses to ransom, demanding that if they didn't do exactly what they said, they would not only take over, but they would stay there and interrupt everything. And I wanted to just start this video before we get into the nitty-gritty, talking about exactly my opinion, I know no one cares, exactly my opinion on what's happening in Gaza and the war between Israel and Palestine. Now, frankly, I think that if you don't understand why Israel is where it is, I don't think you should have an opinion on this subject. And I am by no means an expert at all. I know, crazy, right? But what I think is this. What happened last year at that Israeli music festival was horrific, where Hamas walked in and murdered a whole heap of people. Horrific, horrible. And the Israeli government has every right to storm back in and chase those people and take them out. Unfortunately, what is happening in Palestine isn't just that, because a lot of the people who are having their lives either ended or completely changed forever, ruined, they're living through famine, they're living through disease, they're living through all the most horrific things you could ever imagine, are civilians, are women, children, young people, people who aren't Hamas. Some people say,
That's a little bit of a stretch, because if you look at polling data, the majority of Palestinian civilians support Hamas, support October 7th. So, again, when you're a supporter of it, are you really a civilian? Are you somebody who should be, looked at differently than a Hamas fighter? My opinion, no. Finn, relax. Relax. No. You're a good boy, okay? Just relax.
well, if you're in Palestine and you're in Hamas's pocket, and is that really how we think? Because if Australia's government did something horrific,
Let us watch this trailer for the fan-made Berserk anime.
この世界には人の運命を司る何らかの超越的な律神の手が存在するのだろうか。少なくとも人は自らの意志さえ自由にはできない。あの大量の武器、すべてこの男のものだというのか。はい、一人で戦を始められるほどでございます。クソ野郎めが。その男は黒い剣士と名乗ったそうだな。大臣殿、いかがなさいますか。奴は自身より大きな大刀を持ち、とめどなく矢を放つ弓で戦いまする。白の連中をあっという間に。俺の戦いだ。何の意味もなく虫けらのようにな。死人は引っ込んでろ。この俺が死人どもの相手をしてやっているおかげで、てめえはそこで人間以上ってやつを気取ってられるんだ。
Yeah, it looks pretty cool. Be nice if, like the same animation team that does One Punch Man or something would do a Berserk series. That definitely looked a lot better than the 2016 anime. But thanks for the donation, Sokiyashi.
Or attacked someone, I certainly wouldn't want that country sending bombs to my house because they thought that a Australian government
Song, hope you're doing GR8 tonight. I've been no-lifing life. Please consider yourself lucky. You don't have to work for a boss.
Oh, I know I'm lucky. Let's see. Thanks for the donation, Aaron P. Appreciate it. Oh, this chick. Yeah. This is a good one. With my chin up high, fuck 'em all, fucking bye. Think I'm ugly, I don't care. You think I'm dumb, I don't care. Think I'm scum, I don't care. Bitch, I make money. Party till I die. With my chin up high, fuck 'em all, fucking bye. Twerk like it's my last day on this earth. Let the dollar maker work. People always hate me, but more they hate the more I work. Everybody say they're lit, but they do is shit. Showing shit. My street like they're slaves. Bitches always kiss my feet. Say it my way, you bitch. I can't deal with your fake ass meat. They thought that I had stopped. It was over. I had dropped. Bitch, I had my plans out here. I'm only at my start. You will have to kill me to make me fucking stop. I was already dead again. You can't hurt me. Only God. Party till I die with my chin up high. Fuck 'em all, fuck 'em bye. Twerk like it's my last day on this earth. Let the dollar maker work. Party till I die with my chin up high. Fuck 'em all, fuck 'em bye. Twerk like it's my last day on this earth. Let the dollar maker work. I ain't scared of death, but I fear them as dead as breath. All the drugs in your face, I'm blessed with my smartest brain. I remember your laugh when I was at my worst. Let me tell you, piece of scum, I supported from above. You're a man in my DMs while you're talking shit behind my back. All the shit you said made you look like a little bitch. Like your opinion, bitch. Fuck that. How I laugh in your face, bitch, if you only knew. Ha 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 ha. Party till I die. With my chin up high. Fuck 'em all, fuck 'em bye. Twerk like it's my last day on this earth. Let that dollar maker work. Shake that money maker. In my face, it's my favorite. Party till I die. With my chin up high. Fuck 'em all, fuck 'em bye. Twerk like it's my last day on this earth. Let that dollar maker work. Shake that money maker. In my face, it's a favor. Oh, I love your misbehavior. Party till I die with my chin up high. Fuck 'em all. Fuck 'em bye. Yeah, that's a good one. Thanks for the donation again, Aaron.
Any advice on how to increase vertical leap? Also, here's the new Gideon Predator catch. They got him to demonstrate sex on a pillow for who he thought was a 14-year-old.
Well, I'm guessing he's sort of doneish with the whole I'm a born-again Christian bullshit now, and he's up to, the antics that make him money and crap. We'll watch that later. As far as increasing your vertical leap, getting your 1-rep max squat up will help. Improving your power clean numbers will help. So you can either increase your power clean or snatching can help too, but I'd say power clean is probably the most important. Those are probably the two most important lifts for vertical leap. You can also do de-weighted vertical leaps, so attach like an elastic band to the ceiling and try to jump as high as you can. That can also help with power production. But those two things are probably going to help the most. Thanks for the donation, Poopy Dick.
Good evening, VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. So, check out who earned the prestigious award of being Anti-Semite of the Week from StopAntisemitism.org. I'm not surprised and kind of figured this.
Let's see, Brianna Joy Gray. That's not terribly surprising. Served as a national press secretary for Bernie Sanders' 2020 presidential campaign. And a popular podcast host who has recently come under severe criticism for making comments promoting blood libel against the Jewish people, denying the sexual violence committed by Hamas, actively defending students and faculty who called for the destruction of Israel. In the wake of the October 7th, 2023 terror attack, Brianna Gray made a series of inflammatory statements regarding the war between Israel and Hamas, displaying troubling disregard for factual accuracy and the plight of victims. October 13th, Gray falsely claimed that there were no babies killed or abused by Hamas, and she denied any occurrence of rapes, stating it was all fabricated. She compared Israel to Hamas, alleging ethnic cleansing of Palestinians. This is all before Israel had initiated its ground offensive. December 4th, Gray tweeted, Zionists are asking that we believe the uncorroborated eyewitness account of men who described alleged rape victims in odd, fetishistic terms. Shame on Israel for not seriously investigating claims of rape and collecting rape kits. Like, that is... What other circumstance would somebody say there were no rape victims when there's eyewitness accounts? She continued with another tweet, believe all women was always an absurd overreach. Women should be heard, claims should be investigated, but evidence is required. The same is true of the allegations out of Israel, but also this isn't a believe women scenario because no female victims have offered testimony. And by the way, there have actually been now, so that's just not true. The decapitated baby lie, the lies about rape, it was all to establish some moral distinction between the piles of bodies killed by Israel and the pile of bodies killed by Hamas. Oh my god. Continues to use her Twitter as a source to spread mendacious lies against Israel, including blood libel and tropes like Jewish control. February 29th, 2024, Gray falsely tweeted, Israel blocked food to Gaza and then shot Palestinians as they waited for food, which is not true. However, reports show there were warning shots initiated by the IDF, and a stampede ensued in which Palestinians tragically died after swarming aid trucks. March 13th, 2024, in response to the possible shutdown of TikTok over security concerns, Gray tweeted, a foreign government is influencing the 2024 elections. I'm not talking about China, but Israel, perpetuating the anti-Semitic trope of Jewish control. The fuck? Gray tweeted, a small fringe should not be ruining things for everyone else, in reference to the Israel lobby, hinting once again at Jewish control over the government or other sectors of society, which has led to violence against the Jewish community. Why isn't any nation taking the Palestinian refugees? Why didn't anyone want the Jews after the Holocaust? That makes absolutely no fucking sense to say that. In the weeks leading up to the spring 2024 graduation season, university campuses, both nationally and internationally, became hotbeds of violent protests. These demonstrations not only endangered the lives of Jewish peers, but also advocated for the destruction of Israel and America, actively aligning the various terror groups. Instead of condemning the violence, Gray cheered on the protesters, dismissed the legitimate concerns of Jewish students being attacked, accusing them of falsehoods, including, no one is chanting against Jews, they're chanting against the genocide. In response to a Jewish student giving an account of his assault, Gray tweeted, I'm sorry, which Penn professor exactly is he alleging said, you're a dirty little Jew, you deserve to die. If you heard a professor saying this, you should name them so there are consequences. If you didn't hear a professor saying this, it's a pretty disgusting lie. Gray tweeted, college protesters never called for the genocide of Jews. That's not true. A Jewish state, however, has spent the last 2 months perpetrating a genocide in Gaza with U.S. funding. Like, what does she think it means when you call for the destruction of Israel? Like, exactly what would that look like? Do you think that would result in many, many Jewish deaths? You know, perhaps in the millions? Gray persistently fails to grasp the historical reality. For millennia, there has been only one Jewish state. Such uniqueness does not apply to other religious groups throughout history. And in contemporary times, Gray's stance indicates a distinct bias against Jews and their inherent right to self-determination. Yeah, she's a fucking bitch. These people are fucking unhinged. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass.
He's going to meet a 13-year-old girl.
Oh, wait.
Representative lived next door. I wouldn't want that. So we have to think about this from everyone's perspective. And I know that war is hell and it's horrific and civilians die. But to ignore, because this is what happens a lot of the time, we have the left-wing idea and the right-wing idea, to ignore the intricacies in the middle is ridiculous. The facts are these. Kids are dying in Gaza, and they shouldn't be. Simple as that. But what is happening on college campuses doesn't achieve shit. The war that has now started in these universities and these places of education is so dramatic, one side versus the other, and you have to agree with your team or you're the enemy, that it is not going to achieve anything. All these people are doing, the ones that have joined these blockades, these camps, all they're doing is virtue signaling. A year ago, they were doing the same thing for Ukraine. Before that, it was Black Lives Matter. They just love having something to belong to. Most of them don't even know what they are fighting for. Most of them have absolutely no idea what they're arguing for.
Why they're protesting here today?
Because I want to see empire fall.
What empire?
From the U.S. to Israel, the empire that's propped up by capitalism.
And
free Palestine, free Congo, free Sudan, free Haiti, free Hawaii, free Puerto Rico.
They just know that this person's doing it and this person's doing it, and I don't want to be seen as the only person doing it, and it makes some great Instagram stories, so I'm going to do it too. I get to change another flag in my bio. How fantastic. Let's go. I don't have to go to university for a few days. I get a few days off school. Let's go to the fucking blockade. They scream, they cry, they demand, but they don't achieve anything.
We just wanted to show the message here, the importance of cutting the ties between Colombia and these companies. So for example,
decolonize, decarbonize. What the fuck are they doing?
For example, BlackRock, who we all hate, Chevron, Airbnb.
All they're doing is making more people look at what they're doing go, fuck, I don't want to be a part of that. And then you lose out on what is important about their point of view. Because in reality, all they're doing is sitting there whinging, bitching, and...
There is literally nothing, absolutely nothing important with their point of view. This whole political class of people are absolutely worthless and contribute nothing.
Moaning. What these people are trying to do is get these universities to cut ties with anyone who is Jewish or Israeli or looks Jewish. And they think by doing that, they're going to stop the war. They're not. That's not going to happen. Even if they did do that, that's not going to happen. But why should you force a business, or university, a business, to do exactly what you tell them? Who are you? This is what they say they want.
Our three demands from the very beginning were, first of all, total divestment from any company that profits off of Israeli genocide or apartheid. Second of all, we want full financial transparency about the university's investments.
Okay, you're being annoying.
Information that should be easy to get. The university is hiding it because they know it makes them look bad. And the third thing is total...
Yeah, Finn keeps fucking stepping on my balls.
For anybody who's been disciplined or fired in relation to their actions in the movement for Palestinian liberation. So that means, we're both at risk of suspension. Yep. We don't deserve to be suspended. We're living out the values that we were taught in our studies here.
And if you don't agree with that, every last point of it, then you're evil. You're the enemy. You're complicit in genocide. But honestly, I think everyone can agree. Well, definitely not everyone, but I can agree that I don't disagree with every
Finn is 7 years old now. Yeah, I think he's 7 years old.
Everything these people are saying, I think there's points to be made on both sides. But the people who are involved in these protests, nobody wants to see them win.
You're hurting me! You're hurting me! Ow! 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 Help! Help!
Ladies and gentlemen, everyone enjoyed that. Everyone across the world enjoyed that.
I've had reports from friends whose kids have been in classes where some of the protesters have gone in and made people stand up if they support the protests and take photos of people who don't.
All this is bullying people into an opinion. And just like your opinion is based on virtue signalling, people who are bullied into an opinion don't actually hold it. They don't actually believe it. They don't genuinely care. They're just doing it because you told them to, in the same vein that you were told to believe this. Not to mention, the vast majority of these people do not fucking know what they are talking about or protesting about.
What are you guys out here protesting for?
No comment.
Why are you guys out here today?
Speak to the organizers.
Why can't I wanted to ask you though.
Official statements from the organizers only.
In the simplest terms, why are you guys protesting? Why are you guys protesting today?
Yeah, I don't think it would be a good idea if we...
Why are you guys protesting?
Just to be a part of the cause.
And what's the cause?
Yeah, I'm not the right person to talk to either.
It's not our job to talk. We're just here to support. We're not the spokespeople of this event. This is the wrong people.
I don't know why I'm here, but people told me to do it, so I'm doing it.
I'm not asking for the spokesperson. I'm just asking why you guys are protesting. Why are you guys here today?
We're not interested in speaking with you.
With tonight's protest.
I think the goal is just showing our support for Palestine and demanding that NYU stops. I honestly don't know all of what NYU's doing.
Is there something that NYU's doing?
I really don't know. I'm pretty sure they're... Do you know what NYU's doing? About what? About Israel. Why are we protesting here? I wish I was more educated. I'm not either. I came from Columbia. I was there up at Columbia and we came down. They said NYU students need our support.
These kids who are involved in this protest, and
How fucking monumentally stupid do you have to be to protest something and you have absolutely no idea why you're protesting? Like, you have to be... These are college students. Like, no fucking critical thinking skills whatsoever.
and the ones, like, it's always this age group, right? Doesn't matter if it's 10 years ago, 20 years ago, 30, it's always this age group of young people who genuinely believe that anyone gives a fuck what they think. These are the same people who sympathize, and this is a genuine thing that happened, it was a trend on TikTok, young people sympathizing with Osama bin Laden.
Yeah.
Fucking pardon me, they basically get told to do whatever the popular movement is of that month or of that couple of months. They will do what they are told and they will not divert from that way of thinking. Again, I'm not saying they're wrong. I'm just saying there are intricacies involved in this. Right-wing media isn't right about it, and left-wing media definitely isn't right about it. The truth often lies in the middle, and I think it's absolutely true in this case. And we see horrible shit coming out of these protests, like this Jewish professor not being allowed onto the campus. What? Because he's a Jew?
So I'm going to let you speak to our PL for a minute while I go talk to folks and we can see what we're going to do, okay? So in the meantime,
ask the constable up here if they say that I should be able to get in.
I'm going to have a conversation.
We're just going to chat with some of the folks
with some of the folks. So in the meantime, you can speak to Aaron and
I was asked to you, I asked you can bring a police here. In my mind, just bring police here, bring them, or maybe bring them, because I would like to get in.
We don't want to call the police. They're working on that right now.
Do you think they're not letting you in because they think...
Because I'm Jewish.
Because you have an Israeli accent?
Correct, because I'm Jewish, because they know where I'm coming from.
Like, what the fuck? Like, are you, like, do you know anything about the Middle East? On top of that, there...
Trans people for Palestine. Dude, they'd get fucking bludgeoned in the streets if they held up that sign.
They're all converting to Islam, which, okay, great. If you want to pray to Allah or Jesus or whoever, all the power to you. But why are you all doing it? It's this hive mind. It's this crazy groupthink. You know, it's very, very strange. It just so happens that people en masse will do whatever they're told just to fit in. And unfortunately, if you disagree, then violence might just come your way, or at the very least, threats of violence.
Yeah, mate, he's just drunk.
He's just drunk.
No, look after him, bro.
What's your
Look after
problem?
him, bro.
You know, are you another Zionist?
No, I wouldn't know what was going on.
Palestinian.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, 15,000 children have been killed. Yeah. And 35 people have been killed.
Yeah, that's fucked up. I agree, man. I just wanted to. No, I got no. Why are you stirring shit up? Nah, here.
Finger my ass, don't need to tell her. Trump's vaccine stance becomes political liability amid Kennedy's third-party candidacy. Let me see. Donald Trump's relationship with the COVID vaccine is becoming a political liability as he tries to prevent his voters from defecting to independent candidate Robert F. Kennedy Jr. You know, it's funny. People were worried about RFK stealing votes from Biden, but it seems like he's stealing votes away from Trump, which is great. Trump is threatening to withhold funding from institutions mandating the COVID-19 vaccine and accusing Kennedy of being a fake anti-vaxxer. This is a departure from his previous support for the vaccine, which he once called one of the greatest miracles of his presidency. Trump's recent hardline rhetoric on vaccines is seen as a response to the threat of Kennedy's third-party candidacy. Trump's statements are clearly deliberate and politically calculated to negate the threat Kennedy has become to him, said Republican strategist Matthew Bartlett. Kennedy's campaign has attracted vaccine skeptics and criticized Trump's support for early pandemic shutdowns, forcing Trump to continue defending his stance on COVID. Trump's inconsistent support for vaccines since entering politics has been a point of controversy. Yeah, it's funny. Well, hopefully Trump loses and we just get another Biden presidency. Thanks for the donation, finger my ass. Sloppy, poopy, cum butt sex, donated $2. Did you watch any of this yet?
Hassan Piker is the most prominent left-leaning streamer on...
I have not watched that yet, but we are going to watch it. I've got the video ready for later. And did you see this?
Iranian state television.
Oh yeah, Iranian president's helicopter crashes.
Iranian state television says searchers have pinpointed the area where a helicopter carrying President Ebrahim Raisi and the country's foreign minister went down Sunday afternoon. It happened in a mountainous area in the northwest part of Iran as the group was returning from an event at the border with Azerbaijan. Video shows
he's still
rescuers
in
in
and
heavy
presumed
fog
dead.
looking for the site where the chopper made what's been described as a hard landing. The nation's ability because of the weather. Hardliners called for Iranians to pray for the missing president, and state-run media Shola said there will be no disturbances on the country's affairs as tensions rise between Israel
surrounding Iran is very tense right now.
Iran's continued support for the militant group Hamas demonstrated again all play.
Yeah, he's probably dead. And good riddance. I don't know what that'll mean for Iran and Iranian-Israeli relations, but good riddance. The guy was a piece of shit. Thanks for the donation, sloppy, poopy, cum butt sex.
Why are you stirring them, mate? Nothing, Robin. Nothing. Are you saying something to them, mate? No. Why are you stirring shit up? Who's coming? Why are you stirring shit up? Who's being smart? Who is it? Who is it? Who? What are you saying? Nothing, bro. Too much to drink, you sure? No, mate. You better not be mouthing off to me. No, no. I'll drop you right now. Are you fucking serious? Yeah, I am serious, yeah. What are you going to do? Yeah? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Fuck you out. Not women, you big tough man.
This guy literally just went up and asked what they're doing, and then they just started attacking him.
Leave. You're out on bail.
If anyone deal with me aggressive, I'm gonna fuck all of you.
You go.
You
go. Out on bail, mate.
You go.
This is Melbourne.
Okay,
This
I
is a
can't
free
touch you. I've got
country.
people to touch you.
This is
What
a
do you
free
want?
country.
I've got people to touch you.
We want to talk about. We want to talk about why it turned violent yesterday. Why did it turn violent?
I'm not scared to talk to you. Easy.
I believe absolutely everyone should have the right to protest as long as you don't impede everyone else getting about their day. I don't think that is right. Obviously, not everyone should be allowed to protest the government. Think back to circa 2021. There was a lot of people there that weren't allowed to protest, if you know what I'm talking about. Yes, it's funny how all the people who are protesting and talking about how important protesting is thought that that protest was inappropriate and shouldn't happen and should be stopped.
Get the hell out of there.
Interesting. These students involved in this protest aren't interested in discussions. They are interested in only pushing their message and what they've been told, and that is it. Anyone else who speaks up is the enemy and is evil. Now, the police did go in after a few days and break up a lot of these camps, unfortunately for the people involved, and this is tough to read. This is from the New York Post. Columbia law students want school to cancel finals, pass all students, because they're irrevocably shaken after the protest breakup. Are you okay, guys? Are you gonna be all right?
I'll tell you why they're doing that. It's because they didn't study. They weren't studying because they're shitting in buckets and protesting this bullshit. And they didn't study, so now they're trying to pressure the university to not have final exams.
I guess the problem with these particular people, you have to play by their rules. And if you don't, then, as I said, you're the enemy, you're evil. You have to believe in this left-wing way of thinking, which in reality, to be against war shouldn't be a left-wing thing, but apparently it is. You have to be very anti the Russian war in the Ukraine, and you have to be very, very anti-Israel and Israel taking on Palestine. But you have to also be complicit with China and their good communism and just ignore the Uyghurs. Because, you know, you'll talk all day about Palestine, but ignore those poor pricks. Fuck, that's interesting. Again, all this is doing is making people not want to side with Palestine because they don't want to be associated with you idiots. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we should listen to more of these protesters. Maybe that's what we should do. Like the young lady who demanded that the school that they were interrupting, that they were fucking with, bring them food. What the fuck is wrong with you, lady? I tell you what though, the hate inside this left-wing, far left-wing camp is palpable.
And what's wrong with being Israeli? I'm not. I'm interviewing with people. Are you Palestinian too? You're not. Well, I thought because we would have to work together.
I don't want to work together. No.
Not you.
And you have the nerve to support Israel.
What?
Get the hell out of here.
What? I mean, I support Palestine. Why?
Get the hell out of here.
But why?
Disgusting.
And ladies and gentlemen, before we finish this video, for no reason, this.
Hi, I'm Maya of Lock the Door. Tomorrow we're going to be hosting a community gathering. There's going to be workshops, poetry, art activities.
Why the hell does he have a communist hat on?
Food.
That's the Aboriginal, the transgender, and the Palestinian flag. I didn't know they were allies, but okay.
If I went to Palestine as a non-binary queer person, that I would be unalived by them. I just want to say that the majority of my followers at this point are Muslim.
And they'd kill you if you weren't a useful idiot.
Many of them are Palestinian. And not a single time have I received a death threat or unkind words from...
Yeah, it's because you're a useful idiot. Guess what? Those same people who are showing you support, if they knew of your social media platform beforehand, they would have fucking said you should kill yourself.
Any of them.
What's happening in Palestine isn't okay. What happened in Israel isn't okay. What is happening in the Middle East, in that part of the world, that's not okay. War is...
Ben, get the hell out of there.
It is awful. We can all agree upon that. But I think we can also agree that these protesters are fuckwits. Absolute fuckwits. Who are achieving nothing and changing no one's mind. All they're doing is making more people want to not agree with them. That's what they're doing. And maybe you disagree with me in this whole video, but here's my issue with university students and their opinions and the way they get things across. I know these people are fucking idiots because from the same universities that have these protests, this is the type of shit that comes out of them. Yeah, this.
Universities are teaching that it's a myth that only women get their periods. They're educating our future leaders. Okay then.
These are intelligent human beings apparently, and this is the shit they're
Oh,
being
boy.
taught, indoctrinated.
Many trans men, non-binary people, and other non-women get periods. Yeah, so their sex is still female.
Into. War is bad. What's happening in Gaza is bad, horrible, civilians dying.
Yeah, I saw Fury Usyk. Usyk kind of got robbed because he was gonna KO Fury. The ref just interrupted it. I thought that was kind of stupid, and then he got saved by the bell.
Awful. But what is happening on college campuses is achieving nothing. Ladies and gentlemen, let me know what you think in the comment section down below. Be a good motherfucker. Peace of the Middle East meeting. Probably shouldn't say that there, but hot story.
You made a good point, but it's kind of annoying when people make videos and say, oh, we should listen to both sides, but, you know, these people are clearly being unreasonable. Like, okay, Butterfield doesn't really understand the fundamental issue with these pro-Palestinian protesters. Like, he just doesn't understand why the pro-Palestinian side is just completely and utterly fucktarded.
Wants to break her. That's what he said in the chat log.
Have you ever had your hymen broken?
What's a hymen? Do you care that I'm like 14? Really? Yeah.
I was not going to do anything with anyone younger than 17, which is the legal age of consent. Can I get a ticket and go deal with my children or something, please?
Hey Brian, have you heard this song? A minor.
I wasn't trying to organize. Cut it out. I was, like I said, I was just trying to.
The moment he messaged, it's been late.
House?
I'm here.
Both my.
Yeah. How is this weird? No, my phone's not gray or anything. No, it's okay. Yeah. I think I'm gonna go get like a cupcake or something. Do you want some Predator pasta?
How you doing? You're a dragon egg.
I wasn't doing nothing.
You're okay.
Yes, sir. Yep. I was trying to do that. I wasn't gonna send you these are hands right now. I knew that I was not trying to do anything with no one younger than me. I was not trying to start nothing. I was, like I said, I was just trying to come over and hang out. I'm not trying to do anything sexual. That's why I was so confused about her telling me, like, why are you telling me to do that?
Brian, can you sit down for us, please?
Yes, sir. I know about the whole child predator stuff, and I am not trying to do child predator stuff. I am not involved in that. I was not going to do anything with anyone younger than 17, which is the legal age of consent. I understand that fully. And
okay. Why do you have that in your memory bank so fast?
Because both my ex-fiancés were 17 when they got pregnant with my first child.
So you typically go for...
No, at that time I was, and I do not...
It sounds like you're still doing it.
No.
But this time you went 3 years below, 14.
Yes, and I wasn't realizing that she was 14. I thought I was going to ask her ID if anything happened, and
so after it happened, you would have asked?
No, before. Involved.
Brian, do I have permission to see her?
Yes, you do.
Thank you.
And now, Brian, then you said at some point... Do I have permission to leave, sir? After you take my picture of my...
We have some more questions.
That's fine. I can ask you a few questions.
You say you started grinding.
Don't be mad if it goes to more.
Because I didn't realize, like I said, I didn't realize that about the age. I do not have any interest in anyone younger than 17, age of consent, with proper age of consent, with proper identification.
Yeah.
I am not into that type of thing.
You're not into kids.
No.
Lick my pooper donated $2. How genuine is this on a scale of 1 to 10? LOL. Oh, yeah, the Diddy apology.
It's so
Finn,
difficult
get
to
out of there.
reflect on the darkest times in your life. Sometimes you gotta do that. I was fucked up. I mean, I hit rock bottom. but I make no excuses.
He hit rock bottom, but he was a famous millionaire celebrity. Okay, that's quite a high bottom.
My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video.
Well, you have to. You're on camera.
I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy. I'm going to rehab. I had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. But I'm committed to be a better man each and every day. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm truly sorry.
Yeah, that was some bullshit. He's only sorry that he got caught. That's
like,
really all there is to it. Thanks for that donation that licked my pooper. Let's see what
usually you're good on rating excuses, apologies. That's your thing. And you're gonna rate this thing for us so we know what the heck going on. All right.
It's so difficult to reflect on the darkest times in your...
How are you feeling? New Frank vids to watch.
Let me see. Frank Tufano. It appears that there is a new Frank vid. Yeah, there is one new Frank vid where he makes disgusting, horrible, stupid pancakes. We'll watch that in a few minutes. Thanks for that donation, James, and I'm feeling pretty okay. Been having issues with sleep, but other than that, feeling pretty okay.
In your life, sometimes you gotta do that. I was fucked up. I mean, I hit rock bottom. But I make no excuses. My behavior on that video is inexcusable. I take full responsibility for my actions in that video. I'm disgusted. I was disgusted then when I did it. I'm disgusted now. I went and I sought out professional help. I had to go into therapy. I'm going to rehab. I had to ask God for his mercy and grace. I'm so sorry. I'm not asking for forgiveness.
Of course, nobody's really having it, but I really want to know, how would you rate that? Oh, that's a calculation face. Oh, it's crunching the numbers.
I give it 3 Karen tears out of 10. 3.
3 Karen tears?
Yep.
Why so low, Abba?
The apology.
The apology.
Or the restitution has to match that.
Are you feeling more alive since your shroom trip?
I'm feeling much, much better. I haven't had any depression whatsoever since the shroom trip. And just plain feeling good. So things have been going well. I've had some issues with getting to sleep, but other than that, feeling good. Thanks for that donation, James.
If I smack you in the face out of nowhere,
yeah,
really hard,
yeah,
and I'm like, I'm sorry.
No.
Okay.
No, we fine.
But if I say something like, yo, like, oh, I don't think you look good out of nowhere, and you didn't even ask, like, hey, you know what, that's my bad. I shouldn't have said that. That's something
that matches.
Matches.
That matches. Yeah, we have a match.
Someone says, I take full responsibility.
What does that mean? What does
I
it
take
mean?
full accountability.
What does it mean?
Because Pussy.
When the allegations first came out, I remember he was calling her a liar. He was saying she was a liar. A bunch of people was trying to get him. It was untrue and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
My question to you is he sorry it happened or is he sorry he got caught?
This is Fluffy Daddy just a few weeks ago.
Fluffy Daddy.
For the last couple of weeks, I've sat here silently to watch people try to assassinate my character, destroy my reputation, my legacy, my take that. Sickening allegations have been made against me by individuals looking for a quick payday. He's talking about Cassie, the woman he was beating right there. Let me be absolutely clear.
Oh, clarity. We have clarity here.
I did not.
Oh, shit.
I never did.
Sleep with that woman. Wait, no.
That was wrong black man. Did not do any of the awful things being alleged. I will fight for my name, my family, and for the truth. Signed, the diddler. Now, this man, that was his response. And it's easy to say take accountability once there's nowhere else to hide.
Hey, wow.
See, when you had the position of power, when your high-priced lawyers came through, was you about taking accountability then? No, you did everything to avoid it.
That's a bar.
Now that you have no choice but to take accountability, you're saying, no, boo-boo. You're not taking accountability. It's being shoved down your throat and forced on you. That's not the same thing. That's not the same thing. The difference between someone coming out of their own will and wants to come to apologize to you and someone having to do it because someone's holding a gun to their head, we know that difference. We know the difference.
Mm-hmm.
So the apology is trash. It's horrible. The only thing that could have made it worse was being like, I'm sorry you felt that I abused you. That's the only way that you could have made it worse.
No, because No.
You know those apologies?
No.
The apologies that are not apologies?
I know.
Hello, I'm Tony Hayward, President and CEO of BP. Our accidental drilling spill again in the Gulf is a tragedy that should have never happened. And to all those affected, I want to say, we are deeply sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry. Sorry. We're sorry. We're sorry. Sorry. We're sorry. I'm deeply sorry. Sorry.
Yep. That is a bullshit apology if I've ever fucking seen one.
No, it's kind of weird that, he wants to come into a swamp of a 14-year-old girl.
Yeah. I have 3 kids, I understand.
So at what point did you...
ID? I was going to make sure before we even walked inside. The only reason I came inside, I figured we can watch Shrek.
Yeah, nothing wrong with watching Shrek and, getting your dragon eggs off of the 14-year-old girl, right?
No, I'm not trying to get my dragon eggs off of the 14-year-old girl.
Well, you said the donkey and the dragon scene was your
She
favorite.
said that.
I think you said that.
No, I said the donkey and the... I know the donkey and the dragon. The donkey and the donkey and the dragon was the donkey meeting the dragon, and the whole backstory is that's the original princess, and that's what I was saying.
She told you she was 14 before you came here.
I probably should have turned right the fuck back around.
Why didn't you, Brian?
Because I've been bored, I haven't had anything to do, all I've been doing...
Who is Gig donated $2? Is this Aaron P?
First time trying a Popeye's chicken sandwich, so let's get started. I never had them before, so about to see how this is.
It's definitely not Aaron, because Aaron's vegan. No, Prim. No, Prim.
It's got some spice to it, but it's very good. It's just good as a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich. So I'll give it a 10 out of 10. Recommend it if you haven't tried it yet. First.
That guy's a degenerate. Is this Nikocado avocado?
Oh, yeah, my friend was wasted that night. She was out mooning us through the window, front window of the bar. We were playing pool.
Are they police officers?
No, but they do call the police. Thanks for the donation, James.
I'm playing and there's like, yeah, I'm like playing pool and there's like, oh.
That is not Nikocado avocado. He is not nearly fat and retarded enough. Thanks for the donation, who is Gig.
Is working, and I figured, so that if I can chill, I'm not trying to have sexual.
Well, you figured I'm bored, so let's go commit.
I have work at 6 a.m., but I'm
not trying to commit a felony either because
were you really traveling to meet a minor for sex in the state of Michigan?
No, it was not. I do realize that, and I wasn't trying to meet her for sex. Like I said, all I was trying to do was meet for a show. Or for a movie. That's also why I wasn't trying.
Let me get this straight. You do have condoms with you right now.
In the car.
In the car. So they're not on you in your pocket. Okay.
So we have all this in 4K, but you're going to tell us a different story.
Yes, sir. Can I please get out of here? I promise you, sir, I have nothing involved with anyone younger than...
Okay, can you straighten that out for us? Because from these chat logs, you can go to jail for this.
I understand, sir.
So,
for a long time.
I understand, sir. And I'm not trying to go to jail. And like I said, I am not trying to do anything with a minor. I was going to make sure I had her proper ID. I knew about everything about this.
Everything about it?
I understand the whole aspect. I'm not trying to commit a felony.
Okay, let's start from step one. When she revealed her age, whether it was on the phone call or whether...
Why did I continue with it?
Why did you continue?
Simply because I thought that maybe it would be just... Or we can stick...
They're so big. They're so big.
Between us, because older man and a younger
To my
woman
big, handsome boy.
Just to watch a movie.
Okay, so you get that. You get that. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not trying to...
But it sounded like you were coming to do something.
No, sir.
Else.
If she was over 18, over 17, yes.
So you want to lick her.
And you should not be doing... I should not be talking that way with anyone younger than 18. And like I said, I did not realize her age till after I said all of this stuff.
Brian, you understand why that's hard for me to believe. You
You
realize we have not only that, but we have everything that you said on the phone.
I know you guys.
So we just want to make sure that
I know you guys are going to post that online. I know you guys are going to post this all over the internet.
Well, we're not going to post it. This is the wrong guy. So we need you to help us out.
I think she said only you.
Since you didn't know she was underage before we even said anything, why were you saying, "Oh, I didn't know she was underage"? Isn't that what you said at first?
Because I watched you guys walk out here and I watched your videos.
We didn't even say anything.
Oh, you watched our video?
Yes, I do actually.
Who am I? I'm Carson.
Carson, I know your videos off there.
Bro, you know me? I get started like, hey.
Yeah, you're the guy.
Well, get started with me real quick.
Absolutely just devastated. Sir.
What would you do?
Yes.
Which we can do right now. We can watch it.
I'm fine with watching Shrek.
Bro, sit down, man.
It's just I have anxiety, sir.
Bro, this is my favorite scene. This is when they first...
The only path donate dollars. Do you have a favorite powder pre-workout? A lot of them taste like detergent. I don't take any pre-workouts, so I can't tell you if I have a favorite. That's a very nice tapir. Wow. Look at that big nose. Oh my god. Oh my god. You know, Prismo looks a lot like that tapir. Don't they look similar? They're big chonguses. They're both big chonky boys. They have a similar color. Prismo's also gray. Hmm? You're like a tapir, Prim Prim. Mwah. You're just like a tapir. Mwah. That's a really nice tapir. Oh my god. He wants rubs. Rub him. That's amazing. Oh my god, that's amazing. Oh my god. Dude, imagine if you could get paid to just rub tapirs. That'd be fun. That's amazing. Oh. Horse is saying hello to the deer. Friends? Oh my god, they're friends. That's amazing. Oh my god. French. Oh my god. Look at those little chunkos.
Sup VG, sound on.
Okay, I'll take a look at those in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Dude, groundhogs are so fucking adorable. Like how they're so chonky. Wow, so pretty. It's a nice stork. Oh my god, that's a horse nose. That's amazing. Oh. That's a nice woof. Oh. The hell? Why is that lizard trying to get him?
Oh, frérot, lâche-moi. Allez, descends.
It's really weird. That's a really good seal. Thanks for that donation, Grey Knight.
When Lord called this. When
Yeah. Wife, was it?
Yes.
Okay. What were you going to see her for?
Yes.
Yep, over there.
Okay. I was going to ask for ID if we get anything, and I'm not sure.
No, haven't seen American Sniper. I didn't see it because I know the entire story is complete and utter bullshit, and that guy's a fucking lying dickhead. He also, like, made up a bunch of lies about Jesse Ventura and shit. That guy's a cunt. Just a lying cunt. No interest in seeing that movie.
Shows that she's 18, and she did tell me that she was younger, but like I said, I'm not trying to be intimate with anyone unless she said that, unless she had an actual physical ID.
Okay, do you understand that her being 16 is
I
completely
thought-
under the age of consent? And you
I
can't
thought
do
it was. I thought it was 17.
It was 14, yeah.
It was 14.
I thought it was.
He thought he was being 14-year-old.
I thought it was 17, and I wasn't gonna.
I believe
gonna
that's
ask
his
for,
parents'
I was gonna ask for the ID, and I wasn't gonna do anything with anyone.
So you willingly came over here knowing that she was 14 years old?
Just to hang out. I wasn't gonna.
Do you normally hang out with 14-year-olds?
I have, like I said, I have daughters and I have nieces and stuff. So yes, but I do not.
You hang out with them by yourself. Just use the 14-year-old.
Yes, but I'm not trying to be. I have no.
It's a little concerning, bro.
It's a little more the calls currently. Is there any way that?
Because right now you're not messing and fooling anybody right now, okay?
It was
You
not
coming
because-
here and knowing that she was 14 years old, you going ahead and with all the...
I was with my children.
Do you have the video and text?
Yes, ma'am. We have everything. We have it a lot more today while waiting for him. He asked her if she shaved.
Oh, I did?
You don't remember that?
Come on.
No, I don't.
My bad. He said he has short-term memory loss.
I was in the military for 3 years, man.
He also asked if she's ever tried ANAL. He also asked and said,
Because
are you
she-
sure you're ready for it? Because it's going to really hurt.
Because she said she's been with older men, and like I said, I'm not trying to be with a younger woman. I was going to ask for the ID before anything happened. I didn't believe that she was 14. She doesn't look 14 in any photos. I probably should just stop talking to her in general.
He also asked...
I open her up. When you
All of these predators are such insane fucking liars, dude.
We are gonna go outside. We're gonna go outside. And we are gonna talk to you guys. If you guys need
was the easiest thing.
He admitted to everything else, but the donkey and the dragon thing? No, she said that. I did not say that. So we're waiting for the police to do their stuff. They got a bunch of evidence, so they just need to get a thing from the DA, and hopefully it should be going to jail. How do you for help? So I hit up Kai, man. I hit up the King for 3 days. Now, just
Well, that's good. One predator off the streets. All right, let's watch this terrible, terrible recipe by Frank Tufano.
What's up? How are you guys today? I'm going to show you a quick recipe for collagen pancakes. This is what I've been having for breakfast lately. It's a really quick, easy, and convenient, complete breakfast to get all your protein, carbohydrates, and fat. Even if you don't have that great of an appetite in the morning, this is very palatable, very tasty. I really like the idea of adding collagen broth to the pancake batter, which means you don't have to cook sausage separately. If you're kind of queasy, you don't have to try to down some meat in the.
Why does he find teenagers attractive when he is married? Okay, so they set this up.
Well, probably because the guy's a massive pervert. But yeah, they set up the predator sting. Yeah, they set him up. Thanks for the donation, James.
In the morning, so we'll show you guys what you need. For ingredients, we have our Birch Bender's Organic Classic Pancake and Waffle Mix. We have some quick oats. It's going to be half oats, half pancake mix, a little bit of sugar, salt, and vanilla. And then for the liquid component, we're going to use half glass bottle mineral water and half collagen extract, aka bone broth from Frankie's free range.
That is not how you make pancakes.
Meat. And I've tried this with collagen powder. It does not work. Even with this, honestly, the pancakes are still a little dense, but it turns out a lot better. So we're just gonna heat some collagen broth up on the stove and mix everything together. But everything available, guys. FrankiesFreeRangeFoods.com for everything. Sugar, vanilla, salt, pancake mix, quick oats. We got all that on the foods website. And we got collagen broth on the meat website. And this, guys, it doesn't smell or taste like beef at all. That's why this is very nice in the morning. It really doesn't smell like anything. It's just a neutral amino acid source. Good source of protein that doesn't taste like much. Now, I don't know if you guys can see the clock.
That is just... like, that just looks like glue.
But it's like 1 in the morning. So we're doing this the night before.
Oh my God.
We want to let the powder and the dry ingredients really hydrate. In the morning, maybe I'll let it sit for like 15-20 minutes. You just want it to really kind of incorporate.
That is not something that you should be putting in pancakes or eating, period.
And it'll digest a lot better. So we're going to put about 2 tablespoons of collagen broth in the pan on the stove top.
That is not 2 tablespoons.
Here, put a little bit of water in here. Turn the gas on. And this is only going to take a few seconds to melt. So we'll mix our dry ingredients for the pancake batter. Half a cup of the pancake mix, half a cup of the quick oats. So just equal parts pancake mix and quick oats. This is because the pancake mix is a refined flour. It's not too high in fiber, and soluble fiber especially is a very important component of liver detox. So we need to cut it with some type of fiber source.
Remember years ago he said fiber is bad for you, and now all of a sudden it's good for you?
Then you just put a little bit of sugar in here, maybe a teaspoon. If you put too much, it's going to stick to the pan. Then all the dry ingredients go into a bowl.
I would like to ban Christy aka Crispy Fats and her stinky hole. It smells so bad from all the corpses she eats. Please ban her, Daddy Gaines, please.
If we reach the dono goal, we can ban her and her stinky hole, so don't worry. Thanks for the donation, Fart Knocker.
And then we pour in our collagen broth and water mixture. And then I'm just going to put a drop of vanilla extract. I don't always use vanilla. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. It's still good without it. So I'll just mix this together. So just add a little more water. And you can be pretty lax with the texture here. If it's a little thinner and soupier, then the pancakes are going to be, well, correspondingly thinner, which usually turns out better for this recipe because if you know, the water is going to absorb. So right now this seems like a thick soup, but it's going to really solidify. So you definitely want more water than this. But if it is really thick and dense and you don't put enough water in here, the pancakes are going to be thick, which normally if you weren't adding collagen broth to this, they would still turn out good and nice and fluffy, but the protein can kind of make these pancakes really dense. So it's better to add a little more liquid. But that's pretty much ready. So we're just going to cover this and let it sit overnight.
This is so fucking weird. Like, he doesn't even use milk or anything, so it's just like flour and water.
And then in the morning, we'll have our pancakes ready. Unfortunately, we were not abducted by a 5-foot-tall Asian girl overnight, so we're gonna make some breakfast.
Yes, I'm not gay.
Of oxygen and constrict my brain cells even more. As you guys can see, the pancake
mandatory. Remember,
set
everybody,
bit,
I'm not gay.
You know, less soupy. I'm just gonna use maybe 2 tablespoons or a big table.
You know, with all the raw meat Frank has eaten, I wonder if he has brain worms. It wouldn't surprise me. That'd be funny if he got like a CAT scan or something and they found brain worms.
Spoon of coconut oil. I'm on very strict liver detox diet, so I mean, I could even add a little bit of butter to this if I wanted to for some extra flavor. But this is what
Can you draw a picture of me titty fucking Christie's big old titties while Aaron P sits in the corner jerking off crying?
Sure, I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation picture. Appreciate it. Corona Bro donated $2. How did the American Sniper guy lie? Do you think all the Republicans lie? Absolutely. You should go Republican. How did the American Sniper guy lie? The Earth is a dome and it's on a turtle back. Don't think the Earth is on a turtle, but basically there was a lot of lies in his story. Particularly the Hurricane Katrina thing where he said he sat on a rooftop shooting people who are looting stores. That would be murder. He absolutely didn't do that. And again, if he lied about that, he's going to lie about a lot of other things. I think there was also there were also some other lies found out about him with like the total amount of confirmed kills he had. Some other more minor stuff, but the guy's a manipulative liar. He also lied about Jesse Ventura.
Fuck this Frank shit. I have a better idea. Call Destiny and ask his thoughts on Breaking Bad. Would be great, ments.
Let me see. I can do that, I guess.
Privilege is needed. Can't do it.
Hey, dude.
Oh, fuck. I'm right at the end of my stream. Come tomorrow, okay?
Well, wait. I just want to know your quick opinion on Breaking Bad. I think it sucks.
What? I thought it was okay. I think it was better than okay. Why do you think it sucks?
None of the story made any sense. The character motivations are fucking stupid. They deliberately wrote dumb shit into the story so that, like, main characters could stay alive. I just couldn't take the plot seriously.
Okay, well, damn. We can discuss it tomorrow if you want, okay?
Okay, sure.
Bye.
Okay, take care. Alright, well, Destiny thinks it's okay. Thanks for the donation, Vegan. And thanks for the donation, Corona Bro.
I like just organic, refined coconut oil. This is available on the Foods website too. Obviously, you know, virgin coconut oil is less inflammatory because it's not like bleached and deodorized, but I can't stand the taste of coconut, so this is our best option. It might get a little loud. I'm gonna put the vent on. It's actually a little too much oil, so we'll flip some out. So if the batter is made correctly, you should be able to just use a normal spatula, but in case these do get stuck, you might want something that's very sturdy. I have this steel spatula. I think it's available on the Amazon shop, Frank Tufano. Same with
I will send one of the fully maturated vegan and muscular Vladislava Galegan clones to keep Frank happy.
I don't think any girl will ever keep Frank happy, and I think we all know why. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
Same with these pans. This is a green pan, non-stick skillet. Not cheap, not too expensive. They've been holding up pretty well. I've probably had them for almost a year now, and they're finally showing some signs of wear. All right, so pan's starting to smoke a little bit. We're gonna put in our batter. Now, I prefer, nice, small pancakes. Asians usually prefer big, sloppy, ugly ones, but I'll talk about that in another video.
Oh my God.
We could check if it's browning. Yeah, I think we're good. Gotta be careful because these can burn very fast with all the collagen, protein, and sugar in here. It's very prone to caramelization. Caramelizes very, very, very quickly. So after I flip these over, I like to put a tiny sprinkle of sea salt on the top of the pancakes because this is the really flavorful, crispy, crunchy part. So when you put a little bit of salt on it, it really stands out with the maple syrup sweetness. It's very delicious. But this is super fast, guys, outside of the waiting for the batter to hydrate. Very quick recipe. Now, if I wasn't as strict with my liver function, these turn out a bit more flavorful if you put like a lot of coconut oil in here. I mean, obviously because you're like frying them. But the more oil in the pan, typically the crispier these will get, and there's a lot more flavor. So we have our nice, delicious, caramelized collagen pancakes. And the way we formulated this recipe, it's a complete nutritional source. You have protein, carbs, and fats, everything you need to get started throughout the day. I like putting organic maple syrup on this. This is what we have available on the Foods website. And I don't usually do it, but if you want, a lot of you guys have been saying that this pecan butter that we also sell is super, super delicious on pancakes. So if you do want to add a little more fat for some more energy in the morning, that's definitely a good option. I usually try to have some B vitamins like B1 or B complex with this, and occasionally some vitamin C, because that's the only downside. Your body uses vitamin C and B vitamins to process carbohydrates and sugars. So, when you're eating really calorically dense food like this to fuel your body, it can help to have that. And of course, I always have some masticum with it too. But yeah, I like these a lot. Out of all the breakfasts we've been doing, for me, it's just more easy and convenient. I don't have to cook sausage. I don't have to have stuff on the side. I can stomach it in the morning, although I probably won't eat all of these, probably just 2 or 3. So thank you guys for joining me. Hopefully you like this recipe, and the creative idea of using collagen broth in this will allow you to add protein, especially to like picky eaters, your kids' diets, to give them some really, really high quality nutrition. And this can really be applied to any sort of baking or any recipe, because that collagen broth we have on Frankie's Free Range Meat, it's a neutral flavor. You literally do not taste it. When you eat these pancakes, yeah, they are heavier, they're a little dense, but you won't be able to tell there's any like collagen broth in there or anything at all. If you want to get really, really, really like nutritious, if you have kids and they're growing age, you could do entirely collagen broth instead of water if you wanted to. Maybe even put a little more vanilla in there. You get the syrup on there. It's delicious. People love this, and they're getting a lot of nutrition. So if you guys go to frank-tufano.com, you'll see all of my interesting and creative health businesses. Frankie's Free Range Meat, Foods. We got the organ supplement stuff here. Frankie's now.
Okay, here is the drawing request of Christy getting her boobs fucked and Aaron P jerking off in the corner crying. Hope you enjoyed that. Thanks for the donation picture.
Naturals, Wi-Fi shielding, whatever you guys want. Take a look. But that'll be it. So as usual, guys, please drop a like on the video, leave a comment down below.
Well, that is Frank eating another disgusting, stupid recipe. I don't know why the hell. It's literally just water with pancake mix. And then he's like, I'm getting shadow banned. Why is nobody watching my content? Gee, I fucking wonder. All right, let's see. Willie Mack, Hassan. Let's testosterone the shit first.
Stayed right in the upper end of the range because we're doing TRT, hormone replacement therapy. Not a huge deal there.
I'm sorry, what? Does he mean a not a huge deal in the capacity that since it's good, we're good? Or does he mean like TRT is not a big deal? Because it's a f***ing huge deal. And I suspect that the TRT has probably a lot to do with Dana White's transformation.
Yeah, for real. So we have confirmation that Dana White's on TRT then.
Hey folks, Dr. Mike here for RP Strength. I've been a professor of sport and exercise science for some time. I'm a competitive bodybuilder and Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu grappler with a brown belt, interestingly enough, in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu from Josh Vogel at the Jiu-Jitsu Company in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Today, I am reviewing a video about some training and some diet and some recovery supplement stuff from the ever-present Mr. Dana White, the president of the UFC, I believe, and a guy who really just helped put MMA on the map like kind of no one else. He is entitled to my ever-reaching, constant mega respect, and the following will be either attempts at helpful yet comedic criticism, or attempts at teaching some good principles, and all for the lulz, so no offense taken, Mr. Dana White, if you, by some chance, step down from your ivory tower to actually notice that I made a video about you. And if so, hello. No offense, all jokes, all good, all met with respect. Now that we've said that, to the tapes.
I will never go to a doctor ever again about my general health. All they want to do is put you on pills.
That is stupid as fuck.
So there's something there. A lot of doctors won't spend the time with you to address lifestyle factors. Some of them might be like, yeah, exercise, eat healthy, but here's the proximate problem that you have. Here are some pills for it. That's not all doctors. So the I'll never see a doctor again for my general health is maybe a bit much. And I'll tell you why doctors put people on pills, and it's a 2-factor, 3-factor reason maybe. One factor is that doctors just want you out of their office so they can see the next patient for more money. It doesn't happen nearly as much as people would have you suspect, but for some doctors, it's definitely a concern, and it's icky and it's not great. There are 2 other major factors. One is that pills work, and they work really well, and they're evidence-based, research-backed, and they also work right away. If you have high blood pressure, taking blood pressure medication makes it go away tomorrow. If you have high blood pressure, but you try to diet and exercise and lose weight out of it, it will work, but in months and years, and it assumes you're successful. The success of blood pressure medications begins and ends at you taking the pill out of the container, putting it in your mouth. So drugs are way faster way to get some immediate effect. And lifestyle changes have a 2-part problem. One part is they're delayed, not a big deal, we can wait. The other part is they require a lot of intense effort and focus and consistency. One of the dark sides why a lot of doctors don't spend a lot of time on lifestyle intervention is because they're not really trained in school to know a lot about the RP hypertrophy app. So for all, and then they hopefully pray that you get your life together, but you kind of go to a doctor because you're in ill health. And so kind of to Dana White's point, your general health.
Well, he missed a big factor here. So lifestyle modification clearly has efficacy, but medication has efficacy. And when you're a doctor and you know for certain a patient is going to take pills, but you don't know for certain if a patient is going to change their lifestyle, you have a responsibility as a doctor to make sure they get treatment. And if the only treatment that you can prescribe that they know you'll actually take is the pills, they have to give you the pills.
When you're not sick, proximately, and you need help now, should be something you handle pretty much with good sleep, good training, good recovery, and good eating. a lot of physical activity. And the thing is, most people don't do that. And then they come to the doctor and the doctor's like, well, you're in really bad health. Here's some pills. And by the way, diet and exercise, you already walked out the door. So that's kind of how it happens. It's not really a thing that doctors are just doing because they're evil or they're missing it like crazy. There's an understanding from some of the folks that do this kind of lifestyle medicine that everyone that comes into your door as a patient could be someone whose life you change by introducing them to all sorts of interventions that take a lot of their time and effort. Generally, people that believe that have not worked sufficiently in the general population to understand that most people just won't do it. And so saying that you should do it to the 1 out of 100 people like Dana White that will do something about it, generally not good enough. And also a lot of people, when you try to give them lifestyle interventions, they respond a little bit curtly. They say, yeah, that's nice. Like, I'll start exercising when I have time. Why don't you give me some fucking drugs to make me better now? And then as a doctor and a service provider and someone who signed into the Hippocratic Oath, that's kind of what you got to do. So tough spot here. No clear winners, no clear villains, I'd say.
None of them could get my cholesterol, good and bad, leveled out. It's all good now. This guy will change your life. Some of your favorite actors, some of the most powerful, richest people in the world are all now doing this with Gary for one reason and one reason only. Because it works.
Because they're stupid.
Gary Brecka. Haven't heard much about him, but the evidence-based space apparently doesn't like him a whole lot. I haven't formed a lot of my own very set-in-stone conclusions, but let's see the kind of stuff that he's recommending.
The guy's a fucking scammer. He sells a fucking red light bed for like $100K, and he acts like it's gonna change your fucking life.
And maybe I can form a little bit more of an informed conclusion after watching some more footage. Let's take a look.
There were a lot of different problems with me that were going on that I've been talking to doctors for 10 years. None of them could fix any of my problems. I had sleep apnea. I had problems with my legs. I had problems I didn't realize I had that doctors didn't even tell me.
That sucks. It sucks to have health problems that no one can help you with. I feel for that.
Let's see. Yo, don't need to tell her Aaron P is going to bed.
And Rolly too, Lofty and Wendy join the crew. Bob and the gang have so much fun. Working together, they get the job done. Bob the Builder, can we fix it? Bob the Builder, yes we can. Built to
a kitty.
Bird, Travis and Spud playing together. Bob the Builder, can we fix it? Bob the Rolly too. Can we? Bob the Builder, can we? Build Lofty and Wendy join the crew. Bob and the gang have Leo and Wendy. Check, tool belt check. Hot Leo and
Okay. Well, those are the various Bob the Builder intros. Oh my god. Oh my god. I really like lemurs.
Way up high in the roly-poly sky is a little round planet of a really nice guy. And in the land of curves and he's small. And in the land of curves.
Welcome to Lazy Town, a place where you wanna stay. You'll meet Robbie with his rotten
I think that guy died.
plan, and Sporticus saving the day. Stephanie is new in town, and soon she and Ziggy are friends. With Pixel, Stingy, and Trixie too. They're gonna have a blast together. Go, 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 get a Lazy Town. It's the start of a brand new day. Things are upside down here in Lazy Town.
Yeah, I remember I used to watch that show, just for, ironically, basically. Thanks for the donation, yo.
So a friend of mine, Kerry Kasem, came to me and said, you have to meet this guy, Gary Brecka. He's incredible. He's a human biologist. He'll change your life.
Human biologist. Curious. Don't know what degree program that's in. Don't say human.
Yeah, so Gary Brecka has a Bachelor of Arts in Biology. Anybody and their mother can complete a Bachelor of Arts program. He doesn't know shit. It's a glorified, high school degree.
Human biology. Let's find out what kind of stuff he knows. I'm not cynical, but I am skeptical.
There are 4 components to the superhuman protocol.
Ooh, it's something called the superhuman protocol. Ooh, curious.
The BMF pad, cold plunging, red light therapy, and oxygen therapy.
That's a lot of really expensive shit. Red light therapy has had some promising research.
Hi, watch in full. Corn for all.
Let me take a look. That looks like a lot of corn.
Woke up this morning at my grandma's house and I saw a cornfield through the window. I said, Grandma, Grandma, can I go play in that cornfield? And she said, you can do whatever you want, you're like 21. I went in a cornfield today. I went in a cornfield. I went in a cornfield today and met Akbar. Akbar is awesome cause he never calls you names. He never really calls you anything cause he's just a corn. But I like pretending that I can talk to him and he can talk to me and he's kind of funny and he knows lots of jokes when I do that. I went in a cornfield today. I went in a cornfield. I went in a cornfield today and met Akbar. Sat down for dinner at my grandma's house. When she laid down a plate of Akbar, I nearly cried when I saw my friend had died. Grandma killed him for dinner. I went in a cornfield today. I went in a cornfield. I went in a cornfield today and met Akbar. I went in a cornfield today. I went in a cornfield. I went in a cornfield today and met Akbar. Today and met Akbar. Today and met Akbar.
That is, glorious. Thanks for the donation, Corn Man.
Wawa. Chihuahua. Chapapa. Chihuahua. Cha-cha-cha-cha-cha-pa. Shadi-badi. Hadi-patatandas. Hada-patatata. Papas gatito. Patakata. Cha-wa-wa-wa-wa-wa. Cha-wa-wa-wa-wa-wa. Ah, hatapatakata, hatapatapata. Awak badas. Kata hadas. Apa takapa, patadada. Ah.
Watch this one.
Let me see.
Restaurant has everything you'd ever want, but nothing that quite fancies me. I do not want the steak béarnaise, I do not want the duck flambé. These specials don't sound special to me. I'd rather eat Randy. I'd rather eat Randy. I'd rather eat Randy. Randy. God is good. Let us thank him for this Randy. Amen. Randy is a 3-course meal plus dessert to seal the deal. Oh, and I'll be needing a to-go box. I'd rather eat Randy. I'd rather eat Randy.
Gay. Does this guy still upload? Yeah, 1 month ago. Huh. Thanks for the donation, Scare Theater.
Hi, kadaba baba, hawa, kadaba, habada.
That's pretty good.
Though on that balance, I'm not so sure how it's doing. I don't know what the first thing you said was, some kind of bed where you lay down. I'll say that giving you more oxygen than you need and doing cold plunges has, on the long term and aggregate, almost no effect positively on your health, unless you have a very specific context for it. So far, because none of these things are eat better and eat less food and eat healthier and do more exercise and training and manage your stress better and sleep more, these are almost certainly not the big differences that made a huge difference in Mr. Dana White's health and happiness. Maybe.
My favorite part is the ending, corn for all. Smile.
For me, I really like corn.
What do you like about corn?
It's corn. A good corn that knobs that has the juice. I got a more beautiful thing. It's corn. I can tell you all about it. I mean, look at this thing. When I tried it, I don't anything change.
I remember I vomited corn once. It's very corny. Thanks for the donation, Corn Man.
Either minor, maybe they had nothing to do with it at all, is my best guess.
So this goes in your bed, the machine right next to it here, you turn it on, and you literally just lay on this thing. I sleep on it every night.
PEMF stands for pulse electromagnetic field. It's actually a charge. A pulse electromagnetic field is really mimicking what we get from Mother Nature, and that's the magnetism, the low Gauss current that we get from the surface of the Earth.
That does nothing.
Skepticism transitioning slowly to cynicism. I'll ask this as a question instead of saying it as a statement. Is there a reason to augment the electromagnetic field of the Earth if we're still on Earth? I mean, the electromagnetic field that comes from nature, I don't suppose ends 1 foot off of the ground, and that unless you're a human who still sleeps on the ground, even sleeping in the trees doesn't count for this one, you're robbed of some kind of magical health properties of it. I suppose that you still get the same electromagnetic field exposure from the Earth writ large in a room, but then you get more of it from this pad. Is more better? And to that end, has there been a series of research studies to examine 2 things? 1, what is the dose-response relationship of introducing extra electromagnetic field stimulus to the human body? And what things does it make better? I can promise you that almost certainly does not exist. And the second question is, by what mechanism, especially empirically validated, but even hypothetical or theoretical, would such an extra added exposure to electromagnetic radiation, by the way, how would that help? Like, does it help your brain recover better? Does it help your blood flow better? And if that's the claim, what is the evidence for that claim? And how mechanistically could that even be possible? I'll tell you right now, not looking so good for the pad. But maybe there are some kind of mechanisms for which it works we don't know, and then later it'll look like a clown show with me making this video that they'll actually put up tons of super well-conducted research studies that say it works super well. For now, I'm very reserved.
I'd love to see Dr. Mike debate Gary Brecka. That would be amazing. Did the other Dr. Mike ever interview Gary Brecka?
Cat daddy in the house, bitches. Do not fuck with me or I will unleash my cat daddy dick on you all. If you don't believe me, just ask that dirty bitch Christy and her stinky hole. She felt all of cat daddy's fury last night. Smell my finger?
Alright, well that's good to know, Cat Daddy. Hopefully tonight we can ban her for good. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I must say.
So I wake up in the morning, the PEMF mat is in my bed, then I come right to work.
Damn, he's ripped.
Lost 36 pounds, by the way.
36 pounds is a lot of weight to lose. It will make you feel better, snore less, and improve all your blood markers like crazy. It's gonna go ahead and say it's probably the weight loss that did almost all the work, but maybe I'm getting ahead of myself.
Then I come right to work and then I jump in the cold plunge.
All right, cold plunge. Let's make the balls smaller.
I go in at 50 degrees for 3 minutes.
Diamond spas. Diamonds, baby. Scott, remember when I got a cold plunge made entirely of platinum and uranium? But they said the uranium was bad for me, so I had to exchange it and just go to platinum and zirconium instead. Just terrible. I wouldn't know anything about it.
So when you start cold plunging, it's very hard at first. It's very mentally challenging.
I've been described as mentally challenged before. It's true.
So the cold plunge is my drug of choice. I don't think anything makes you feel better for longer.
Hey, Gary, you ever had a blowjob before, motherfucker? Hey, we got a professional blowjob artist, and then we got a cold plunge. Which one you want, Gary? He's like, I love the cold.
Thy only path to $20. If anyone in the chat is near Waverly, New York, please help this poor baby. Oh, poor baby. Oh, possum. Oh, no. Help the baby. I don't like seeing animals get hurt, especially sweet animals like opossums. Poor baby. Thanks for the donation, Thy only path.
Oh, you're like, okay, sweet. That was the thing that happened.
It can.
How much weight should you lose per week? It's generally recommended to lose 1% of your body weight per week. You could go higher if you have a lot more weight to lose, but generally recommended for most people to limit it to 1% body weight loss per week.
Actually benefit you by and directly affect insulin levels.
Guys, the direct effect on insulin levels of a cold tub is dick. The indirect effects on insulin levels are going to be two things. Very, very tenuous, not guaranteed. And also, even if delivered, they're going to be of such a small magnitude that merely taking a walk for several minutes will no doubt have better effects on your insulin levels than the cold plunge. But I'll tell you what affects your insulin levels even better by a long shot. Resistance training to make your muscles bigger so that they consume more of your blood glucose. And that's really amazing for your whole total body health and your insulin dynamics. And also having a higher level of physical activity by a little bit than you're normally used to, 10 to 12,000 steps a day is a good recommendation. And eating healthier foods, but especially less food than you burn every day. And thus, you end up losing body fat. And losing body fat and weight while gaining muscle mass and having a high level of physical activity, that trifecta will do all the heavy lifting for improving your insulin dynamics by a mile, by 95%. Whether some of this other stuff that Gary no doubt will talk about does even 5% is itself contentious. So if Mr. Dana White got all of these amazing transformations, and he did a great job, with just this kind of ancillary treatment, I would be really, really impressed. But I suspect he's on a fat loss healthy diet and has increased his daily physical activity and is doing organized resistance training protocol, and has thus lost a lot of weight and gained a lot of muscle. Sure looks like it to me, but we shall see. If that is in fact the case, the vast majority of the credit for his transformation goes to physical activity enhancement, resistance training, and eating a better diet. What amount goes to these other modalities is, in my scientific eyes, and I only have scientific eyes, questionable at worst, at best, teeny tiny assistance.
As well as increasing your mood by releasing endorphins and...
Oh, endorphins. You mean endorphins, motherfucker? JK. But seriously, all jokes, all love and respect. Scott, do you notice that the music is like spa music? Welcome to the Ascension.
And I spent the last almost year and a half getting in the best shape that I could possibly get in.
A year and a half of getting into the best shape of your life is fucking pretty sweet. Also, that's Mila Sarchev, one of the best bodybuilders to ever do it, and one of the best coaches to ever do it. That's a hell of a person to have coaching you. I was going to say Dana White is a very lucky man, but he's not lucky. He's just frivolously rich and famous. Same idea, yes. All right, we got a little full range of motion action. Not bad.
Since I started taking my health seriously almost 2 years ago, my life has completely changed. I'm more active, I have more energy, I'm more productive at work, I'm more productive in life, period.
That's definitely a thing. Having poor physical health fucks up goddamn near the rest of you, and having good physical health can really potentiate your entire life. So this is dope. I love that he's gotten into resistance training and hopefully into eating better, which we'll see in a little bit.
Testosterone stayed right in the upper end of the range because we're doing TRT, hormone replacement therapy. Right in the
652. That's not particularly high. That's right around where most healthy people are. So he's not on an aggressive TRT dose. His free testosterone levels are very high. His total levels aren't particularly high, but yeah, with if you're taking testosterone exogenously, it lowers your sex hormone binding globulins, so you are going to have more free test.
Upper end of the range because we're doing TRT, hormone replacement therapy. Not a huge deal there.
I'm sorry, what? Gary, the health benefits of TRT therapy, when seen in the context of someone who had excessively low testosterone before they started that therapy, have a humongous amount of research behind them, and the magnitude of their effect is infinitely higher than all that other bullshit red light therapy oxygen tank stuff you were talking about. But the TRT is not a huge deal? Does he mean not a huge deal in the capacity that since it's good, we're good? Or does he mean like TRT is not a big deal? Because it's a fucking huge deal. And I suspect that the TRT has probably a lot to do with Dana White's transformation. It's at least awesome as a supporting mechanism to help promote general good health, good sleep, good nutrient partitioning, an ability to train hard, and muscle mass accretion, cardiac outcomes, and goddamn near everything else. TRT is a big deal, Gary. You can't just say it's not a big deal and start talking about the supplement shit you sell. That is a big deal. It's really not. Let's find out when that happens.
Dana White whacking back hydrogen water as we speak.
Hydrogen water? Now here I thought water had hydrogen in it already. Maybe it's a super water we don't know about yet.
Sugar makes you fat, not fat. That is a fact.
Okay, Gary Brecka has fallen down to my list of people I'm not really enthused with, because anything in excess makes you fat. There is some nuance there. The direct conversion of protein to fat is questionable and may not happen en masse in humans. So if you overeat protein, you stop burning a lot of fat, stop burning it entirely, really, but maybe you can't add a ton of body fat eating excessive protein. If you eat excessive carbohydrate, the conversion of carbohydrate into fat happens through multiple pathways, and you can directly turn carbs into fat. Also, if you eat excessive carbohydrates and your calories are too high, you stop burning fat entirely, and then anytime your calories are too high from carbs, some of them turn to fat. What did I leave out? Oh yeah, fats. Guess what your body has to do to fats that it eats in order to incorporate them into fat cells? Almost nothing. Do you know why? Because they're already fats. They just go right in, goddammit. Getting you fat through excessive fats is the easiest thing in the world. Why? Fats are super tasty. They take up very little room in your stomach, even gram for gram. They just have more calories. Excess fat is probably the highest reason why people are fat. Ask people what they used to overeat when they were overfat, and they will tell you. Cookies, ice cream, pizza, pasta. How many of those things have a lot of carbohydrate but very little fat? Scott, remember we went out and had donuts and pizza that had low fat?
I remember when we got pasta at the Olive Garden, it was just oil.
All f***ing oil. Guys, Bodybuilders eat very high carb, low fat foods, and they can't gain weight short of stuffing themselves. It turns out fats do an unbelievable job of making you fatter. One of the best jobs. And it turns out the thing that really makes you fat is excess fat and carbs. And the best way to get that in is to eat ultra tasty, highly processed foods like pizza, pasta, donuts, etc. You end up eating so many of them that whatever the f they're made of, it's just too much. Carbs are not the enemy, sugars are not the enemy, and fats are not the enemy. You just need to eat them in moderation, which I know isn't super revelatory, but it's just f***ing true. All right, folks, I'm going to talk about two things. Things that work and things that don't. Things that work. Diet. Good diet. Veggies. Fruits, whole grains, lean proteins, healthy fats, the good stuff, the shit you know is good as it looks good on a plate. It's all green and fucking salmony and brown ricey and shit. That shit fucking works to make you healthier. Eating it in moderation will lead to weight loss, which really makes you healthier. Doing a slightly increased level of physical activity during that time, 8 to 10 to 12,000 steps a day, enough to get you moving and grooving. A little step tracker like this from a Chinese company that probably also knows where I am all the time and is plotting a revolution against the United States, no doubt is an excellent tool to add. And in addition to that, resistance training, anywhere from 2 to most people 4 times a week, 30 minutes to 1 hour at a time, can absolutely work to make your health and fitness and longevity and quality of life exponentially better. And it can do this in just months of your time. And to sustain these habits is the easiest thing in the world once you've acquired them and ingrained them deeply. That part is hard, I will give you that. Here at RP, we try to give you the tools and the knowledge to do it. We're trying our best, but it is really tough to get on that wagon. And so another thing that works really well is the amount of buy-in and motivation that Dana White seems to have. When you are as enthused as he is about what works, you're gonna keep doing the good stuff, and that's a big deal. But what doesn't work? All the rest of that shit that Gary Brecka said, God damn it, why is this person famous? Am I doing something wrong? It's the face, isn't it? It's the face, I'm just ugly. I give this whole review a 7 out of 10. Huge points for Dana into taking his health into his own hands and getting some expert help. Huge points for his consistency. Amazing points for training, especially with Milo Sarchev, super training expert. All the training looked really good. Amazing points for eating better and giving up at least high quantities of alcohol. Awesome. That gets us to a 7. The 3 points we lose can be described as
Gary Brecka
is mostly full of shit. Sorry, Gary. That's the way the cookie crumbles. I could be wrong, but it's unlikely. I've been Dr. Mike. See you guys next time.
I cannot fucking stand Gary Brecka. That guy is just the biggest fucking charlatan. Let's see. Hassan is a horrible person, lies and misreporting.
Hassan Piker is the most prominent left-leaning streamer online. His debate resume includes Hassan Piker is the most prominent left-leaning streamer online. His debate resume includes Asmongold, a 16-year-old Israeli kid, and me, where his only defense for his continually poor reporting is saying it's all out of context.
The reason why I said this, and you do this regularly, okay? When I say something on this stream, okay, oftentimes, especially if it's a developing story.
Like, how do you know I say this stuff?
Especially if it's a developing story. If I misspeak, apparently you can use it in your commentary as though it's like super serious. So anyway,
I didn't name one example that I did that.
I don't know. I don't watch your videos, so
yeah. So don't make shit up.
He's very critical of other people's debating skills. His grand advice to Destiny when debating Ben Shapiro was to call Ben a fascist.
Oh my God, dude. This is why you need to be a little bit more educated, okay? He's a fascist. Him bringing up Nazi Germany as a moral regression is an awesome point. What do you say in that situation? You turn around and go, yeah, that's exactly the kind of moral regression you're advocating for in the United States of America when you want to have these like insane regressions on culture and on civil society.
The moral regression Ben was advocating for was a 2-parent household, just like those evil Germans.
Dude, I would destroy Ben on Israel-Palestine. I'm serious. He is so bad.
When given the chance to destroy someone that's about as intellectually honest as himself, Hassan loses it on international television.
You ask about 30,000 people.
I've got 2 panelists here who've not had a word yet.
Because you're a terrorist.
Please stop talking.
Forcing the debate to end early.
Cut off their food. Cut off their water.
Okay.
Yeah, the slight.
You know what? I'm going to cut
Israel
off. I'm
provides
going to cut off this
79%
debate.
of their electricity. The rest is Hamas.
I'm going to cut off the
That's
debate
not
because
Israel.
we're getting
Israel
absolutely
provides-
nowhere. But I appreciate everybody joining me. Thank you very much indeed.
He famously did a fluff piece for the Houthi terrorists, giving their pirating operation
Yeah.
the stamp of approval from him and his entire audience.
That's so fire. Oh my god. Dude, we think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Hassan would get so much backlash for this, he would rewrite history only a month later, acting like he never knew this kid was a pirate.
I had a random teenager from Yemen on this broadcast, and these dipshits literally kept saying he's an anti-Semitic, homophobic, gay people executing terrorist Houthi who killed probably a bunch of fucking sailors. Random Yemeni teenager.
He literally talks about being a Houthi on his social media, saying you should only be afraid if you're a Jew. And when it comes to engaging with different points of view or criticism, Hassan is as dishonest as ever.
Shouldn't you be trying to convince these people of the right thing instead of ostracizing them? Man, suck my fucking dick, dumb f. These people are fucking brain broken. You don't know what the f you're talking about.
This is gonna be a classic. That's the thing, there's a lot of dishonest folks on the internet that you have to protect yourself from, like data brokers who steal your information and sell.
I've been working a long time now. I've been working for free.
You see Hassan streaming other people's videos all the time. It's hard work. He's really exhausted by it. He claimed that streaming was more soul-sucking and draining on his social battery than a normal job.
Yes, a real job can be gruesome. A real job can make you very tired. But a real job doesn't suck the soul out of you. You know what I mean? In the same way that 9 hours of streaming absolutely will.
I sympathize that every line of work is going to have its days where it's hard, but comparing streaming in any way to a real job is so out of touch, especially coming from the guy who leaves to eat midstream while other people's videos play. Hassan would obviously get a lot of heat for that, so he'd quote tweet me saying, "It's wild how this completely out of context clip made its way to Twitter so fast. I was talking about how streaming eats away at my social battery compared to my sales job, but people already understand the context, they just disagree. His own chat disagrees. Comparing it to retail work is just so funny. He's trying to get his chat to ratio me on stream while they're telling him he has a bad take."
Pass. It was a bad take. Let's just move on. Because imagine a soul-crushing job and then you still don't have money to take care of your family. Yeah, I famously say work is not soul-crushing. I don't understand. This is why people stop watching? No, man. It's not because of hater content that people stop watching. Your chat is not even on your side with the real reason why people stop watching is because shit like this pops, dude. It bangs. It bangs on Twitter. It's like, and new people that would normally filter in here are immediately fucking negatively polarized against me. That's it.
When people would ask Hassan what he thought of the criticism, he would say that he's too much of an adult to be bothered by it.
Where do you see the what we take? I did not. I did not look at any of these takes. You want to know why? Because I'm a motherfucking adult who lives in the real world, and it doesn't matter.
But as the stream progressed, it became increasingly obvious that it definitely did bother him. Muda would point out that even with the extra context, he still disagrees. And as Sam would say, Muda is just posturing.
It's honestly posturing specifically to be like, I, as an online content creator, am very close to you guys. I'm just like you. I hate when streamers say stuff like this. I'm very different. And it's like, bro, you know, you understand the context of it. It doesn't... You understand the context of what I said. You see that it's like clipped out of context, and then you double down on the clipping out of context, and you say, well, even in context is still stupid.
He then pulls up Muda's tweets on Palestine to discredit him and show that he's a bad person.
That's crazy that the fucking fence is holding him. That's crazy. He's sitting hard on that thing, dude. He's like, this genocide stuff is very complex.
But Hassan would hit a boiling point when Ludwig would upload a video disagreeing with him.
There ain't no fucking way MAGA Male made a huge streaming controversy video. There's no fucking way. This motherfucker avoided, like the plague, 8 Nick Merckx LGBT controversies only to turn around and make a MAGA Male. What is the thumbnail? Let me see this. Streaming is the hardest job on earth.
He's so mad. So Ludwig shows all the context and he still disagrees, making a lighthearted joke about Hassan, and Hassan feels devastated.
But I wanted to talk about this as a streamer myself for almost 6 years now on how hard it really is. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I would look. I just.
Oh God, it just annoys me because like it's such a fake fucking thing to do. It's just literally using someone who you're friends with, like being maliciously clipped out of context to be like, I'm actually one of the good content creators. I know how privileged I am. It's like, yeah, I do too.
When Hassan says something is out of context, it's never missing context. It just means they disagree with him. Hassan would go full mask off when an audience member pointed this out.
Yeah, it's like no different than what Muda did. He showed the context though. It doesn't matter that he showed the context. It's just a way to just literally farm off the fucking drama.
Well, then don't say it's out of context. Hassan doesn't have any way to really defend himself, so he molds and then just goes back to saying everything's out of context.
I got used like a cum rag for a Rocket Mortgage ad, dude. Come on. Dude, come on, bro. Don't farm me like that. Jesus Christ. That's lame as fuck, actually. Like, I thought he was at least gonna... Oh, yeah. For a good cause, at least? Yeah, dude. He's a great cause. He threw me to the flames, posted a fucking Twitter... a fake tweet, said that, you know, we are so privileged, actually, which he's right, we are. He just said it was out of context, farmed me regardless, moved on to be like, look how nice I am, and sold a fucking Rocket Mortgage ad in the process.
Hassan would end his stream and his fans would try to pressure Ludwig into taking down the video.
You should call Hassan and apologize. Why is Hassan mad? What did I do?
Oh no. Fucking fan.
What did I do? Because I'm a mogul male?
Did call Hassan, he's crying unironically.
Oh, well, I mean, shit, if that's the deal, I'll just fucking pull him out of the thumbnail, and then I feel like it doesn't really matter much, right? I feel like outside the thumbnail, you can't really make that argument much.
But this wouldn't be enough for him, so Ludwig would take down the video and re-record the whole thing, siding with Hassan the whole time.
People don't really give a shit about the context. People don't really give a shit about the conversation. They just care about getting Twitter likes, which is all this really is, which is why people like Keemstar are tweeting out shit like this, just, you know, just for a dunk sesh, because nobody gives a fucking shit. Nobody gives a rat's ass about the facts or about any people involved. They just care about a little Twitter like, little impression.
Ludwig got a single DM that said no balls and then showed a tweet about bringing assassinations back. For some reason, acting like this was a serious threat.
And this is the one that set me over the edge. Now, this is a DM from a guy that just said no balls because I removed the video. Again, what the fucking plan to re-upload the video? But he messages me and he says no balls. Now, you know, by itself, you don't think much of it. But then I clicked on his Twitter account and I see that he said this: wish assassinations were a real thing. And this isn't a quote retweet to people in this situation. Not trying to say who. I'm not trying to get demonetized.
Hi, let's hear your beautiful voice, twink for all.
All right, let me see. Oh, and by the way, for those of you... Oh, wait, wrong thing. For those of you wondering what I've been drawing this whole time... I will twinkle for you in just a moment. Drawing a corn monster. Let me just finish coloring this in. I'm gonna... I think red for the eyes would make sense. Maybe orange. Like a weird orange. There you go. There's my corn monster. All right. Twinkle, twinkle.
That's a good pick.
Well, thank you, Corn Man. Glad you appreciate it. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Up above the world so high, like a diamond in the sky. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. When the blazing sun is set, and the grass with dew is wet, then you show your little light. Twinkle, twinkle all the night. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. Then the traveler in the dark thanks you for your tiny spark. He cannot see which way to go if you did not twinkle so. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. As your bright and tiny spark lights the traveler in the dark, though I know not what you are. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. There you go. Hope you enjoyed that twinkling, Corn Man. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Dies here. But what a crazy thing for Mr. Penis Head to say.
Why is it crazy? His name is Mr. Penis Head. It's got a single like, and Ludwig's virtue signaling about how un-American this guy is.
Can now be a guy who's wishing for assassinations, cause why? The guy you don't like online is millionaire? Said something you don't like? It's the most un-American thing I ever heard in my fucking life. What's more beautiful about being an American than seeing someone you don't fucking like, but they're allowed to say whatever the fuck you don't like? Blows my mind.
Why are we taking Mr. Penis Head's joke tweets so seriously? Hassan's literally tweeted a picture of the same 3D printed gun that was used to assassinate the former Japanese prime minister. And he did this to a United States senator. But Mr. Penis Head, way too far. Ludwig's a coward for taking this video down. It's so funny to me that Hassan has this expectation that his friends need to defend him at every turn for every dumb thing he says. Vosh's community makes fun of Hassan for his poor coverage of Ukraine. And Hassan wants it down.
This is not a leftist community at all, for the record. I don't know. I really thought so. I reached out to Vosh earlier today. I was like, listen, dude, I see something going on that I don't like. I'm letting you know it's a never-ending death spiral. It will turn out bad if you just like allow this kind of shit to foster. And he was like, he was literally like, yeah, no, off. Like, these were legitimate criticisms. I was like, bro, they were literally clipping shit from my Twitter where I was criticizing Russia to make it seem like I was pro-Russia. How is that in any way, shape, or form?
Oh, yeah, Hassan's not pro-Russia. Let's see. When he said, Russia actually has a legal claim to the Donbass region and Ukraine should just lay down their arms and let Russia take over. Yeah, that's not being fucking pro-Russia. Okay.
Legitimate criticism.
Wasn't he also pushing the whole NATO encroachment narrative too? Hassan's absolutely being pro-Russia.
He's lying again, saying it's out of context when it's not. I have a whole video documenting it.
How am I? I'm doing pretty good, guns blazing. Can't complain.
QC ranks Hassan a little lower on a tier list, and Hassan cries about it.
Like, whenever your chat was like calling me out or whatever, when mentioning Moon and NMP Lol, Asmongold, and all these other content creators actually, whipping their communities when their chat is going absolutely bananas over random dumb shit and bringing my name up for no fucking reason. And I thought that for the past year, you were just allowing that shit to run rampant in your chat, and I thought that was fucked up, especially as someone who thought we were friends. I think that's a reasonable expectation for someone who you consider to be a friend.
But when Ethan was begging Hassan to moderate his chat from calling him pro...
Yeah, people keep asking me about it's virtual pornography, the children aren't real, but the dangers are, why the Ashcroft court got it wrong. I still want to read that paper. Dodo sent it to me, but I haven't bothered reading it yet.
Genocide every 30 seconds. Hassan's like, it's out of my hands. You did it to yourself.
By the way, I'm not even defending I'm not even like, I'm just trying to tell you guys how it feels. And I'm fucking shocked that you don't care that people in your chat are saying, who the fuck is this child, cold, arrogant, as fuck.
I love you, but there's only so much I can do.
How can you be surprised when your Discord is literally full of
Ethan, I love you, but there's only so much I can do if you're making that argument. You know that, right? Like, at a certain point, you're an adult, and the words that you're saying are going to be perceived by people in a certain way.
At what point is Hassan responsible for the words that come out of his mouth? Zero self-awareness.
I've gotten numb to the criticism. Like, it's not. As a matter of fact, I seek it out now.
That's bullshit.
No lube.
So what you gonna do? If you number one, shove it up your ass and make it number two.
Oh. Hassan didn't like Destiny's debate with Ben Shapiro. He called Destiny an idiot for not picking apart Ben's points. Hassan's advice that he tries to give Destiny is terrible. He's like, never let Ben explain anything.
The problem is you shouldn't actually ever ask him like, how do you enforce that? Because then you're kind of conceding. You're giving him an opportunity to describe his like idiotic worldview, and Ben is a very skilled debater, and he will try to.
He's not. Ben is a terrible debater. The only debates he does well in are either gun control debates where he just happens to be correct, or debating like fucking 16-year-old college kids or something.
Present his Handmaiden Tale as dystopia in like a relatively positive way.
But that's how good conversations work. One person talks and then the other person responds. If you don't go down their logical thought process, how will you ever understand their argument? It's no wonder all of Hassan's debates turn into screaming matches. Now, this debate was widely praised for being civil, respectable, and for allowing there to be a deeper conversation than just name calling. I don't want to show you too much because it's a little dry. It's a politically nuanced conversation.
Hassan is unfortunately the dumbest guy here.
That debate was terrible because of the format in which it took place in. Fucking Lex Friedman is a goddamn idiot. He interjects at stupid points in the debate, and he forces them to change topics when they haven't resolved some of the debate points in the previous topics. Like, that's what made the debate terrible.
Here this time, please just simply tell me why you think that is the case instead of just saying that and making yourself feel smart. Because that is what dumb guys do.
My guy, that's you. The master debater Hassan, would get a chance to show off his debate tactics on Piers Morgan, but unfortunately would run into someone as stubborn as himself. Emily is pro-Israeli Hassan. She's loud and overly dramatic, demonizing everyone.
How dare you say it's okay to talk about an intifada?
My goal is solutions. Your goal is the continuation of violence.
Yeah, these two were made for each other. I ship them. When going on a show to debate Israel-Palestine, the number one question you will be asked is, do you think October 7th was justified? And Hassan refuses to answer directly.
It does seem that you're very selective about the violence that you support. That when you support it, it's justified. When other people use things in a violent way that you don't support, it's unjustified. Seems like it's all skewed to what Hassan Piker thinks.
Well, not necessarily just what I think. I think that there are obvious markers, obvious boundaries. I don't think violence against civilians is justified. I have talked about October 7 on this very same show, saying that it was a tragedy. It was atrocities that occurred on October 7.
He tried to downplay the amount of deaths that occurred. He was saying Israel exaggerated the amount of deaths, and he also tried to justify what Hamas did. And I think he was also spreading misinformation about Israeli Apache pilots being responsible for a large portion of the amount of deaths when it's been proven false.
Specifically, when you target civilians in any capacity, I think that that is unacceptable. However, this does not mean that violence will not occur in many circumstances. Violence has occurred in every single revolutionary action, many good revolutionary actions.
Piers now asks the obvious question, which is, does Hamas attack count as one of those good revolutionary actions?
Was what Hamas did on October the 7th an example of what you would call a justified revolution?
I don't look at every single act of violence. I look at
You've literally just been reciting a whole load of them.
Systems of oppression.
Why are you
analyzing it.
Why are
And
you
do it
avoiding
too, Piers.
October the 7th?
You do it too.
No, I don't.
I'm not avoiding it. I've talked about it a million times
Well,
over.
let me ask you one more time.
This is not what we're here to discuss.
Emily, hang on.
This is not what we're here to
Hassan?
discuss.
Am I autistic? I could be. I might be.
Let me just ask you directly one more time.
Just answer the question. He doesn't, so Piers asks again.
Let me ask you one more time. Do you believe what happened on October the 7th was a justified act of revolution? Yes or no?
I do not. And I do think that oh, wait, hold on. That's let me clarify. Let me clarify. Something very
Uh-oh. Yeah, if you're a pro-Palestinian, you have to be in support of Hamas. He didn't oops.
important here.
How do you not have an answer ready? He talks about how Israel is an apartheid regime, continuing to dodge the question, so Piers continues to ask it.
I just want to bring in our two British panelists here, but just finally, just to clarify, Hassan, I can't quite work out whether you said you do think October the 7th was an unjustified act of revolution or whether you change your mind. So can you clarify?
I think that violent means of maintaining an apartheid is inevitably going to yield violent retaliation.
Just say yes. If your argument is that these people have been abused and oppressed for so long that this was the only option they had, then fine. That's not an illegal position. He's so worried about optics, he can't even communicate what he thinks.
I do not. And I do think that oh, wait, hold on. That's let me clarify.
I find it funny that when Piers does this to opposing guests, Hassan loves it. He calls it real journalism.
Here is a 5-minute fest where Piers Morgan actually genuinely becomes a journalist for a brief moment. Let's watch.
You've literally no idea how many civilians you've been killing.
I can tell you definitively that our aim is to go after Hamas.
You have no...
Like, by the way, Piers Morgan is actually a very good interviewer, and I've never seen him go easy on anybody. So if anybody comes onto his program, especially one-on-one, and they don't have, and they're not prepared, yeah, they're gonna falter like this.
Corn for all. Watch this.
Let me take a look. That inspires me. Let's do another corn-related drawing. Let me see, Granite.
Did you hear about this new cringe trend by pro-Palestinians? They're not blocking all celebrities that are either Jewish or pro-Israeli. Lol. This guy's also a pro-Russian communist.
Let me take a look.
Blocked 2024, baby. I'm blocking everybody out here. The Rock, blocked. Dr. Phil and the pro-Netanyahu propaganda he's been posting, blocked. Oprah, blocked. Donate some more money to Maui. Natalie Portman, you were good in Star Wars, but you're a Zionist, blocked. Gal Gadot, shouldn't even have to explain this one. She's got Stand With Israel in her bio, blocked. Taylor Swift, blocked. Her boyfriend, blocked. Justin...
Yeah, I never was a big fan of Gal Gadot, but I've gotten some more respect for her for being outright pro-Israeli.
Bieber, blocked. Someone let me know if he posts another...
You know what's funny? Justin Bieber used to live about, like, 5 minutes away from me. He actually had a property very, very close in Guelph, like about 5 minutes away. And he had a weird security team where... we were keeping horses next to, or one horse, we only had one, but we were boarding our horse at a boarding barn. His place is right next to there. Sometimes, like, horses would run off into his property or something, and his security team would throw a fucking fit.
Another picture of Gaza with the caption, "Pray for Israel." Madonna, blocked. She's a Zionist and her face scares me. Adam Sandler, blocked. This one hurt. Go back and watch Don't Mess With the Zohan. It's pure Zionist Mossad propaganda. Floyd Mayweather, blocked.
Yeah, fucking Adam Sandler's based.
Blocked. This one also hurt. He's never been a good guy, but he is an incredible athlete, and now he's blocked. Jerry, the egotistical Zionist Seinfeld, blocked. Michael Rappaport, blocked. I'm not even sure that he counts as a celebrity. I get more traction on social media than he does. Kim Kardashian, blocked. And I laughed really hard when she got booed at the roast of Tom Brady. Speaking of Tom Brady, I don't know if I can bring myself to block him. I'll just block his ex-wife. And him. Block 2024, baby. Let me know what other celebrities...
What is that going to do exactly?
The Midwestern Marks Discord? is now public. If you want
Yeah,
to
it's
learn how to
pretty
be a
jacked.
jacked communist, go to the link in my bio and join the Discord, the most jacked communist community on the planet. We're pro-Palestinian, we're anti-imperialist, we're pro-worker, and we're here to teach you about Marxism. Join the newly public Midwestern Marx Discord today. Link is in my bio. I gotta go.
Okay, so this dude is a deranged fucking whack job. Yes, let's block massively famous Hollywood celebrities. That will do something, apparently. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Wait. What's the one I was using before? Inking... What was I using? Drawing, that's it. Or is it? Sketching, there we go. Corn on the mind. Yeah, corn's good.
No idea how many civilians you've killed. If you know exactly how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, you must know how many civilians you've killed.
Piers, with respect, don't put words into my mouth, please. I didn't say exactly 14,000. I said around 14,000. Whereas Hamas will come out with precise numbers that statisticians
Give me a
will look at.
ballpark number for civilians.
Well, you can use the ballpark as far as the Hamas figures, which I reject as being false.
Well, if they're false, why would you give me those?
I gave you the numbers that I had.
No, you told me you know how many Hamas terrorists you've killed, but you don't seem to have any idea how many civilians you've killed.
I saw a TikTok about this, and they were all saying you turned Piers Morgan into a believer. Yeah, I don't know what happened.
We can watch corn history. Love me some corn.
Let me see.
Corn currently accounts for more than 1/10 of our global crop production. The United States alone has enough cornfields to cover Germany. But while other crops we grow come in a range of varieties, over 99% of cultivated corn is the exact same type, yellow dent number 2. This means that humans grow more yellow dent number 2 than any other plant on the planet. So how did this single variety of this single plant become the biggest success story in agricultural history? Nearly 9,000 years ago, corn, also called maize, was first domesticated from teosinte, a grass native to Mesoamerica. Teosinte's rock-hard seeds were barely edible, but its fibrous husk could be turned into a versatile material. Over the next 4,700 years, farmers bred the plant.
Lol. That communist kid debated Vosh and got exposed as a clout shark. You have to be a complete moron if you get called out and lost a debate to a pedophile.
Ed, Russia.
Well, I wouldn't call Vosh a pedophile, but he is a horse freak.
You're so
Russia
insecure. Oh my God, Ed, it's over. No performance now will make anyone think you did well in the first 9/10 of this conversation. Okay, the most you can hope for is healthy reconciliation.
But I'm gonna gain so many followers and subscribers from this debate, just like I do every time we interact. Because every time we interact, people see that I'm an honest actor and you are full of shit.
So you're admitting that it's a clout shark, but you see, he knows that he's lost, so he literally will not stop talking now. You won't stop talking because you know every moment I speak, I sound more rational than you. You've admitted you're a clout shark. You have no investment in this besides the clout it gives you, and you earn your audience. I know that you lie. What you don't understand is that I don't have to, and I feel confident about my points, which is why I shut up. You have.
Vosh is unironically a what is it called? Existential realist, where anything he believes is true is therefore true. And he's also openly stated that he thinks it's a good thing to lie to support a cause you believe in. So for Vosh to say that, that's a bit of a stretch.
You have nothing. But one day, you will realize that you can't live a life on lying for clout. And when that happens, I will be far more willing to accept you in reconciliation than your people ever would me. Okay?
Yeah, if you lose a debate to Vosh, that's how you know you're wrong. Thanks for the donation, that Will Mage.
Into a staple crop with larger cobs and edible kernels. As maize spread throughout the Americas, it took on an important role, with multiple indigenous societies revering a corn mother as the goddess who created agriculture. When Europeans first arrived in America, they shunned the strange plant. Many even believed it was the source of physical.
Can you make another portal horizontally instead of vertically in Minecraft?
I have no idea. I don't know how Minecraft works, so you'd have to ask somebody who plays Minecraft. Thanks for the donation, though, Scare Theater.
And cultural differences between them and the Mesoamericans. However, their attempts to cultivate European crops in American soil quickly failed, and the settlers were forced to expand their diet. Finding the crop to their taste, maize soon crossed the Atlantic, where its ability to grow in diverse climates made it a popular grain in many European countries. But the newly established United States was still the corn capital of the world. In the early 1800s, different regions across the country produced strains of varying size and taste. In the 1850s, however, these unique varieties proved difficult for train operators to package, and for traders to sell. Trade boards in rail hubs like Chicago encouraged corn farmers to breed one standardized crop. This dream would finally be realized at 1893's World's Fair, where James Reed's yellow dent corn won the blue ribbon. Over the next 50 years, yellow dent corn swept the nation. Following the technological developments of World War II, mechanized harvesters became widely available. This meant a batch of corn that previously took a full day to harvest by hand could now be collected in just 5 minutes. Another wartime technology, the chemical explosive ammonium nitrate, also found new life on the farm. With this new...
Well, this is misinformation. People already knew that ammonia nitrate could be used for explosives, but the development of ammonia nitrate was for agriculture. It was just later used for explosives.
New synthetic fertilizer, farmers could plant dense fields of corn year after year without the need to rotate their crops and restore nitrogen to the soil. While these advances made corn an attractive crop to American farmers, U.S. agricultural policy limited the amount farmers could grow to ensure high sale prices. But in 1972, President Richard Nixon removed these limitations while negotiating massive grain sales to the Soviet Union. With this new trade deal and World War II technology, corn production exploded into a global phenomenon. These mountains of maize inspired numerous corn into a low-cost sweetener known as high-fructose corn syrup. This allowed for inexpensive meat production, which in turn increased the demand for meat and corn feed. Yet the spread of this wonder crop has come at a price. Global water sources are polluted by excess ammonium nitrate from cornfields. Corn accounts for a large portion of agriculture-related carbon emissions, partly due to the increased meat production it enables. The use of high-fructose corn syrup may be a contributor to diabetes and obesity. And the rise of monoculture farming has left our food supply dangerously vulnerable to pests and pathogens.
Yes, corn is amazing.
But it's a shocking display. And as a fair and balanced reporter of facts, I will hand it to Piers. This is an unimaginable W.
But when Piers does the same thing to Hassan because he won't answer, that's because he's biased. Piers repeated the question one more time, and it about breaks Hassan.
Hassan, just before I come to the two people who are with me here, I just need some clarity here, because it seems like you're dancing around whether you think October the 7th was justified or not.
Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this back and forth masturbation? I've already given you my position.
Why are you doing this?
I'm
He's
sick and
happy.
tired
It's
of
Jews
repeating it
being
over and over again.
Okay,
because it's Jews, it's okay.
Ask this
Emily,
demon next to me wearing a fucking IDF dog tag.
Only when it's Jews, it's okay.
Please
Ask
stop
this
shouting
fucking
at each
demon next
other.
to me wearing an IDF dog tag if she actually thinks Israel's
No,
actions are
bring them
justifiable.
home.
Do you
It's
see
to
me
bring the
rocking the
hostages
fucking...
home. The hostages
All right,
that you
you're talking
rightly
over each
believe
other.
It doesn't
belong in
matter.
the
Right. You know what
tunnels
it
of
is.
This whole time, by the way, the other two
God.
panelists haven't even been introduced. Hassan then asked the inverse question to Emily, but she answers very clearly.
Stop doing this to each other, please.
Emily,
Nobody
Emily,
can understand a
can you
word
condemn the
either of you are
actions of
saying.
Israel?
Now let me come to Esther and James here. This is one of my problems.
No, I want to
actually.
hear if Emily condemns
No,
the
no,
actions
Hassan,
of Israel.
you
Why
will
don't you ask
please
her
let me
about that?
moderate the debate.
Why don't you ask her about
I don't condemn
30,000
the idea.
people
I've got two
killed?
panelists here who've not had a word yet.
Exactly, because you're a
they
fucking
kidnapped
Please
terrorist.
civilians
stop
from their
talking.
homes. And I think you're a terrorist.
So yeah, this has been very productive. Finally, Esther answers that same October 7th question, and she does so precisely and clearly while bodying these two clowns.
This happened in a vacuum. Of course, October the 7th was an atrocity, and it was completely unjustified. There was no justification for butchering people in the way that they did. But it didn't happen in a vacuum. A lot of the people that live in Gaza weren't even born at the time that Hamas came in power. So I really just... I despise this, you're a terrorist sympathizer, you're a genocide supporter, all of this, when really the people that we should be talking about deserve better.
Okay, James, on the wider point of these protests.
Well, I couldn't get to that part because I wanted to describe what the apartheid is, and Emily cut in immediately to chirp about some random shit.
Okay.
He's so salty.
Look, Hassan.
But
hang on, Emily, please, I'll come to you. Let me just ask Hassan. When you and Emily go at each other like you just did.
What? Thought Jasmine called me.
Nobody wins. I mean, no one can really understand a word you're saying because you're shouting over each other. You end up just calling each other terrorists. There's no there's no sensible dialogue here. There's no constructive conversation. It's just two implacably opposed sides abusing each other. Do you understand that?
Yeah, listen, Piers, okay? This is going to always be a very heated discussion, okay? Having a conversation about how heated this discussion is utterly unproductive.
How are you supposed to have a productive conversation on this topic, educating people, if everyone is so emotional they can't even let each other speak? He's so emotional he can't even see the obvious flaws in his logic. The point he tries to make is absurd.
You tell me I'm wearing an IDF dog tag. I'm wearing a bring them home for the hostages that you... No, it says bring them home.
You're using the hostages as a simple political tool to make propaganda in the West. Is quite disgusting. The protests that are happening in Israel right now are massive.
Are a political tool?
And those protests,
what?
You are using humans in captivity as a political tool. It's so obvious.
Yeah, but so is Hamas, right? That's why they took the hostages in the first place, to use them as political tools. James correctly points this out, and Hassan loses it.
Anyone is using hostages, surely it's Hamas.
Ukraine swarming Russia with drones and Russia's defenseless. Watch the first 3 minutes if you don't want to watch the rest. Would you be in favor of Ukraine attacking Russia with American missiles?
Yeah, it would be. I don't see any problem with that.
I wanted to talk about one of the largest drone attacks in the history of the war across Russia, just hitting different locations. But the main location that it seemed to be aiming at was a port along the coastline here, about 450 kilometers away from Ukrainian positions in the south. So these drones were launched way over here, 80 of them, to hammer.
Like, it shows you how undeveloped Russia's infrastructure is if Ukraine can get drones to travel that fucking far without getting intercepted.
This port. And, well, let's just say they were doing pretty good work, because you can see they made impact. Now, what's interesting about this drone attack, at least to me, what's interesting about this drone attack is that, I don't know if there's this one video that was just perplexing to me. I wonder if I can find it. No, it's not here. Where is it? I think it is in this geo-confirmed Ukraine segment. I think it's one of these ones below. But there's this one video from this attack, and I could point out every single oil refinery that got blown up or different things like that. I don't think that's really super necessary right now. But it was just drone after drone after drone not getting intercepted. And it makes me wonder just how strained the Russian air defense system is if drones can travel like this freely across Russia, just for kilometers and kilometers inside Russian territory. Look at this. They don't end. There's been over 80 of them. All of this scum flying towards the port, the coast, the terminals. The guy on camera is Russian. Fucking exploding, and air defenses are working. Shit, they're flying in a row. Bastards. It's a mess. Moron. And there's another one. 3 in a row. They just keep coming. The swarm's flying. 20 in 15 minutes. This is crazy. The air defense, it's not working at all. This bullshit's been going on since 2 a.m. It's 2:30 a.m.
Это с 2 часов ночи такая херня. С 2:30 где-то началось.
Бля, это пиздец. Fuck, it's pretty crazy. You hear that? Oh shit, it hit the overpass.
Бля, на эстакаду прилетело. На эстакаду прилетело. Все, нет эстакады.
We don't have the overpass anymore. And no tanks. We fucking waited.
Дождались бы. Охуеть.
Fucking hell. Point is, one of the largest drone attacks of the war, and during this drone attack, it seemed like the Russians were having trouble intercepting the incoming projectiles. Not that they announced it that way, but that's certainly what the video evidence suggests. But that's not the only...
Yeah, I think it would be an overall good if Ukraine would be allowed to use American missiles to actually directly attack Russia within Russian territory. But right now they have those restrictions. But I think it'd probably be good for them tactically speaking. They do have to use their they do have to use the equipment they're getting from the US mindfully, like they don't have an infinite supply, so might also be part of why there are those restrictions on the use of American weapons. But thanks for the donation, Mola.
San, how can you say that? How can you use that argument? That's a crazy thing to say. It's Hamas that...
New Frank vid, watch it Blackie.
We've already watched it, unless he just uploaded a new one. Let me see. Frank Tufano. Yeah, we already watched the shitty pancake recipe. Thanks for the donation, though, Poru.
Now can I
have
use that
taken
argument?
these
There
people
are
from their
currently
homes,
tens of thousands of people in
murdered their
Israel.
relatives.
There are currently tens of thousands of Israeli citizens right now in the streets of Israel, in the streets of Tel Aviv, outside of Benjamin Netanyahu's house, protesting every single day. What are they protesting? They're protesting for Benjamin Netanyahu to facilitate a ceasefire with Hamas so that they can actually bring the hostages home. That is.
By the way, Hassan is such an ignoramus. He doesn't understand how some of these talks have gone. Israel was willing to negotiate a temporary ceasefire for hostages, but every time there were these discussions, Hamas would say, well, we don't know where this person is, we're not sure if they're alive. Like, Israel wanted 40 hostages, and then Hamas said, we can give you 33, but we're not actually sure how many of those 33 are alive. Some of them we've just been taking the bodies. Then Israel's like, okay, whatever, and then they invaded Rafah. So, like, it's not as if Israel has no interest in negotiating hostage return. It's just that Hamas is fucking retarded and incompetent, and they're the ones usually failing when it comes to these hostage deals.
Precisely the
But
number one
who
goal
here
of
is
the
using
family
the
members of the hostages.
Who
And
is
if
using the
anyone
hostages?
on this panel was
No,
being
answer
even a
that
little bit
question.
honest,
You
they would
changed-
recognize
You're
the
not listening to
reality
my
that,
question.
listen, just listen.
You didn't listen to my question.
James is right. He's dodging.
Paru donate $2. That last dono wasn't me, Blackie. Okay, well, thank you for clearing that up. Appreciate the donation, Paru.
His question.
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to
That's
imply
very
here.
patronizing.
Utilizing the hostages. Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from London about Palestine.
Drake can't stay silent forever. Donated $2. Let me see.
Baby, we gotta definitely write a song about how we do not diddle kids. Do not diddle kids, it's no good diddling kids.
There is no quicker way for people to think that you are diddling kids than by writing a song about it.
You gotta write a song. It's just I wouldn't do it with anybody younger than my daughter. No little kids, gotta be big, older than my wife, younger than my daughters.
Yeah, Drake has some very fucking sus behavior, for sure.
It's Drake. I just want to wish you a happy birthday. You're 13 today. I hope you enjoy it. Hope you have a great day. 13, it's a big day. Your dad's got to get you whatever you want and do whatever you say for one day. Other than that, you got to listen to your dad because that's the man. Happy birthday. What's up?
Yeah, thanks for the donation. Drake can't stay silent forever.
And doing a both sides are fine type bullshit. Or you're talking about how you want to free Palestine, but also simultaneously, both sides got a lot going on. Shut the up. You don't know anything, okay?
Bro, this guy lives in a $3 million home in California and drives a $250,000 Porsche. You're all equally unqualified.
I don't give a shit about what your perspective is.
Hassan doesn't like what you have to say, so you're wrong. It's not. It's Hassan's way or the highway.
I mean, you
Wow,
are. You
really
are. There is no
clever
both
you
sides
are.
on a genocide. Is there a
Really
both sides of a
clever.
genocide? There is no both sides.
The thing is, it's interesting you should mention the hostages.
There
What
is
is
no
in the
both
Hamas
sides
charter?
and
They want
apartheid.
to
shit.
Piers ends the debate early because Emily and Hassan won't stop talking over each other. The dialogue is completely fruitless. He stares in the camera, looking like he wants to end it all.
Say
Yes,
we are
Hamas
fighting
is
human
human
animals and
animals.
we have to cut off their
Hamas-
electricity,
correct.
cut off their food, cut off their water.
Okay.
Yeah, the slight.
You know what? I'm
Israel-
going to cut
Israel
off. I'm
provides
going to cut off this
79%
debate.
of their electricity. The rest is Hamas.
I'm going to cut off the
That's
debate
not
because
Israel.
we're getting
Israel
absolutely
provides-
nowhere. But I appreciate everybody joining me. Thank you very much indeed.
Hassan's debate strategy was much more entertaining than Destiny's debate with Ben, but I didn't learn a goddamn thing. Nobody watching this changed their opinion or learned anything new about the conflict. Hassan does nothing for this topic. Even he agrees that it was a complete waste of time.
I unironically realized, like, this is, I can't have these conversations with people who are just like dick riding Israel into oblivion. It's just not going to be productive discourse. I was screaming, dude. He probably loves you if you made good TV. No, we didn't make good TV because I nuked it. Probably came off unhinged.
I really do believe if he was just less emotional and engaged with arguments more directly, he would look a lot better. Instead, he frames it as everyone else is just doing this for career opportunities.
That's the problem. Every single one of these like pro-Israeli people are doing it for fucking career opportunities.
He gets mad at Brianna Wu for supporting how police handled protesters and compares her having the last name Wu to a white person saying the N-word.
How does she have the last name Wu? She married an Asian dude. And I guess like transitive property makes her Asian. I don't know. It's very strange. Like, okay, so I
Fuck. Like, yeah, usually you take up somebody's last name if you get married.
guess Riley Reid can say the N-word then. Like, what do you mean? It don't work that way.
Her last name is Wu because that's her husband's last name. What is he talking about? Hassan was terrible in this debate. He managed to make a majority pro-Palestine panel hate him. And I don't blame them. Hassan is the best thing to happen to the IDF. He makes his side look so crazy. He mocks Destiny for reading Wikipedia.
Seems like he does more research than you. No, you just came in here to say that because you don't know anything about the way I've covered this conflict. I have talked to academics on this issue over and over again. I've used their works. I've interviewed them directly. I've interviewed journalists on the fucking ground that have like actually been in Gaza.
By that he means he reads
Yeah, he never did any of that.
tweets and only talks to people who agree with him.
Yeah, it's funny. He fucking reads Twitter posts, and then he criticizes Destiny for using Wikipedia as a source. Like, oh my god.
But when he's asked to read a single article from an opposing viewpoint, he's like, nope, don't want to pay for it.
Why don't you read the whole article? Well, one, because it's paywalled, and two, I don't want to listen to an article about how calling Israel an apartheid regime.
I'm bisexual.
Well, good for you, Going Anders. Brave of you to come out. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Is wrong.
If you're so educated and know so much, go debate
Dragon
Destiny.
Tamer,
Piers
what's
has
up?
been trying to set it up.
So they think like that's the position to take.
The Piers Morgan people today reached out to me. They said, "Hi, would you be interested in debating Hassan Piker on either Tuesday or Thursday next week?" I said, yeah, sure, but there's no way he will agree. And they said, checking. We'll see.
Hassan's pretending this isn't happening. It's pathetic.
Just genocide all of them! Genocide the Middle East! Permanent third world genocide!
Another thing Hassan has been doing is he will literally break news. He will talk about things that nobody else has even reported on or talked about yet. There's no details released, but Hassan's got the inside scoop. He doesn't cite anything.
There has been a ceasefire negotiation process with a lot of back and forth for some time now. Israel is the party that has been ruining the ceasefire terms. I know that it takes two to tango, but for the most part, I would say that Hamas's conditions have been endlessly reasonable. Israel's reaction has been anything but.
How? Why? Quantify that, please. He won't.
Now, of course, if you look at the American news coverage, the Western media's coverage on the issue, you would you would basically come up with an entirely different opinion. Perhaps the exact opposite of what is the truth.
Okay, how?
So basically what I'm trying to say is the media is presenting what is actually happening, looking at what is actually happening and just presenting the exact opposite. Okay? The exact opposite.
Show me. Give me an article. The video he has on screen does not confirm any of it.
In this round of conversations, basically they claimed that like the Hamas acceptance was coming from an Egyptian envoy, and Egypt is also Hamas. Well, they didn't say that, but they said that the Egyptian terms were like infinitely softer than what the Israel would be down for or something. And this is after Hamas agreed to the latest proposal presented by Israel on April 27th. And there is no change in its elements. An official matter with the talks tells Reuters.
He's saying Hamas accepted Israel's ceasefire conditions with no changes and that Israel is backing out because they want to kill more people. This is insane news if true. Hassan's only source for this is a tweet. Like, bro, you gotta have more than this. He then immediately mocks and laughs at any report saying that Hamas may have changed the deal.
And the only thing that I've seen from Israel is that although it is their proposal, they know.
And again, Hamas did, in fact, change the deal. He just never bothers to actually research any of this and just goes off of a stupid fucking tweet.
No longer actually feel comfortable with it and are saying that maybe it's Egypt has softened that deal too much.
The details haven't been released yet. How is he mocking that? What if it's true? Only 2 days later, a U.S. official would report U.S. officials had pushed back on Hamas' claim that it agreed to a ceasefire deal, instead characterizing the response as a counter-proposal with changes. That counter-proposal will need further negotiation. So when this information would come out, would Hassan correct the story? Nope, he'd just continue his narrative. Israel reneged the terms.
That is why you saw celebration when the Palestinians heard that Hamas had accepted the ceasefire conditions, which were put together by an American and Egyptian and Qatari envoys as well, which Israel decided to renege on the terms and then turn around and say, actually, no, we didn't agree to this at all. We don't believe this at all. We are.
Alan Lutzius, Tony Tillers, Drake lost 565K betting on Tyson Fury. I think he may have a gambling problem. Well, it's probably chump change for him. I would have put my money on, what's his fucking name? I didn't think Tyson Fury was going to win, and I was right. He didn't. Fury just didn't have the stamina required to keep up an appropriate pace in that fight. Thanks for the donation, though, Alan.
Still going to continue with our Rafah invasion. Israel then also claimed that it was really fucked up of Hamas to act like they were accepting a ceasefire and getting the Palestinian hopes up.
And as usual, this guy doesn't cite anything. He just keeps the storyline going. That's the Hassan way.
It was funny to see like a brief moment from the media where they were like, Hamas accepted the conditions of the ceasefire, and then Israel reneged on the offer, only to very quickly turn back and be like, actually, no, Israel told us that it was Hamas that like fucked up the offer and added additional conditions, and that's why it's Hamas's fault. It's like, is there a moment that like Israel will be...
Who wins the Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson fight coming up?
My money is on Tyson. His age is a disadvantage, but the amount of experience that he has, and he still has really great physicality, and he's a much more skilled boxer, I think that's going to work in Tyson's favor. Thanks for the donation, though, Scare Theater.
At fault for any of this, or is it always just Hamas?
The media only ever reported that that's what Hamas said, which is not the same thing. Even the most staunch advocates have to admit it's a little bit ridiculous that Hassan will see a single tweet, come up with a narrative in his head, and then when the news releases more information, he goes, nope, they're wrong, my scenario's actually right. He's like this because his foreign policy is America bad all the time.
Let me explain to you 2 principles that you should keep with you, coming from a person who's Turkish, okay? When you look at a situation in the Middle East, you look at what the local government is and who the Western forces are. Never align with the Western forces. That's a principle that you could take home with you. If you want to actually be moral, or if you want to be smart about the way you analyze other countries, that's...
What an actual fucking moron, dude. Like, what an actual retard. So, I'm not going to look at any news sources. I don't care if there's any sort of objective confirmation of anything. I'm just going to side with Hamas regardless.
That's one basic principle that you can take home with you. All of a sudden, magically you are above on your foreign policy analysis. You're going to be better off than 90% of people that look at the situation.
That's not what analysis is, bro. That's called bias. Hassan isn't just bad at news, he does this on purpose. He's a propagandist, no different than the counter-protester he condemns. College protests have erupted across the country. Their goals vary, but they mainly want universities to stop working with companies that have financial ties to Israel. And the students have every right to do that. The debate comes when students build a Rust base and prevent other students from freely moving around campus. Ahmed tweeted about this, and Hassan responded saying students aren't being blocked from going to class. And Ahmed replied with a video.
You guys have closed the entrance. We are UCLA students. I have my ID right here. I'm being blocked off, not by the security guard, but by you two. You three. Oh, look, they're making their burger while.
I just watched Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes a sea in time and it was even better than I realized. You have to see this amazing movie VG. I hope it kicks Furiosa's ass at the box office.
Yeah, I'll probably see it sometime soon. Probably sometime during the week. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I'm going this way, excuse me. This is what they do. Everybody, look at this. Look at this. I'm a UCLA student. I deserve to go here. We pay tuition. This is our school. And they're not letting me walk in. My class is over there. I want to use that entrance. Okay, we're going. We're going. I'm going in. I have my hand.
Dude, I would fucking punch them right in their fucking teeth if they did that to me.
Hands up. I'm not hurting them. I'm not hurting them. That's what they do. That's what they do, everybody. You guys are promoting aggression. You guys are promoting hate. We're UCLA students, we deserve to be there.
Hassan writes, this is a Zionist counter-protester and they routinely try to enter the encampment to dox and harm students. Like he's doing here now to farm TikToks and dupe people who aren't there into thinking these students are trying to block him from going to class. He brought mace. Now Hassan's right in the sense that this guy isn't just trying to go to class. He's a counter-protester with the goal of making the protesters look bad. One look at his page proves that. The thing is there's no evidence of this guy trying to harm anybody. Hassan's acting like he was trying to start fights. Asman rightfully points out, I don't see him trying to harm anyone here. He's just talking to them. How is that a problem? Hassan then gets flustered. No, I was talking about the video you linked. He's been trying to enter the encampment to start fights for the past week. He's an agitator and has never been restricted from going to class. The vid you linked is cut specifically to invoke your response. So now this guy isn't just an annoying counter-protester, which was accurate. He's now trying to start fights and harm people. Asman asks, where are the videos of him starting fights then? If I look behind the people blocking him, there aren't any encampments at all either. I'm fine to condemn the guy, but I don't see any evidence of him doing anything wrong right now. And that's true. There's absolutely zero evidence of this guy trying to harm anyone. I tweeted about it, asking for a single clip of this guy causing any harm. It doesn't exist. There's something truly poetic about Hassan getting mad at an Israeli propagandist for lying, so his solution is to then lie about him, spreading his own propaganda. They're the same person. It's beautifully ironic. Hassan gets mad at
Mike donated $2. Let me see.
If you're a man out there and you want to be happy, you want a strong 7. The 10, no, she's a 10. It's too much drama. Okay, the 9 thinks she's a 10. That's too much drama. The 8 already knows that she's probably a 9, so even though it's not as much drama, it's still gonna cause you some issues. But the 7, the strong 7, knows that she's beautiful enough, she's smart enough, she brings enough to the table, but in the same breath, her ego is not out of control to the point where it will force your ego to infiltrate the proceedings and nothing gets accomplished.
Beauty is all in the eye of the beholder. There's plenty of extremely good-looking girls who don't even realize how good-looking they are because they're like self-conscious and shit, so it just all depends. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
At Asman, reiterating, he wasn't blocked from going to class. He's blocked from entering the encampment. Asman replies, if he's a student and he can't go somewhere in the school because people are blocking him, it's wrong. They have no right or justification to decide who can or can't go somewhere on campus. And Asman is completely right. If you want to make a guy like this look bad, let him into the encampment and film him being an asshole. He just repeats his own misinformation until it becomes a fact. Which reminds me, it's raining bullshit tonight. A lot of people are unhappy with how police have handled protesters, but Hassan makes it seem like a slaughter.
Instead of that, they did a show of force. They said, no, this is a fascist police state, actually. How dare you fucking say anything mean about Israel? We will fucking kill you. We will pack you up. We will arrest you. Like, all you need to do is just go out there and be a voice
And people still lose their minds. They're like, this is unhinged. Like, we have to kill you. We have to arrest you.
Someone in chat would argue that the police didn't handle the protest as poorly as most other countries. Hassan would rightfully condemn them for making such a pointless argument.
It's not bad unless it's the worst thing possible. Yeah, I know. How could you be complaining? How could you be complaining about police response when German police were locking up Jews and gay people and socialists and Roma people and disabled people and putting them in concentration camps and killing them? Like, you don't have to compare everything to the worst fucking thing that has ever happened.
I completely agree with Hassan here. Something doesn't have to be the equivalent of Nazi Germany to still be considered bad. Hassan would follow this up by forgetting he ever said this and compare.
You can be a 2 and have a big ego, and that's straight up my G.
Yeah, you can. You can indeed. Just look at all the fat black women that exist. Thanks for the donation going, Anders.
Everything to Nazi Germany.
There's so many.
And if it does, then even strong female characters can't handle those apes together strong.
Yes. Chimpanzees, especially when they're hyper intelligent, are hard to deal with. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Many things that have occurred throughout history that are objectively infinitely more violent than what these students are doing that you agree with. Fighting against Nazi Germany. Obviously, a shit ton of violence occurred there, and it was perfectly righteous and perfectly just.
Ben Shapiro thinks 2-parent households would solve a lot of problems in society. Nazi Germany.
He's a fascist. Him bringing up Nazi Germany as a moral regression is an awesome point. Turn around and go, yeah, that's exactly the kind of moral regression you're advocating for in the United States of America when you want to have these like insane regressions on culture.
Students blockade and push back against the police. Nazi Germany.
They did a show of...
Fat black woman donated $2. I'm offended. Well, that's too goddamn bad. Thanks for the donation, fat black woman.
Force. They said, no, this is a fascist police state, actually.
Someone's anti-abortion. Nazi Germany.
Very same government, your own local governments, for taking increasingly restrictive actions against those who want to make a medical decision, criminalizing abortion, criminalizing women's bodily autonomy in this country. When they come for you in the exact same way, do not be shocked. There's a little poem about this from Nazi Germany, as a matter of fact. Then they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me.
Israel, everyone who sympathizes with their side, every counter-protester. Nazi Germany.
Everyone knows what a fucking Nazi is, okay? And yes, these counter-protesters are fucking Nazis. Through and through. Israel is a Nazi-style state. Israel's actions are identical to the Nazi regime and the Nazi state.
He gets challenged on this and doubles down because everything does need to be Nazi Germany.
Identical is crazy. Is it? Is it though? Fascism is the underpinning ideological movement that the Zionist ideology represents. Same as the Nazis. Is it that crazy? Is it that crazy? Think about that. Is it? This ain't 2007 no more.
Dude, this guy's so based.
He interviewed a Houthi terrorist and promoted himself the entire time as doing real journalism.
I DM'd him. Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother. What do you mean? Of course I'm about to have a... I'm a journalist, okay? This is journalism. Dude, this is fire. This is exciting. I'm excited. Doing a little bit of real journalism, you know what I mean? Finally.
I agree with Hassan. This would be actual journalism, but the criticism comes from you not asking any real questions. He just wanted to be friends with this guy, asking him about One Piece.
Does he know what One Piece is?
One Piece, like, is that an organization?
No, One Piece is an anime.
Is it
Lofi?
Yeah, he said he's been watching it since he was a kid.
No way!
Yeah.
That's sick. Yes, that's fire. That's so fire. Oh my god.
He then says him and his entire community support what the Houthi are doing, which is attacking commercial vessels.
Dude, we think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Hassan runs out of anime questions to ask this guy immediately.
They don't have any
They don't have any like he doesn't have any time to watch fucking anime and shit. So I don't know. I don't know what else to ask about.
How about something relevant? That would be cool. So a viewer suggests a real question,
boy.
and Hassan shoots him down.
Okay, what else do I want to ask? What else do I want to ask? So like, I mean, he's ask him if he would stop going on boats if Israel stops the genocide. I mean, yeah, he's gonna say yes, chat. What are you talking about? Those are like dumbass questions. Has he ever had like Western food?
How is that a better question?
What
it is the
the
biggest glaze
fuck?
session I've ever seen.
What does he have to say to dumbasses that consider him to be a terrorist? What does he think about that? Ask him that question. I just banned one of those stupid fuckers in the chat just now.
He says, "Who are they?"
Just fucking dumbasses.
Wow, this is so impartial. I made a whole video addressing how historically terrible this video is, even by Hassan's standards. Feel free to check it out. But the point is, he was really proud of it, comparing his anime questions to legitimate journalists who provided alternative perspectives.
It's kind of like the state's narrative is threatened by the humanization of Arabs. Yes, 100%. Journalists sat down with actual ISIS members for interviews. The f are people talking about? Exactly. There's no way that you can say that that is not appropriate. Okay, that's what the media does. You can interview whoever the f you want. Okay, the idea that you can't do that is ridiculous. So that's, that is just journalism. People have literally interviewed Osama bin Laden. Okay,
people are not mad that you interviewed him. It's how you did it. Hassan would get so much pushback for this, he'd revert to the Hassan classic, imply that everyone's racist.
Problem is not that you interviewed him, it's how you interviewed him. Gave me chicken and waffles with the Nazi vibes. That's great. That's a great question, or that's a great point to raise here. Except this person is not a Nazi in the United States of America. He's not a Nazi in Yemen either. You are suspecting him of being that because you're primed.
The guy openly said that he wants to exterminate all Jews, so, I don't know. Think the Nazi analogy is apt?
Into assuming that this 19-year-old is straight up a Nazi. He's giving you Nazi vibes, I guess.
Yeah, bro, I wonder why.
I can't do anything to help you sort out your own internal biases that makes you feel like this is not a good thing, this is a bad thing.
He's part of an organization whose flag says death to Israel, death to the United States, a curse upon the Jews. Hassan's gotten so much heat for this.
Bruh. Like, how is Hassan still partnered with Twitch? Like, it's just insane. The guy is unironically a fucking terrorist supporter and a supporter of terrorism against fucking ethnic minorities.
He's now rewriting history, acting like the guy was never a Houthi.
I had a random teenager from Yemen on this fucking broadcast, and these dipshits literally kept saying he's an anti-Semitic, homophobic, gay people executing terrorist Houthi who killed probably a bunch of fucking sailors. Random fucking Yemeni teenager who in the interview said he's not anti-Semitic, that he's totally on board with anti-Zionist Jews, which was shocking for him to even learn about.
Hassan, if he thinks all Jews are Zionists and he didn't know that others existed, doesn't that mean he hates all Jews?
Not a militant. And literally said he was not Houthi.
He didn't say he wasn't part of the Houthi. He was very vague because he's clearly been media trained, which Hassan pointed out.
As far as the Ansar Allah militancy goes, like as far as the standing military goes, like I don't know if he is allowed to speak on this. I don't know if he's like actually a part of the groups at all, or just like simply a TikToker. You know what I mean? I don't know how to ask that in the best way possible, though.
Yeah, I feel like we can ask it pretty directly. His answer is he's a Yemeni who stands with Palestine.
Okay.
He says that he's not Shiite or Sunni. He's just a Yemeni Muslim.
Oh, okay, that's interesting. I mean, I don't know. I feel like he's very
clearly
trained, surprisingly, but okay.
It's not surprising at all because he's not some random Yemeni teenager. A viewer pointed out that Hassan marketed it as talking to a Houthi.
Didn't you brand it as him being a Houthi interview, though, brother? I didn't know anything about him. Okay?
And he is such a fucking liar. Bro, how does he have a fan base when he fucking lies like this? Like, people have to be watching Hassan for reasons other than his political takes. Like, they have to be. And I've seen some of Hassan's streams. They're boring as fucking shit. Like, I just do not understand his appeal.
Is the reason why I asked them questions in that process. But many people did not actually watch the interview, and they simply made assertions.
Bro, you need to watch your own interview. I didn't know it was possible to rewrite your own history after only 2 months. This has to be a new record. George Orwell would be impressed.
Close your fucking mouth, you're just really fucking dense. If you hate me while you talking, you don't make no fucking sense.
Hassan's community is so insane that they're even sick of him. They go after him for the smallest things.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say, you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on stream.
Why?
It's boycott.
Wait, is it?
You're preaching pro-Palestine and you're drinking all this boycott stuff. Please, Hassan, at least pretend. Do it off stream. Please
Okay, I'll put it in.
She's like, please, just pretend to care, Hassan. And he's like, sure, that's my whole grift.
Is Pepsi okay?
No.
Is it?
No soda, Hassan.
I didn't know it was like that.
What happened? You hosted him in his home and I watched him on stream drink Coke Zero.
Yeah,
It's your house. You get to say no.
Hassan's annoyed here, but he created this. A good example of how is a guy in his community was complaining about getting bullied at school. Someone said, we need a better slur against white people because cracker doesn't hit hard enough. And Miles replies, damn, so I guess me growing up in my shitty poor neighborhood / family and experiencing people with me for being white for a lot of years and getting jumped multiple times means nothing. Great. Hassan replies, anti-white racism is entirely victimhood seeking. It's like how Zion is crying that people are mad at them for defending Israel's actions. It's perceived.
How in the fuck is that in any way comparable?
Victimhood. No different than complaining that you were slighted at a gay bar for being a heterosexual. If you're getting jumped and called slurs, that's a little bit more than just being slighted, right? Miles responds, am I just a stupid victim when I say that I don't like getting jumped for being a white 14-year-old at my high school? I got shit for the color of my skin almost every day. Hassan shows no sympathy. Dude got bullied in high school and thinks that reverse racism is real. Can't make this up. My man thinks racial discrimination is simply mean words that hurts my feelings and not an entire system designed to keep a whole ass group subjected. And the mean words are secondary to the perceived grievance. It's a fundamental misunderstanding of racism in the way that we conceptualize it. How's this dude ever accuse anyone else of being a debate pedophile when he's saying stuff like this? This poor guy's just like, yeah, I don't think we should promote using slurs. And Hassan's response is, ever hear of systemic racism? The entire Discord would dunk on this guy. You gotta love the logic of these people. This guy getting bullied for his race isn't racism. You guys have to hang out with regular people. It's no wonder Hassan's sitting there crying, wondering why all the normies left. His viewership falls off when he's not talking about politics, and it's gotten to Hassan venting in Discord. I don't know, this was a space to convert normies to our politics and people who could enjoy and many of you became like weirdos who don't see that as an important part of the project because you associate leftism with being an annoying douchebag who hates fun. I hate how much people literally despise any kind of fun content. We killed all the normies. Everyone is brain broken and only wants politics. I hate what my community is becoming. I'm done. I hate this job. I'm not streaming today. Well deserved. You did it to yourself. Another thing I find funny is Hassan will make it a point to mock Destiny for doing research.
He did all that reading to scour talking points.
Didn't know Pepsi was being boycotted too. Because I just bought 24 packs of Pepsi Zero today. Glad I'm doing my part for Israel with my diet. Lol.
Yeah, and I just bought a new case of Coke Zero cherry flavor, so I'm doing my part. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight.
And still got owned. I find that to be fucking hilarious. That my man did hours and hours of reading on stream and still is a, one, genocide defender, and two, did a phenomenally bad job.
Bro, if you're so knowledgeable, then talk to him. Engage with his points. He just does the classic Hassan and calls him pro-genocide. It doesn't even mean anything anymore.
Yeah, the G in DGG stands for deranged genocide gnomes. They love it. They love it so much. They're like, ooh. The funniest part about this is that if Destiny wasn't a pro-genocide streamer, they would literally not be either. That's how easily manipulated they are. That's the funniest part. I promise you, if tomorrow he just decided, yeah, this Israel has actually gone too far, I'm actually anti-Israel now, like 95%, the rest of the community, the diehards, would absolutely turn around and start advocating for the argument in the opposite direction because they don't have a dog in the fight. They don't have a stake in the fight. They just like shit up.
Bro, you don't have a dog in this fight. He acts like he lives in Gaza and is less privileged than anyone else giving their opinion in the West. You're not. Someone asked why Hassan doesn't just try to convince people instead of demonizing them, and Hassan's brain just melts.
Shouldn't you be trying to convince these people of the right thing instead of ostracizing them? Man, suck my fucking dick, dumb fuck. These people are fucking brain broken. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Jesus Christ.
Hassan can't engage with any of Destiny's points. He refuses to debate him on peers, so now he's reverted to Leafy-style insults. Wow, you're so old.
He's 40 years old, pushing 40.
How old is this guy?
I work as a truck driver and deliver bread, pastries. My work includes taking back the old products and it's thrown away. Would it be ethically vegan to eat some of the pastries containing eggs/dairy? I understand the issue of normalization, but purely logically.
Yeah, as long as you're not supporting a rights violation, then yeah, it would be vegan friendly. I wouldn't encourage anybody to do stuff like that because, again, it normalizes the consumption of these foods and it's not something you want to do, but on a purely logical basis, in a vacuum type of thing, yeah, there's nothing non-vegan about eating food that's being thrown away. Thanks for the donation, Explosive Monkey. Appreciate it.
Again, like 35, 40?
That's what happens when you're a fucking whole-ass 40-year-old.
I swear to God, this guy's a net negative to the Palestinian cause. In the past, I criticized Hassan for laughing at a cop for getting shot.
Oh, watch out, watch out, watch out. Oh my God, oh my God. Watch out. Are you okay?
No, you shot me!
Oh, God. Are you okay?
Echo 7, 1081.
He is a class act.
Well, he's finally responded to it, doubling down. No remorse, no surprise. Remember, this guy's a humanitarian.
Watch out. Are you okay?
No, you shot me!
Oh, God. Are you
What the fuck? Still good. Still good. Yo, that still bangs, dude. Yo, that's funny as fuck.
Hassan loves to push the narrative to his audience that all criticism made towards him is invalid because I'm a drama farmer. Link them to this timestamp. If I am able to farm you for entirely new mistakes you make month after month, whether it's misreporting a hospital bombing.
Israeli military said it did not have any details on the reported bombing. Fuck you. Fuck you, dude. Why are you... It's ridiculous. Like, oh, Hamas run health ministry. Well, you know how they are. You know how those dirty Arabs are. They lie all the time. You know what I mean? They're probably lying again.
Acting like a JDAMS expert.
So that is a JDAM.
Like, when this was breaking news, it was obvious that this wasn't a JDAM or any kind of Israeli high explosive. And then, yeah, it turned out it was an explosion that happened in a parking lot. Wasn't even against the hospital, and it was a failed fucking Hamas rocket.
Damn, called on.
Nowhere close.
Do you think that that seems similar? You have no evidence. Stop
Nope.
concluding. What is this? What am I looking at? What am I looking at with my own two eyes?
And literally the next morning, he was proven wrong.
What are you looking at? I have no evidence? Don't believe your fuck. What do you mean? Does that strike you as a fucking misfire?
Framing a kid who was completely
Yes, it does.
in a stabbing as someone who was randomly kidnapped.
13-year-old is innocent, man. Fucking ridiculous.
But if you just take 2 seconds and Google his name, you'll see that he was running around holding knives with his 15-year-old cousin. His cousin stabbed a 13-year-old Israeli boy and another 21-year-old, glorifying Houthi terrorists by saying they're just like anime pirates.
We think the Houthis, Ansar Allah, is doing what Luffy would do. You should tell him that.
Reading tweets is factual-based news, and then when the full story comes out, he gets mad, discrediting it based on nothing. He's
Vegan Runner donated $2. Am I right or what, VG? Right about what? Don't know what you are right or wrong about. Thanks for the donation though, Vegan Runner.
Done this for years. In every video I made on him, there's something new. Him crying about getting farmed is a massive self-report. The fact that this many videos is even possible to make on him is embarrassing. At the end of the day, it doesn't really feel like I'm farming him at all. It feels like I'm picking necessary weeds. These criticisms have nothing to do with politics and everything to do with principle. You see, it doesn't matter if you're a libtard or a repubtard, because we could all come together in knowing that Hassan is just a retard. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Subscribe to the channel, and remember to check out Aura. Shout out to the—
Dude, Hassan's just such a fucking moron. Let's see.
A major search operation is underway after a helicopter carrying Iran's president and its...
In the first vid, the first burbs sound made me think they were an owl. My mind was browned the fuck up when I realized the sound was the malalong lol 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 lol.
It's a nice owl. Those are some nice burbs. Thanks for that donation, finger my ass.
Foreign minister crashed in the northwest of the country in thick fog. President Ibrahim Raisi had been returning from a visit to the border with neighboring Azerbaijan. Mass prayers are being said in Iran as the search continues. Our correspondent Caroline Hawley is here with what we know so far.
Thanks, Jane. Well, these are the two men missing after the crash. President Raisi on the left, the country's Foreign Minister Hossein Amir Abdollahian on the right. They'd both been on a day trip today to Iran's border region with Azerbaijan, inaugurating a new dam project right here. We've got an image of him at the site of the dam and the helicopter he was travelling in. Now, a convoy of 3 helicopters is believed to have then travelled across Iranian territory. 2 returned back safely, but the one carrying the president and foreign minister crashed in mountainous territory in heavy fog in the Jolfa region on the border. All contact with it was then lost. You can see how bad conditions were in the area as the rescue operation was underway. A fleet of ambulances on standby. The first indication that something had gone wrong came on state-run television.
There are unconfirmed reports of an incident involving the helicopter carrying the president in the Jolfa region. Initial reports cite a hard landing for the helicopter carrying the president.
President Raisi, seen here earlier with his counterpart from Azerbaijan, is a hardliner, number 2 to the supreme leader Ayatollah Khamenei, who is the ultimate authority in Iran. Also missing is Iran's foreign minister, a familiar figure on the international stage. He'd been involved in many
Let's see.
Search for Iran's president who was on board a helicopter that crashed today. Josh Letterman has an update for us. I know you're following it from London. What do you know, Josh?
We're just getting some information, Alex, from the vice president.
They located it. He's dead. Sweet. Let me see. Guardian, Al Jazeera. No signs of life detected at site, says head of Red Crescent. Live updates. No sign of life at crash site. Iranian state television is reporting that there is no sign of life at the helicopter crash site. Router said the head of the Red Crescent, Pir Hossein Kalavand, had told State TV there was no sign of life at the scene. The site was across a steep valley and rescuers had yet to reach it. An Iranian official also told Reuters that the helicopter carrying the president was completely burned and that expectations are low that he has survived the crash. Alright, so he's pretty much guaranteed to be dead.
I hope that if they make future Planet of the Apes movies they don't make the humans ever become dormant again so it can in a way stay a Planet of the Apes forever.
Yeah, as long as the apes are vegan, I don't see a problem with that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Alright. So he's probably dead,
Malcolm, if this
which is good news.
Research does reveal that Iran's foreign minister and the president did not survive in this helicopter crash. What could this mean for the Israel-Gaza conflict in the Middle East and Iran's proxy armies?
I think the first thing there would be a scramble for power within Iran. I believe that there would be an election within 50 days, and so various different factions within Iran would be competing to grab that high office. But in terms of the broader impact, in terms of the Israel conflict in Gaza, there's no indication whatsoever that Israel was behind this. So I would imagine that Iran would not essentially respond in a way that would escalate the conflict with Israel. I think this probably will remain an internal matter, potentially leading to some sort of power vacuum and internal unrest. But I'm not seeing at this point in time any indication that there's external actors involved and that could lead to escalation at a regional level.
But we know the links with Hamas that Iran has. You don't think it could affect any future ceasefire deals? I mean, it is early days. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it is early days, and I think...
Draw the Iranian president crashing and dying. Maybe give me a $5 for that.
That it's way too early to speculate on that aspect. I mean, yes, obviously Iran sponsors Hamas, they sponsor Hezbollah, they sponsor the Houthis. But I would imagine that whoever takes over from the Iranian president probably would maintain the current policies. And so therefore, those proxy groups would continue to be sponsored by Iran. And in that sense, I don't see a huge amount of change occurring in the war with Israel.
Just while I've got you, we've got this report in The Australian, too risky to breathe life into old subs. A report handed to the government says there's a real possibility Australia won't be able to extend the life of the Navy's ageing Collins-class submarines for another decade, which...
Okay, so we gotta talk about Bobby Lee. So for context, last video we were talking about the Logan Paul George Janko situation, where basically on Logan Paul's podcast Impulsive, George Janko was allegedly sexually assaulted by Bobby Lee. Now Logan removed that segment from the podcast, humiliated George, and threatened to fire him if he didn't apologize to Bobby. So I had to look further into the situation to understand what kind of a person Bobby Lee is, and after going through a lot of Bobby's clips, I think I can safely say that Bobby has always been a creep, and this is kind of just normal behavior for him. And pretty much the only reason that he gets away with it is because he's a comedian and everything is supposedly a joke, right? Even thrusting your dick in someone's face, you know, truly the best humor. So let's start with the portion of the podcast that Logan actually left uploaded. Now you better save this because I highly suspect in the next few days, this clip might get deleted by Logan's PR team.
I don't smell good on my bottom because here's the thing is I'm single now and I've been. You want to smell my?
One of us in this room will.
Yeah, smell my because I have no cologne here, but I spray the on my.
Why?
Maybe Mike, you want to smell?
I would.
No, you are. No, you are.
No question.
I'm not gonna pull it out. I'm gonna just do the underwear.
Question.
It would be him. It would be George.
Yeah, George.
It would.
Yeah.
Like what?
Well, that's why I want him to smell.
Or maybe he'll know the smell too.
So don't worry about it, guys. I'm not gonna show my dick.
Okay, so for obvious reasons, from this point on, I can only sort of show images and audio segments, but rest assured, Logan probably has the shit in 4K quality sitting on a hard drive somewhere. Okay, so after this, you can probably guess what happens. Here we have Bobby approaching George. The whole time, Logan and Mike are egging this on. Conveniently, they don't want to do it themselves, right? They explicitly say, you know, let's let George do it, right? The one person they actually don't value at all. And obviously they won't do it themselves because, you know, it's hecka weird and disgusting. Here we have George trying to keep his cool with a pee-pee in his face, trying to get far away from it. Meanwhile, Bobby is there saying, smell it, you know, get real close and smell it. Here we have some audio of George reacting to this, saying that it's okay, I'll smell it from far away, but Bobby insists on bringing it closer.
No, smell. You gotta smell it.
I just wafted it. Bro.
Then after this, Bobby sort of gets pissed and justifies it for entertainment.
Dude, this is not gay. It's podcasting. It's for entertainment.
It's material.
And in improv, you never disagree. Okay. You always agree. Because yes and you ruin the fucking moment if you don't do it. So you're gonna fucking smell my dick. Okay. And it's not gay.
Amazing improv over here. Just smelling another man's pee-pee, or, you know, smell it or you're ruining the joke. You're ruining the fun over here. And that's kind of the vibe that was going on over there, where Logan and Mike were making George feel guilty for, like, you know, ruining the mood because Bobby didn't like him or whatever.
I'd kick him in the nuts.
And now Bobby is adding on to this, saying, George, you're killing the mood over here. And you can even sort of see Logan get a bit angry over here. He looks at George and look at what he says.
It's material, George.
Yeah.
It's material, George. It's just material that, you know, only you should do. I don't want to do this material, though. But you, George, you're the joke of the show. Just go with it. Stop pissing off our guest, Bobby. You're ruining the show. And I feel like Logan actually believes this, because that's kind of how messed up in the head Logan actually is. Meanwhile, Mike is just laughing uncomfortably as it happens, but he also recommended George to smell the PB. You know, he egged it on or whatever, so it's kind of his fault too. And also, I gotta say this, but Bobby is so lucky that he did this shit to George, you know, a guy with, you know, more patience than the average man, I'd say. Because a normal man would smack this guy's face so fucking hard the second that thing got anywhere near him. And don't get me started on a girl. A girl would probably just call the police and have you arrested for sexual harassment. So, you know, let's not pretend this is a funny joke, okay? It is disgusting, and he just continues to make it worse.
I have to grab your head.
No.
It smells good.
Now, I get that this is part of Bobby's humor or whatever, and this is part of the act, right? Bobby, obviously, his whole shtick is that he wants to make people feel uncomfortable. But what we're arguing over here is that he's obviously taking things too far. This is not funny for George. Of course, it's funny for the two jackasses sitting on the couch over there, but that's Logan and Mike. They're dumb and dumber. It's Mr. Crypto Scam and Mr. Logan's AI robot servant assistant. I don't think they should be the standard as the opinion on this shit, okay? They witness a sexual assault on their best friend who complains about it, and they want to fire him and discredit him and humiliate him. I don't know, as a normal person watching this from a third-person perspective, it's just not funny to me. Eventually, George gives in here. He obviously doesn't want to get fired with Logan staring at him and breathing down his neck over there, so he's kind of just forced to do it. First to get up close and take a whiff. And yeah, people really think this is comedy. That's crazy. They think this guy is hilarious.
I guess you can say it's not a man's world or a woman's world, it's an ape's world now. Turns out, contrary to what the feminists say, the future is not female, it's primate.
Well, it would be male primate. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Alan donated $2. Richard Simmons wants Bobby Lee to play him in a movie over Pauly Shore. I don't like Pauly Shore. Pauly Shore would definitely be the better casting choice. I don't think Bobby Lee would really fit the role well. Thanks for the donation, though, Alan.
For this. Now, you gotta understand that the context makes it 10 times worse, because this entire podcast, George was being repeatedly disrespected, Bobby was purposely degrading him and looking the other way the entire time. Then when George tells like a deeply emotional story about his life, he makes fun of it, you know, because that's Bobby's whole thing, you know, poking fun at pretty much everything, even if it's like deep and meaningful to you.
Honestly, if I was not Christian, I'd probably be suicidal. And it was really, really bad. I never told anybody about it. For me to like, dude, like I didn't even know I was going to be with my best friends doing a podcast where, and I don't mean this in a cocky way, but like, dude, this put me on a very strong map. So I'm very blessed, but I didn't know I was going to be here. So
it's like that's, you know?
And if you think that's all comedy, he also grabs George's dick repeatedly. So much so that even in Logan's final edit of the podcast, you can see George cover his private parts with his hands because he's so tired of Bobby grabbing his dick repeatedly. I don't really know how anyone justifies that because, you know, if that happened to me, I'm punching him in the face and I'm not even a violent person, right? That's just way out of line. And obviously he wouldn't dare do this to a girl, although he has done plenty of weird, creepy shit with women too.
Noah Lyles ties the American record in the 150 meters dash in a time of 13.41. Race commentary and analysis from Total Running Productions. Especially exciting considering it is an Olympic year.
Or Atlanta City Games, we witnessed many of the greatest sprinters in the entire world run through the speedy 200-meter straight constructed in Piedmont Park. For this event, we saw Akani Simbine from South Africa take the 100-meter world lead, achieving a wind-legal performance of 9.90, at long last dethroning the high school legend Christian Miller. We saw Oblique Seville from Jamaica surprise many around the world with a new 200-meter best of 19.96 seconds, and we saw Candace Hill prove her sprinting greatness with an American record performance of 16.30 seconds. This track in Atlanta only got faster and faster as the sprinting day progressed, and this leads us to the very last race of the day, which was the men's 150-meter dash. Now, competing in this race was Noah Lyles versus Zarnell Hughes from Great Britain, who had to be considered as the two pre-race favorites given their previous 100 in this field for the race. The anticipation for this one performance was certainly high. 150-meter showdown. He did not disappoint. Right from the gun, Noah got a solid jump on the field.
What do you think of this individual's analysis? Are they deserving of some fat fucking cock? Let me know what you think. Blackie?
Let me take a look. Pig. Damn, how can the security nigga take me on dates and not think I deserve a dick in my mouth? Dude, look at me. I have no time to waste. I'm ready to get down to business. The fuck? Can't be serious. You ain't even comfortable holding hands, and you're a man. That is Christy. I mean, you do have a stinky hole, so I don't know what you expect. Thanks for the donation, though, gok.
Proving once again that his start is at the highest level that it has ever been, and he immediately separated himself from everyone else. And again, like we have seen for years and years now, this man's top speed is just something else. With a finishing time of 14.41 seconds, Noah...
Bobby Ballsack smelling is fun and all. Let's watch the genocidal army you bootlick get their asses beat. Start at 11 minutes.
Let me see, 11 minutes.
Street and be face to face with a tank, and you see clearly he hits it right underneath the turret, which is exactly where he's aiming for. So he mouse holds out of the building. So we see them use tunnels, and now we're seeing them watch with surveillance an Israeli sniper position in the building, knocking a big hole out of the wall, the opposite of what the Qassam snipers do. And that's a fragmentation warhead that he's firing there. So that's an anti-personnel warhead that when it hits the building, the shrapnel fragments explode. You can see it there. He's got another one there. He reloaded. We don't see that very often, seeing them actually reload on camera. But we see him reload there and fire that fragmentation grenade. So he's using the appropriate weapon against personnel in the building in Jabalia, the place that was supposed to be defeated in November, are choosing which warhead to use in the appropriate situation. So they're not short of weaponry still 8 months on. And so these tiny little clues that we're seeing here are really...
I don't know how he knows that's a fragmentation warhead.
All pile up to the reasons why Israel's losing this war. And it's not even...
Right, Israel's losing,
close. There's not something they're going to find in Jabalia that's going to turn this war. You can see him moving through these...
I have no idea how he figures Israel's losing.
These mouse holes are critical.
Yeah, so his channel's the Electronic Intifada. I'm assuming he has a bias here.
So the tunnels under the ground, the mouse holes above the ground, allow the fighters to move between these buildings and get... The cameraman is showing you that he's going to go out on the street and hit that from the dead center of the tank. Another situation where...
It's hard to tell where the warhead hit.
A fighter stares down the barrel of
like, by
tank,
the way, all this footage that's being released is going to be idealized footage. So when he shows this clip, okay, Hamas is claiming, oh, we had a soft destruction of an Israeli tank. We disabled the turret. How do you know that? The clip ends right there. You don't know exactly where the warhead struck the tank. It might have been right on the turret. And it kind of does. If you see the... If you just look at the explosion and try to find, like, the dead center of the explosion, it looks like it's likely just on the turret. And the turret's also at an angle, so it probably didn't really do anything. And, yeah, Hamas will just edit the footage there and stop, and when they release this to the media, they'll say, oh, we destroyed the Israeli tank, or we got a soft destruction where we just disabled the turret. How do you know? They do this all the time, by the way. I remember there was a video of them shooting an RPG at one of the tanks, and it looks like the tank's trophy system intercepted the rocket, and it didn't actually even hit the tank. So you just see this big explosion. Hamas just cut the footage there, released it to the media, and they said, we destroyed a tank. When they didn't. So they do this all the fucking time. This guy is just a fucking moron. I don't know why you would take a look at this clip and assume the tank was defeated when that's the end of the footage. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Yeah. So, Scott, let's get into your book.
You're so coping. Israel said they cleared the north and every day they're losing tanks left and center. They claim to have disabled half of Hamas and you never see any footage of Israel fighting Hamas. Just the citizens they kill. Maximum copium. Losing.
Cool story. So, Israel never said they completely eliminated Hamas from the north. Hamas have moved to the north because, again, there's the action happening in Rafah, and they acknowledge that. They're saying, yeah, there's gonna be continuous fighting in northern Gaza still. But, yeah, claiming they're losing when it appears as though half of Hamas has been killed off. Don't think so, but thanks for the donation, Quest.
But first, run through, if you will.
I've already seen this clip before. The guy was just basically talking about how the tax system is benefiting the major elite, and it's also making it's also part of the reason why living costs have increased and shit. I've already seen that.
Which is obviously courageous, but it is also effective. He is going in and hitting that spot on the tank that is the weak spot on the tank. And so it's not just bravery. It is very much bravery, but it's also skill. It's not just a suicide mission to go and try and take out
It's a suicide mission. Every single one of these people are dead.
One vehicle. These fighters are returning to their bases as better fighters than they were when they went. So those are important things to acknowledge, because that's the thing that Israel's going to have to confront if Israel against.
Okay, so this guy literally just shows a clip edited and put out to the media by Hamas and is just taking their word for it. There's literally no evidence whatsoever that they destroyed a tank.
It's really
Half of Hamas has been VIP out. Awesome.
Yes, and soon enough, all of them will be wiped out. Wonder what this dumbass's channel is going to, like, what he's going to do with his channel once Hamas is just completely eliminated. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Valuable. Let's go to the next one. Tomorrow's 31. And here we go. A Yasin strike again, staring down the barrel of a tank from an elevated firing position. Difficult.
Looks like he completely missed. So, yeah, he completely missed. There's the tank. The explosion popped off there.
Staring down the barrel of a tank from an elevated firing position.
Yeah. He completely missed. There's the tank.
To see the
There's the explosion.
Of that one, but the fighters using these elevated firing positions are happening all over. Then this guy and his cameraman are just down in the street, like 25 meters away from a Merkava tank.
By the way, when this guy's doing the stupid, dumbass, brain-dead analysis, there have been previous battles that Merkava tanks have been engaged in, like literally, and in the literal worst case scenarios. So, I think it was Hezbollah. They had tow missiles that they had set up to in an ambush where they're trying to destroy Israeli tanks. Israeli tanks were hit with up to 5 of these fucking missiles, and they still survived. The entire crew survived after 5 of the worst type of, anti-tank rocket/missile or explosive being shot at them. So when you see this footage of these RPGs being shot at Israeli tanks, only one single shot, like the likelihood of one single RPG disabling one of these Merkava tanks is incredibly fucking low. We already have data from previous battles showing that these tanks can take 5 missile hits and still fight, still be fine, and return to base. The entire crew survives.
And it appeared they hit him with that. And this, just to point out, all of these Yassins that we're seeing, as I pointed out on a previous episode, Qassam noted that the cost of the entire Yassin anti-tank weapon program from 2005 to today amounts to $500 per round, per weapon, per round. That's all the research and development.
Why is Biden sending more tanks then? Why more weapons for kids with bathtub rockets? Why are they losing so many soldiers? They're afraid to stay.
Israel's returned areas of Gaza, it said, were clear of Hamas, raises doubts about its military strategy. It probably has, in large part, to do with the tunnel system. I'm sure they're able to get across a lot of Gaza without getting like shot or attacked just because of the tunnel system. Israeli military has renewed its fighting in northern Gaza, where it previously claimed to have dismantled Hamas command structure, but now says the Palestinian militant group is trying to reassemble in the area, raising doubts about whether Israel's goal to eradicate the group in the enclave is realistic. It is realistic. It's just going to take time. They really have to just dismantle the tunnel system. Let's see. Turn to pockets, blah, blah, 1,000 hostage, resume fighting, north, weekend, something. I don't know about the I don't know about the U.S. sending tanks. I've never heard about anything like that. I don't think Israel's losing many tanks. How many tanks have they lost? Israeli tank losses. Tank takes sharp turn to remain. Heavy tank losses in Ukraine, blah, blah, blah. Tankers in Ukraine. That's Ukraine. How many armored vehicles? This is Yahoo News. Lost fighting Hamas. The attack's effect is unknown. Yeah, well, no shit. I don't know. I don't even know if they've even technically lost any tanks. They, like with the IEDs and shit they plant, like I can imagine them losing maybe one or two, but I haven't heard anything about like Israel losing any tanks. So, until the 2023 Gaza conflict, no attacks are known to have successfully penetrated trophy-equipped vehicles. Some sources claim that the Merkavas that were knocked out on October 7th may not have had active trophy systems. Hamas anti-tank rocket teams attempt to attack trophy-equipped tanks from within 50 meters range, which they believe is the minimum defeat distance of the system. Let's see. I don't know if they've even lost a single Merkava tank. Wait, does this go on? Armor captured by Hamas. I don't know if you can find any numbers on this.
Destiny went live again. He's just yapping about music. Maybe give him a call.
Okay. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Abel donated $2 react and thoughts.
It was really hard for me to be happy back when I was wondering how I was going to afford food that day, how I was going to pay the rent. It was hard to be happy when I lost my dad and I had to figure out how to make enough money to take care of my whole family. But if you got money, now you got a barrier of protection. Because I can't think of any problem that you cannot solve or at least make better if you had enough money. For example, Magic Johnson would have been gone if he wasn't rich and could afford the best doctors and the best medicine. Money doesn't make you happy, but it sure does block a lot of pain.
Yeah, he is right about that. Money is a huge predictor of happiness. Probably the best predictor of depression is poverty. If you are rich, you are far, far less likely to experience depression. So he's not really wrong there. Thanks for that donation, Abel. Destiny. Let me see if I can... Is he live? I don't
Be
think he's
worried
live.
if skepticism is always moving.
Oh, he's live. Destiny.
It's called Discover Weekly.
Yeah,
this
can you get in Discord and talk to me about
Any opinion on the Doors?
Israeli
Morrison's writing
tank
is
losses?
kissy heart face. Nope. Iran's president is confirmed dead. Rip.
Okay, Israel's lost nearly 24 tanks during fighting with Hamas.
Okay. Cute. Oh, I'm working right now.
So
I might not even look at you because I don't give a fuck. Is Juice or is Justical streaming? Sorry. Fuck! I didn't mean to do the meme. Fuck. Wait, he is. Wait, what are these people? Hold on. Cake that. Wait, is he streaming right now? There's so many interesting people in that room right now. Why are you streaming so late? Because I just realized that if I'm just going to sit on my computer and work, I could just like ignore you guys and stream and work at the same time.
I don't know what this is Yahoo News. I don't know what they're considering to be a tank. Because this is a tank. I don't know if they're considering some of the smaller armored personnel carriers to be tanks. So they've lost roughly 20 tanks. That is not a tank. Screen grab from a video shows Israeli armored vehicle targeted by Hamas fighters. That's not a tank, though. That's a armored personnel carrier. Footage of a small bomb-equipped Hamas drone. 4 million Merkava on fire. Blah, blah, blah. I'm assuming most of these tank losses are probably not actually lost from any RPG attacks or recoilless warheads like M2 Carl Gustav or anything. They're probably from roadside IEDs or Hamas fighters getting close enough to plant high explosives in vulnerable areas like the engine compartment or something. They're probably not getting lost from just, you know, RPGs getting shot at them. That'd be my guess. Most of Israeli armor losses in the current war happened during Hamas's devastating surprise attack, which caught the IDF napping over the Simchat. About 50 Israeli armored vehicles were captured, including 24 of the Namur troop carrier version of the Merkava. That's not a tank, though. And again, that's not... I don't know what they mean by this exactly. Like, were they just blown up when there wasn't a crew inside? Israel's tanks were also not adequately manned during the attack. One Merkava 4 went into action against the attackers on October 7th with just 2 crewmen instead of 4. It also seems likely the trophy defenses were not activated when the surprise assault began. Yeah. I don't know how many tanks have come into combat either. So, it really depends on the scale of the war. Like, you know, if you have many, many tanks entering the battlefield and you lose 20 in an urban environment, I don't think that's particularly high tank losses. Let me see. There's the one tanker guy who actually did a video on Israeli Markava tanks. Let me think. I don't think that's the video.
To believe, but the design.
No. Here we go. Chieftain, that's his name.
Greetings all.
Kid Boo donated $2. This white boy speaking facts.
Can someone tell Richard that when looking for stats on an ongoing military action, best common procedure is not reading articles from 7 months ago? This seems indicative of all your research on Israel, since your arguments are as old as November 2.
Okay, retard. I'm just trying to find any source that looks up current military losses. I don't really care if it's from 7 months ago. I'm just trying to find the first source. Thanks for the donation, Quest, you're a dipshit.
Fighting a revolution over a 2% tax on a breakfast beverage to what we pay today. And we're taxed on money when we receive it, when we spend it, when we keep it, when we invest it, and even when we die with it. It gets worse. We commute to work to make that money in a car that is taxed again to register on roads we're already taxed to build, fueled by gas that is taxed even further, and many times through tolls that tax you again. And that's to maintain bridges and highways and tunnels that already have billions of dollars, taxpayer dollars, allocated to them, and they're still falling apart. And then when you get to your office that is taxed to exist, in a corporation that is also taxed to do business, that almost certainly requires permits and other things, which are another tax, you are paid a paycheck that the corporation must match another payroll tax on top of what they have to pay you. Then you go to a home of which you are taxed to own every single year that we bought with money that the government already taxed us on. Oh, by the way, the more money you make and the more you pay in taxes warrants the government taking more and even higher percentages of your money. How did we...
When people complain about the tax system like this, they are clearly fucking rich billionaire conservatives who are just greedy as fuck. Like, look, if you want social services to work, if you want, like, police, military systems, if you want public health care, if you want roads to get repaired, shit like that, like, yeah, there has to be a tax system in place. But when people say, oh, there's a tax on everything like this is taxed, this is taxed, this is taxed, like, yeah, but like the question is whether or not some of these tax systems are fair. And they're not. They're heavily biased to the super rich and elite. The rich aren't paying their fair share, and it's mostly coming, all this tax revenue is mostly coming from the middle class.
Iran president confirmed dead along with the guy that was being groomed to succeed him. It's a good day.
Yep. That is good news. Thanks for the donation, Tool.
I thought Fury won a close fight. Long live the Gypsy King. What did you think of the fight? Did you even bother to watch, or are you just a pussy boy?
I did watch the fight. I thought it was a very clear victory for Usyk, especially considering that he got a knockdown in the, what was it, 7th, 8th round, something like that. Usyk was more aggressive for a longer period of the fight. Tyson gassed out a lot. He wasn't able to keep up a good consistent pace throughout the entire match, but Usyk was. And again, Usyk got the knockdown. I think that was a really significant point in the fight that really pushed it in his favor. So I think he deserved to win. And I thought that was a bad ref call. If it wasn't such a huge significant match, the ref probably would have just stopped the fight. I thought the ref should have let Usyk keep beating Fury down until he got on the ground. If Usyk was allowed to have just flattened Fury, I don't think Fury would have gotten up, and he was really saved by the bell there too. If that round were to have gone on for even another 30 seconds, I think Usyk would have just clearly won by
You
knockout.
must be a casual. We all know that one knockdown doesn't decide the fight. Am I wrong?
It wasn't just a knockdown. Fury got knocked the fuck out. He got knocked the fuck out. He was just saved by the ref, and he was saved by the bell. So I think the reffing call was a bit questionable. Really, he should have just stopped the fight there. And if he wasn't going to stop the fight, he should have just let Usyk keep beating Fury down until Fury was just lying on the canvas. Like, it's kind of silly. Usyk's just beating the fuck out of him. Then the ref says, "Oh, no, Fury needs a break. Give him a break." And then, you know, the bell rings, and then he gets a big breather, and then the fight continues. Like, Usyk really should have won then and there. Thanks for the donation, though, Jonathan.
About 2 weeks back, a chap called Perun put out a very good video asking if now, finally, is the time that the ATGM has managed to end the tank. It's a very well argued and presented video. I've put a link down below in case you've not yet seen it. As I mentioned in the last video about application of critical thinking, I firmly believe that no, it is not the end of the tank, and since then others, to include Bernhard over on Military History Visualized, have also put out Wadi Saluki is basically a valley with a river running through it, a number of bridges making choke points, and plenty of scrub vegetations, rocks, caves and so on to hide amongst on the high ground. Oh, and it's also a really bloody obvious route of advance through the terrain, which seemed to be confirmed by engineers doing prep work before the tank attack. So Hezbollah had quite a bit of advance warning. Up this valley would be pushed 2 companies of tanks with some battalion assets, so 24 of the latest Merkava 4s in total, plus some infantry. The Israelis weren't total idiots. They realized that they had the potential to become fish in a barrel. So the plan was to seize the heights with air mobile forces, and the tanks also had artillery on call. Unfortunately, they made a number of errors. Firstly, they figured they might go up against a couple of missile teams. It turned out that Hezbollah fielded closer to 20, and these would primarily have been AT-14 Cornets. Not the absolute bleeding edge of technology, no, but definitely a first-line modern missile. Secondly, the air mobile unit supposed to clear the heights apparently did.
So these Markova 4s were going up against really...
Honestly, I was impressed by the performance of Usyk, an amazing fundamentally sound boxer with great cardio, offense and defense, not many holes in his game, am I right? Also, Fury got blessed that he wasn't code. That was a KO if I've ever seen one. Bullshit.
Yeah, Usyk is a very, very good fighter. And his cardio is insane. The pace that he was able to put out consistently from round to round was very difficult for Fury to keep up with. And yeah, like, I mean, if this were any other fight, Fury would have been KO'd. He was just lucky that the ref was on his side and gave him a bit more leeway because of the importance of the match. Thanks for the donation, though, Tool. So these Markova 4s were up against 20 units of these, you know, missile launchers, which are very, very heavy artillery. You can see just from the size of the warhead that these are a lot more powerful than the RPGs Hamas is using.
Cornets. Not the absolute bleeding edge of technology, no, but definitely a first-line modern missile. Secondly, the air mobile unit supposed to clear the heights apparently didn't. Third, when the Israeli tankers called for artillery to suppress the missile teams, this was denied because the Israeli gunners weren't sure where the Israeli infantry actually were and didn't want to accidentally hit them.
IDF pulls back from previously controlled areas in Gaza so they can engage with Hamas in areas that have already been destroyed rather than push into the more civilian-populated areas, and allows for segmented pauses to gain intel for more strategic strikes.
That makes perfect sense to me. I would imagine, especially if they leave really valuable armored vehicles in the field like that, they're also very vulnerable to counterattacks given the tunnel system Hamas has. So it all makes sense. Thanks for the donation, IDF.
I would have thought that. I don't know where they are either, but the enemy is definitely shooting at us from that grid over there. Would have been enough, but anyway. The end result is that the Israelis met a swarm of missiles. Best estimates are 50 to 70, but Hezbollah has not, to my knowledge, released an expenditure report. Some claims are as high as the triple digits. From these, 11 tanks were hit, some more than once. 3 tanks were penetrated, 7 crewmen killed. No tank was irretrievably destroyed, though certainly some are out of the immediate fight. Hezbollah admitted to 1 dead, who they claim hit all the Israeli tanks running from launcher to launcher. Take that as you will. The Israelis failed to push the pass that day, so the battle was an Israeli defeat, at least for that day ultimately. Hezbollah missiles 1, Israeli tanks 0. However, if we look at the scope of our discussion, the missile versus tank interaction, things come out a little bit less unbalanced.
Why do you think poor people tend to be more materialistic than rich people? A good example would be in the black community. While they are the least well off financially, they tend to be the biggest consumers of expensive cars, designer clothes, etc.
You cannot buy an expensive car if you're poor. You wouldn't even be able to finance an expensive car if you're poor. You'll apply for financing and you'll just get denied. So there are some rich people in the black community who are like rappers or NBA stars and shit like that. And or drug dealers. Yeah, they'll buy fancy things, but anybody who comes into money is going to buy expensive shit. Yeah, but you're not going to get a fucking... I don't even know what you mean by expensive car, but you're not getting like an R8 or a fucking M3 or a 911 or a Rolls-Royce Phantom if you're not making a significant amount of money. Like, you really realistically to be able to afford something like that with financing, you'd have to be making at least 100K per year and not have many other big expenses. Like, you're not going to have kids and get a car like that, only making like 100K. So yeah, you wouldn't even be able to finance a car like that if you're only making like 30, 40K per year. Thanks for the donation though, Jordan. The only path to $20. Do you like prunes? They are surprisingly high in vitamin K and copper. How often do you eat natto? Never. I've never been a fan of prunes, and I've never eaten natto before. Also, check out this Wolverine fan film. The dialogue is kind of cringe, but the fights are really good. Logan the Wolf. Logan isn't that old. I think he was born in the early 1800s or something.
Any of your head.
Are you sure?
Dude, if somebody has a spear and you only have a sword, you're done. Like, that's just it for you. That made no sense.
Do you think there's any chance Fury survives the round if he didn't get caught up against the ropes or if it was in the middle of the round? Also, Fury fatigued Usyk. Didn't Usyk kept the pace for 12 and Fury for only 5 to 6? That's the bottom line. GG.
Fury would not have survived the round if Usyk caught him in the middle of the ring, or if there was more time in the round. He would not have survived. And yeah, Usyk kept a much higher pace for a higher total of the rounds. Thanks for the donation, PK.
So much for that. Take the body.
How does he have metal claws if this happened in like Viking Age? Jordan donated $2. Let me see.
Three times the amount of Mercedes-Benzes as Caucasians, and we don't even have 1/3 of the wealth of white.
Typical white family had about 6 times as much wealth as the typical black family and 5 times as much as the typical Hispanic family. These wealth. Where did he get the statistic that... Wait, where did he get that stat?
We buy 3 times the amount of Mercedes-Benz.
Black people buy 3 times the amount of Mercedes-Benz. There's like a fucking Reddit thing. China is Mercedes-Benz cars' largest market in terms of unit sales, surpassing Europe. According to Mercedes-Benz, 64% of its buyers are male, 64% college educated, 63% in a professional or managerial position, 81% married, and the median age is 48, and median income $119,500. Where is he getting the stat that black people buy Mercedes-Benz at 3 times the rate that white people are? That seems totally fabricated to me.
This is as Caucasians, and we don't even have 1/3 of the wealth of white folks. Because Negroes love status symbols, and we love to...
You're not getting a status symbol if you don't have enough money to fucking pay for it. You're not getting a Mercedes-Benz if you make like 30, 40K per year.
Look rich even if we are not. And that's one of the reasons why I didn't buy a new car until my 1995 GMC Jimmy died on 95 South. He said, you a whole psychologist. Why you ain't got no new car yet? For what? Who I got to prove something to? And I got that engine replaced. I got the trans replaced. And then one day driving back from speaking in Coatesville, Pennsylvania, back home to Philly, my engine died and she would not wake back up. I tried to give her mouth to mouth. That's when I had to buy a new car. One of the best things we can do for our children is to liberate them from compulsive spending and the need to have in order to feel they are somebody. You know, we buy...
I'd agree with that, but the stat he's saying, black people buy Mercedes-Benz at 3 times the rate, that's totally made up and fabricated. There's no way that's fucking true.
What kind of demon are you?
I am Logan, the wolf.
Kill him.
Kill!
That would not cut him. It's a cool little fan film. It doesn't make sense, but, you know, the fighting's cool.
Cornet and Merkava 4 are basically contemporaries. They came out within about 5 years of each other, and were basically top-of-the-line systems from their respective countries of origin. Now, we can always hypothesize the hell out of these things. What if the Israeli artillery had fired as requested? What if Hezbollah had artillery bigger than the mortars that they had to put into the valley? What if the Israeli infantry had cleared the heights as it was supposed to? And so on. Well, they say the winner in a war is a side who makes fewer mistakes. And on that day, that was Hezbollah. But you cannot work your doctrine around the idea that the enemy will make all possible mistakes. You must assume they are knowing what they are doing. Yet, with the situation being almost entirely in the missile's favor, penetrating 3 tanks out of, say, 50 missiles fired isn't a stellar result. With almost as many launchers as tanks, hitting less than half of them at all isn't a stellar result regardless of penetrations. Even if we keep our scope of discussion to just a missile-tank interaction, you realize that things could yet have gotten a lot worse for the missile teams. For example,
why do black people make up 1% of the population but commit 99% of the crimes? Why?
Well, they don't. That is also a made-up statistic. Thanks for the donation, Poppy Peer.
For example, the latest selectable fuse tank ammunition, which is very lethal to defending infantry, was not available to the Israelis, and the tanks did not use their active protection systems. No, not trophy, I'll get to that. I'm talking about the active protection system that has been installed on basically every tank since the Second World War. Of the 24 tanks present, not a single commander thought to push the button saying smoke launchers. As an aside, people seem to be confused as to just what an active protection is, and they generally focus on the hard kill types when they think about it. But smoke launchers are by definition a soft kill active protection system. They actively interfere with the ability of an enemy to hit your vehicle. Merkava also has a smoke generation system in addition to the launchers, so a modern smoke grenade will obscure.
Kid Boo, donate $2. Look at the first comment at this point. Let me see.
You fucking asshole! This is all your fault! What?
That is not the typical relationship experience, I can guarantee you. It's better to stay single than come back home to a always nagging wife. Yeah, probably, but maybe don't marry a bitch. That is an option. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Secure your vehicle within about 2 seconds and give time to generate vehicle smoke. The smoke grenades themselves normally have phosphorus in them, red or white, and thus will also provide protection against weapons guided by thermal imagers. Considering that smoke launchers have been a system on basically every armoured vehicle since World War II, it is astonishing, over the various years of fighting in the last couple of decades, how often a target has failed to use them. Granted, again, there may be a form of survivor bias, in that our Yemeni or Syrian rebels or whoever are uploading videos for us to analyze are not showing engagements where they miss because the targets popped smoke. But there does seem to be a common result that the tanks were destroyed did not pop smoke. In any case, how many of the
Dr. Umar and Tony Soprano agree on race mixing. Skip to 118.
Let me take a look.
Are you,
A little early to say.
what's your background, Noel?
No, I'm from Los Angeles, West LA.
Oh, no, what I mean is,
My family's in the business. I mean, show business. I don't know why they call it the business.
those old Tarzan movies.
My dad's an entertainment lawyer.
No, what I mean is, like, we're Italian.
Oh, my dad is Jewish and my mother's family is African American.
Tannenbaum, right. But on your application to Columbia, you didn't check Jewish, did you?
No, they can't ask about religious affiliation.
Oh, right, of course. What'd you check?
African American.
So we do understand each other here. You're, Ditsum.
Excuse me?
Charcoal briquette, a moulignon.
What's your problem?
I think you know what my problem is. You see, your little friend up there, she didn't do you any favors bringing you into this house. Now, I don't know what the fuck she was thinking. We'll get to that later. See, I got business associates who are black, and they don't want my son with their daughters, and I don't want their sons with mine.
Fuck you.
See, that's the kind of thing I'm hoping to avoid. So when my little girl comes down the stairs, you're gonna say how nice it was to meet me. Then you're gonna go drop her off at school, and you're gonna say goodbye.
Come on, if you want to see the Garden State. We're gonna drop by Hunter's. I want to meet Noah. Then we'll be back to pick up my lingerie. Later, Dad.
So he's pretty racist. Thanks for the donation, Matthew.
11 Markovas hit and 3 penetrated would have suffered damage had smoke been used. Okay, moving on. If you're not aware of it, allow me to introduce you to the survivability onion. This is a list of things which all have to happen before you die. If you can prevent any one item of this sequence of layers, then you will live. A tank has a pretty good onion, arguably better than anything else. Before going into that though, allow me to explain the benefits of having a tank. Now, as I go through this, keep in mind the question, if not a tank, what other system or technique can garner the same effects? Again, the reason tanks aren't going away is because of what they can do for you. The purpose of a tank.
Yeah, so when Israeli tanks can survive hits from these massive missile systems multiple times without even getting penetrated, the idea that a single RPG rocket is taking out a Markova tank, when they do have these trophy systems and everything in place, pretty fucking unlikely, dude.
And that's all of the training, and that's all the putting it into service. And they're targeting with these $500 weapons a $6 million tank there.
Okay, dude, you can just look at where this guy is aiming. He's clearly aiming to the left of the tank. Like, this was an obvious miss.
Even if you don't destroy the tank doesn't blow up in flames.
The tank's right here. The explosion's right there. Like, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
Games. The point of the Yasin is to penetrate the tank in a small spot, and then what the penetration of the tank fires like hot metal, molten shrapnel inside the tank, and it has nowhere to escape. So it ends up just being like bullets flying all through the tank, and that's the destruction it makes. So people looking for the tank to blow up like in a movie as the symbol of whether it's successful or...
Yeah, this guy is an idiot. He has no fucking clue what he's talking about.
The operation is effective. It's not the way that the weapon works. So you wouldn't see it blow up in that way. Although we have seen many burning.
Yeah, but like, by the way, these tanks also have reactive armor. So with the reactive armor, a single RPG is not going to disable a tank.
Sorry, was that 31 tomorrow? We're on 31. Shooters getting within, I don't know, again, what is that? That's like basically across the street distance, moving through the rubble. That Israel sees that rubble and thinks that that area is out of service. And then now that's a D9 armored bulldozer. Now they're using the alleyways of Jabalia, the famous alleyways of Jabalia. The alleyways of the camps all over Palestine are famous for their resistance and the way the resistance uses it, from Jenin in the north to Rafah in the south. It's the same in all the camps, and that's why the Israelis are always losing. They're losing in Nur Shams, they're losing in Jenin.
Yeah, this guy is a massive dumbass that's just propagating Hamas propaganda bullshit. So he'll see a video of one single rocket hitting an Israeli tank. He'll see a poof, and then he's like, oh, well, I guess the tank's disabled. Like a fucking moron. That guy is just massively stupid.
Managed to take down Zarnel Hughes from Great Britain and the rest of the field by more than 0.2 of a second. A dominant win no matter which way you analyze this. But finishing behind him was arguably the fastest 150-meter race of all time, with Hughes running a time of 14.66, which now places him at number 5 all time for the 150. Ogando finished at 14.86, which now places him at 12th all time, and shout out to Josephus Lyles, who also broke 15 seconds with a time of 14.89, a time that now ties him at number 17 all time for the men's 150. This race was honestly the perfect way to end the 2024 Atlanta City Games, but in retrospect...
69 runner, so in my head I'm like, shoot, I'm ready to go 9.6.
In reviewing the fastest 150 of all time from none other than Usain Bolt, we can see that at 14.35 seconds, he still holds the all-time record by 0.06 seconds. Now, when we break down this performance into 50-meter splits, we can see Bolt achieving times of 5.65 for the opening 50 meters, followed by a time of 4.26, and a closing 50 meters in 4.44 seconds. This performance showcases a brilliant blend of top speed and world-class strength. And as the World Athletics profile showcased back in 2009, he ran his final 100 meters in 8.70 seconds, a time that Tyson Gay almost achieved back in 2010, but he fell just short with a 100-meter mid-race split of 8.72 seconds. However, when we analyze Noah Lyles' recent 150, he managed to go even faster than Tyson Gay. For Lyles' time of 14.41, he ran his opening 50 meters in 5.71, followed by a 4.29 mid-race 50 split, and he closed his final 50 meters in 4.42 seconds. Now, comparing these results side by side shows us that Lyles still has work to do before catching the starting 100 meters of Usain Bolt, which, I mean, does make sense, considering that Bolt is the undisputed GOAT of the 100. However, over the final 50, Lyles took off and closed slightly faster than Bolt did back in 2009. But the real statistic that amazed me was that Lyles' final 100 meters was exactly the same as Usain Bolt back in 2009, as he ran his final 100 meters in exactly 8.70 seconds. This 8.7 split puts Lyles into very rare territory in men's sprinting, and it does raise the questions. How fast will Lyles run in the 100 meters this season, and is he actually ready to challenge the 200-meter world record of Usain Bolt? Now, it's no secret that Lyles has been aiming the 200-meter record for the past couple of years. I mean, he literally wrote 19.10 on his shoes and posted that video online. And while this is a massive task to challenge any previous record of Usain Bolt, this 150-meter race certainly opens the door just a little bit more for Noah Lyles. When Bolt ran his 19.19 back in the 2009 World Finals, he split times of 9.92 for the opening 100, followed by a 9.27 for the closing 100. And as many of you likely remember, Lyles' 19.31 from 2022 in Eugene was the result of an opening 100 in 10.15, followed by a blistering final 100 meters in 9.16 seconds. Comparing these two races, we can see that they had very different racing strategies, but it points to the obvious strength that Lyles still has, as his 9.16 is the second fastest 100-meter close of all time. With this 8.7 final...
What if everyone universally stood together and said, man, fuck these bills, and we all decided not to pay? The duck the government gonna do? Make us all homeless? Nigga, please.
The issue is that's not going to happen. People aren't ants. We're not like a weird hive mind, so yeah, probably not going to happen, but thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. If you were a slave catcher, could you capture Usain Bolt? Well, he's fast, but I don't think he can run a long distance well, so I mean, probably could if I would really put my mind to it.
Final 100 split, Lyles has proven that his acceleration phase has drastically improved, and along with his start, he is basically a completely different athlete from what we have ever seen in the past. Unlike his previous years, where he struggled to get even close to 6.5 seconds for the 60, he made the 6.5 barrier look like nothing this season, running under 6.5 a total of 4 times, and he achieved a brand new 60-meter PR of 6.43. With new starting abilities like this, and with his obvious ability to maintain top speeds better than pretty much anyone else in the world right now, Lyles is currently building up to what could be a historic sprinting season. And given that this 14.41 is a significant step forward to what he did from last year's Atlanta Games, where he ran a time of 14.56 seconds, it only makes sense to conclude that Lyles is ahead of schedule to what he did in 2023. If Lyles can maintain his starting abilities and continue to flex his strength over the closing 100, I think he will almost certainly break 9.8 this season in the 100. But beyond that, who knows what's going
SARS-CoV donators, do you like the Underworld series? Kate is sexy. Not a big fan of it. Some of the action scenes are cool, but, you know, it's okay, you know. They're sort of mediocre action movies. I don't think Kate Beckinsale is that hot. Like, I'm not super turned on by her.
I hunger for an Kindu to insert his gigantic chode penis inside my anus.
Alright, well, hopefully you get what you ask for. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner. But thanks for the donation, SARS-CoV.
Going to happen when it comes to the 200 meters. If he can get a good start and get somewhere even close to 10.10 for the opening 100, I think he might be ready to finally dip under 9.30 over the 200 meters. And if all goes right and the conditions are ideal, I think Lyles could get close to Bolt's 19.19. But again, he will need a nearly perfect race. After this 150-meter race, I asked Noah how he felt. I mean, he just ran one of the most impressive sprinting times of his career so far. And to this question, he said that he was actually ready to run another 150-meter race. When Lyles drops statements such as just having the greatest workout of his career, he immediately backs up this talk with a significant performance like this. And given that this is an Olympic year, when all of the accolades are on the line, we could be in for something very special in 2024. And now I will pass this final question off to all of you. What do you think about this recent 14.41 performance from Noah Lyles? Do you think this grants him the ability to get under 9.8 this season? Do you think he'll get under 19.3 this season? And what do you think will happen for the rest of the year, moving into the...
Some of which we'll go over in this video as well, right after this clip.
Hey there, if you like the clip, make sure to subscribe.
I love this clip, Logan.
Draw Christy shoving her favorite fruit, a plum, up her butt while I blow my load on her face.
Okay, I will do that for you. Thanks for the donation picture. Okay, there you go. There's Christy shoving a plum upper bum while you blow load all over her face. Thanks for the donation picture.
Particularly the part where it exposes you as a horrible person as well for going along with this. I'm calling it right now. This clip is getting deleted very soon.
Sengoku donated $2. Thoughts on the study that says intermittent fasting increases heart attack risk? I don't think the full study's being published yet.
Oh fuck Richard. I think him gonna QUM. Oh fuck Rich, I wanna lick your cock so bad RN.
I'm flattered. Thanks for the donation, Al-Wali. Yeah, so the full paper hasn't been published yet. I'm guessing the reason they found a link between intermittent fasting and heart disease is because the people who are fasting are just eating shittier foods during their feeding window. That would be my guess. But the full paper hasn't been published yet, so I have no idea. Thanks for the donation, though, Son Goku.
Soon. Also, can you imagine Logan's thought process over here? Imagine uploading this to your Clips channel. This is a separate clip, by the way. I didn't take it from the main podcast. This is on his fucking impulsive Clips channel. Only this part where George is getting a in his face, because to Logan, this is just a funny event over here. Even after George said he was uncomfortable with it and literally
The plum is too small, honey. You should have made it bigger for my loose hole.
All right, well, I'll know for next time. Thanks for the donation, Christy.
walked off the podcast. Still then, Logan has no, sense of morals over here, no sense of obligation to his best friend or anything like that. But this is the Japan Forest guy, so obviously you can't expect any morals from him. Now we move on to a more creepy part. Basically, we're just going to go over some of Bobby's old clips over here. All right, here we go. Start off with an interview he does where he constantly tries to kiss this woman over here and her ankles, and she literally runs away, and he still ends up kissing her.
Yeah.
God, it's so cold.
Charlie's scared. Charlie's a little scared.
I usually enjoy sitting next to the guest because
why won't you sit next to me? It's rude.
It's not rude.
I requested it. I called my agent. I want to sit next to you.
Okay, right off the bat, she sits away from him and she makes it clear that she's uncomfortable. I don't know if Bobby is trying to make a move on her before or something, or that she's just seen all the other clips of him harassing a bunch of female hosts and trying to kiss them. He has some sort of weird kissing fetish that it's like one of his sticks or whatever, where he'll just kiss people that are uncomfortable with it. In my world, we call that harassment, but apparently that's a Bobby stick.
Come on, good to see you. Because you were on paternity leave last time, right? It's good to see you. I love it. I lived in Europe for a while. That's how we kiss. That's how we kiss.
Did he lick you?
Fine. I don't have the bird flu.
Okay, starting off strong over there. Kiss the host that purposely sat away from you to avoid you. And moreover, leave your wet mouth on her face. Anyways, Bobby fans will be like, he's so charming. That was so charming. It's part of the joke. It's part of the humor. You don't understand? You don't get it? I mean, yeah, I guess I don't get the humor, but it just gets worse and worse.
No, but my face is still wet. I feel you.
Did he lick you? What happened?
It's fine.
There's a wet kiss?
There's like little pecks, and then there's a kiss where you latch on and it gets a little wet. That's that kind of kiss.
I'm marking you.
Then he kisses her ankle.
Feeling is she? What is she?
Look what they think.
Well, Bobby is gross.
Nightmare for us.
Hey guys, vote for me for class president, and I'll put beer in the water fountains and cameras in the girls' locker rooms. Woo! Go Bobcats!
Sir, would you please take your seat?
Don't tase me, bro. There's a storm. I've been drinking seawater to stay alive. There she is. I'm the captain of this ship. There's a storm a brewing. Get back. Get back. Yo, in a bottle of Zima. I've been drinking Zima for years. Get back. The seagulls everywhere, biting and stinging. Ignore them, Taylor. They don't define you. Really just express yourself. How about this? You're fired. You copy that? You're fired. You're hired. You're fired. Don't talk to me about the SEC. We'll get him on the phone. I'm gonna go. Let me get a turkey sandwich. Maybe. Shout if you have doubt.
The first Neuralink implant in a human malfunctioned after several threads recording neural activity retracted from the brain. Huh.
Ugh.
You don't say. This reduced the number of effective electrodes and the ability of Arbo, a quadriplegic, to control a computer cursor with his brain. Okay. All right. It seems like a pretty minor malfunction, all things told. The implant was placed just more than 100 days ago. In the blog post, the company touted Arbo's ability to play online computer games, browse the internet, live stream, and use other applications, all by controlling a cursor with his mind. Am I taking crazy pills? Like, is this not technology that has been around for a while? Is it just that previously they did it with like a big helmet and now they're doing it with an implant? But like the technology of tracking neural, like neuron movement and using it to, yeah. Can't you do this non-invasively, lol? Yeah, so I can understand why like an implant version of this could be useful in some specific ways. I'm not saying there's no room for that technology, but the problem is the only people who are going to benefit from this are like completely paralyzed people, and that's not a bad thing. That's okay. I want people who are paralyzed to be able to do cool shit like that, but it also isn't really profitable because Elon Musk is touting this as like every human will be able to tweet while they're walking around, you know, view porn inside your brain while gooning, you know, like as a general access thing. He doesn't want to help paralyzed people. He wants to like do fake Silicon Valley grift technofuturism, you know, transhumanism, which that's not what this technology looks like it's, you know, working towards. Also, consider how many problems there have been with everything Elon Musk gets his hands on. Twitter, Tesla. Do you really want there to be a bug in the software connected to your brain? Come on. Good Lord. Jeez.
Mr. Krabs, $20, old school men's from John Bravo, big Lenny interview. Let me see.
I spoken to him once or twice in 30 years. You know, I wanted to do something spectacular to, you know, make him proud of me, show them, you know, it wasn't a waste. And I have nightmares at least once or twice a month of me in fantastic shape, getting ready to walk on the field in high school and waking up, never getting to play. 260 pounds, in shape, you know, confident. Walking down out of the field house where the team changed, walking on before the start of the game, and always waking up.
Oh my God.
Never getting to play the game. You know, he gave me all the tools I needed. The mental aspect, physical aspect, how to intimidate people.
Dude, his dad failed him as a fucking parent.
You know, running with the sprinting, the strength. And for some reason, I was just too caught up in wanting to be like...
Do you think Lenny would save you from a burning building? I think Big Lenny would want to do that. I don't know if he actually would, though.
All the other kids. I tried to fit in. And that's what hurt me.
You idolized the guy?
Yes.
Dad?
From as early as I can remember, he came home from work at 5 o'clock. I have a brother and sister. My mother had dinner on the table, and we ate as a family.
Like a lot of families did.
Back in the day. Every night, you were there at the table.
Mm-hmm. You had to be in at a certain time.
And after, you know, we'd have this talk and little discussions, and afterwards we'd talk a little more, and he'd read the nightly paper. Then every night at 8 o'clock, he would go into our basement, which we had his own weight room in there. You know, just basic free weights, barbells, dumbbells, squat racks, benches. And he would be there 2 hours every night, 6, sometimes 7 days a week. And he would, when he was done, he would take a shower. By that point, I would either watch him a little bit because I had to go to sleep at 8 o'clock. He was strict, even on weekends growing up.
Even though it wasn't a school night, he would make you go to bed at 8 o'clock.
Our television watching was very regulated. We could watch, you know, Mr. Rogers and Sesame Street and cartoons.
Only so many shows.
The only kind of movies we got to watch were, say, Jaws reruns, the broadcast, 10 Commandments. You know, good, wholesome movies like that.
What were your favorite movies when you were a kid?
Jaws, Star Wars. But my favorite television shows were Kung Fu was on. Those were great, yes. Love that show. Mm-hmm. Had a good meaning to it. And if anything came on that he didn't approve of, he would turn the channel, not say anything, or turn the television off.
Was your father a big guy?
Yes, he was a ex-professional football player, was a 12th round draft pick of Philadelphia Eagles in 1968.
Okay.
And he had a full Division I scholarship to Boston College, played football there from 64 to 68.
What position did he play?
He was a defensive end, but unfortunately in a preseason game, he was on a kickoff team.
Okay.
And
Special teams?
yes, as a rookie, and was running down the field full force, and black guy on the Boston Patriots before they became the New England Patriots took his knee out, just basically dove below the knee, which is illegal, ripped it to shreds, with the surgery back then. He tried out for the Detroit Lions, couldn't pass the physical.
Okay.
Then a few years later, he tried out for our hometown Pittsburgh Steelers in 71, then couldn't pass the physical. But I remember he had a newspaper clipping from the Philadelphia Inquirer. It said, rookie end, too aggressive. And it's talking about my father, who during drills hit the starting quarterback, and usually the quarterbacks you don't touch.
Hit the guy in the red
He had
shirt.
an orange flak jacket on, and he went and gave him a forearm shiver to the helmet. The whole team jumped on him and beat on him after he did that, and the reporters asked him, why'd you do it? He says, I'll do anything I can to make this team, even die. He goes, anything. And he told me stories about how there was a lot of hippies on the team, and he was trying to fight to win a position on the team just to make the team, and he was a 12th round pick. And he said he would get into a stance before drills, and veterans would whisper in his ear, you take it easy on me, and I'll take it easy on you. And he would just ignore it and go out at full steam. It's very aggressive. He actually had a headline, too aggressive, in the sports page. I wish I could find it. It's out there somewhere. He had a copy.
Okay. No, I heard you were a bit of a football player as well.
Yes. From day one, he groomed me. It's the psychology, the eating, the technique. From day one. Tight end, defensive end, yeah, basically those positions. And when I had me in Little League Baseball, I think he expected too much of me at the time. I was overwhelmed. So if I struck out,
He'd get on you.
He whipped my butt a few times with a belt for striking out. My first year in Little League.
Dude.
Then I improved as a player,
Why do you think especially in the 70s, why do you think a father would do that to his son, be so hard on him as far as that goes, and not teach him about more the fundamentals of the game?
Well, at the time, I thought he wanted me to be the best, and that's the way to do it. But as I look back, I see, because his career was cut short at 22, 23.
He was frustrated.
Yes, and he wanted to live through me. And, I wish I did. I regret that to this day. No matter how harsh it was, no matter how many people say that he wasn't right, like I said, I want to apologize to him on camera. I'm going to do it right now, because we haven't really spoke much in the last 30 some odd years.
Go ahead. Tell him how you feel.
Yeah, Dad, I'm sorry.
Look into the camera.
You were right. And any kid out there, listen to your father. He knows best. He told me in high school, don't worry about making friends. Don't worry about having girlfriends. Because you get that Division I scholarship, because I had the height, the weight.
His dad is a fucking asshole, and you should never put that kind of pressure on a kid.
Strength, the speed. Because your life is set. Because he said at Boston College, he had to get his phone number changed because girls would be calling the dorms at all hours of the day.
And I remember you told me yesterday, I believe it was, you haven't spoken to your dad in some time.
I've spoken to him once or twice in 30 years.
Why?
I wanted to do something spectacular to, make him proud of me, show that, it wasn't a waste. And I have nightmares at least once or twice a month of me in fantastic shape, getting ready to walk on the field in high school, and waking up, never getting to play. 260 pounds, in shape, confident, walking down out of the field house where the team changed, walking on before the start of the game, and always waking up at that point, never getting to play the game. I have this at least a couple times or more a month, ever since I was 16 years old. And it haunts me to this day. And I don't think I could ever get over it. Did you get that shot once? He gave me all the tools I needed. The mental aspect, physical aspect, how to intimidate people, running with the sprinting, the strength. And for some reason, I was just too caught up in wanting to be like all the other kids.
Is that why you have this whole, kind of...
Yeah, I'm against that cookie cutter.
Rage against the cookie cutter
machine. Yes, I tried to fit in, and that's what hurt me. I got my ear pierced. God knows why. Come home. I think my sister tipped my father off as he came in the door. Lenny got his ear pierced. So I remember sitting at the table, and my father looking at me, looked at my right ear, because he'd sit at the head of the table.
Yeah.
Then he looked at my left ear. He came up to me. He goes, Because you don't take that out right now, I'm going to rip your fucking ear off. And I went and took it off, and that was the end of that. And I'm glad he said that, because he was going to do it.
Really?
Yeah. And then looking back, he says, why would I do that? Mm-hmm. You know.
Jesus Christ, his dad was a fucking dickhead.
Worried about making friends, worried about wearing what the other kids did. Mm-hmm. They were into breakdancing at the time. Somebody gave me a book, How to Breakdance.
The kids would lay the cardboard down and all that.
Oh my God, I had a book, and he saw it on my dresser at home, ripped it to shreds.
Your dad ripped the book to shreds.
Yeah, no wonder Big Lenny is so fucked, like, can't take care of himself, has done all these drugs. Like, holy shit, dude. His dad fucked him up.
Yeah, even before, somebody gave me a Michael Jackson record. Maybe I was in junior high. Looked at it, cracked it, ripped it up. He allowed me, I had a paper out, which, he basically wanted me to do for the discipline. Getting up at 4 a.m, delivering 50 papers on foot up and down hills of Pittsburgh, and then sometimes you get to 20 degrees below zero. Do that before school. He just wanted me to do it for the discipline. So I ended up buying comic books. I like Spider-Man, Hulk, all the old. And he sort of allowed that. He didn't rip those up at the time, but I did have quite an extensive collection at one point because older people would have garage sales, and I would found an old Spider-Man in great condition. It was like 7th issue, and I believe it's worth a few 10 or 15,000 in mint condition. Mm-hmm. Came in from school one time, and they're ripped to shreds all over my bed. And I was screaming. My mother said, "Who did this?" "Oh, your father did it." And my father looked at me and says, "Yeah, I did it." He goes, "I didn't think you were paying enough attention to your schoolwork and your football and your lifting, because I removed the distraction." And I thought, "What the hell with that?"
What a fucking asshole. Like, and this is shit that he worked for with his paper route, that he bought with his own money, and his dad just fucking destroys it like a fucking dickhead rather than just talking to him about it.
So what I did was, before my senior year, you didn't need parental permission. You could do basic training in the military, get that out of the way before you graduated. You didn't need parental consent at the time. So I went and left, and I joined the United States Air Force, unbeknownst to him. My mother knew about it. Wow. And surely enough, I ended up getting discharged from it, because I got into it with a training instructor. Yeah. I was guarding an embassy, because my job was a security policeman. He stuck a pen up my nose, which they do frequently because they want you standing like a statue. Sure. And I could smell the blood. And my natural instinct was, roundhouse right, and I did.
Hey, Jason. Hey, what's up, brother? He had to take a break when we came off the phone. Lenny, what's up, bud?
Dad told you if you got tattoos, he would cut or burn that part of your skin off. I would have gotten tattoos just to see what he'd do if I had a dad like that. And if he tried to do shit, I probably would have beaten his ass or killed him. Recommend you watch The Iron Claw, tragic story about the effects of bad parenting. Let me see.
Ever since I was a child, people said my family was cursed. Mom tried to protect us with God. Pop tried to protect us with wrestling. He said if we were the toughest, the strongest, nothing could ever hurt us. I believed him. We all did.
Morning.
Pants tomorrow, please, David.
Carrie, I want you to join your brothers in the ring.
Yes, sir. I love that.
Now, we all know Carrie's my favorite, then Kev, then David, then Mike. But the rankings can always change.
What do you want in life, Kevin Von Erich?
More ribs? I want to be with my family. Be with my brothers.
What do you like to do with your brothers?
Together, we can do anything.
We're here to restore justice to the Wrestling Federation.
Your family, Kevin.
Dad's too tough on us. You gotta say something.
Baby, that's what your brothers are for.
Feel that? You feel that? That's pressure.
You're pushing too hard. I'm fine, Kev. Seriously, I'm just sick.
I'm scared, man. It all out of control.
Terrible accident.
I should have stopped him. I need to think about my family. You guys.
Yeah, he got fucking juiced up for that role, dude. Yeah, Zac Efron was on all the steroids for that fucking movie. I might take a look at that. Yeah, I think once I start dieting and I lean down, I'll look something like that. I'm already pretty goddamn huge.
Good riddance to this piece of shit sans nigger monkey.
Are you talking about the Iranian president? Yep, confirmed dead. Don't know if I'd use those particular words you use, but yeah, good riddance.
Looks like Christie and her stinky ban threat is a cash cow. 7777777777777777777777777.
Thank you for that, the now. Appreciate the donation, dude. Yeah, hopefully one of these days we raise enough money on stream to get Christie banned. Yeah, I'll check that out.
Good to see you. Nice to meet you.
Pleasure to meet you. My pleasure to meet you, Lenny.
Latecomer.
Getting ready for the
I'm
Ruby?
Sandy Calora. Very nice to meet you, Lenny.
No relation to Andrew, by the way.
Yeah, we already covered that.
Yeah, it's similar. He's Kalura. I'm Kalora with an O. He's with a U.
Yeah.
How are you?
Pretty good.
Good to see you.
Can't complain. Likewise. Jason's looking great.
Doesn't he look good?
Andrew looks. I'm shocked at too. He looks a lot bigger too.
And this is the mama of the Misfits.
Hey.
Nice to see you. I've been seeing you in quite a while. I love
This
you.
is the first and last woman Lenny has kissed.
Oh,
Real, like, natural born woman.
Yeah.
Kiss, kiss. Mwah. Buddy kiss.
That was on the mouth.
Yeah, Big Lenny's story is pretty tragic. I don't think he even realized how fucked up he is and how much his dad fucked him up.
Jesus Christ. Again, if you're totally paralyzed,
Big Lenny's
and it's
still
literally
alive.
your only way of like making a computer mouse move, that's cool, I guess. Like, you know, in that case, you're kind of like weighing it against total inability. But yeah. No, Vosh, most people who are paralyzed use eye tracking that follows the pupils. I mean, day to day. Yes, day to day, I understand. But you can't really do that while you're out and about because you need sort of like an apparatus to do that. Vosh sending me fashion tips directly into my head. Yeah, we need like a peer-to-peer kind of like SMS system with the Neuralink so that whenever I see somebody with an abysmal fit, I can like glare at them and project hateful thoughts directly into their mind, you know? Like I'm just telepathically communicating just insanely derogatory shit straight into their neural cortex, you know? Well, he says lots of things, Benjamin. Catcalling would go crazy. Oh, God, yeah. You know, that's actually an angle that I haven't seen explored in like sci-fi or like superhero stories or whatever. Because you often get the bit where it's like, oh, this guy can read minds. And it's like, whoa, that's cool. And then it's like, no, because he hears everyone's thoughts. And it's like overwhelming. But I've never seen that plot done with like, what if a girl could
Would you ever get a brand of sacrifice tattoo? Or do you think it too common and played out amongst Berserk fans? Blackie?
I've been considering getting one. I'm not sure if I'll actually get one. I don't really care if a lot of people get it. It's, one of the issues is I don't know where I'd put it. I'm not sure. Thanks for the donation, Nickel Burgess.
Could do that, and then the plot was like, wow, men, like, oh my god, like the shit people are thinking. Because you could, like, not just with women, right? What about like a black guy who gets that and just like is bombarded with like the racist shit that people think but don't say? You know, I don't know. I feel like you could get some sociology out of that premise, though people would say it's overbearing. You know, because they'd be like, wow, men aren't that bad. Wow, white people aren't that bad. And then like a bunch of black people would be like, and then a bunch of women would be like, you know, I don't know. Yeah, black people would also side with the bear, you know? Just like one white guy in the forest. Hello? In bullshit conspiracy shit again. I don't care.
Full guide to building an aesthetic body. Here's me on the left, about 16 or 17 years old, awkward, shy, video gamer, virgin, no confidence around girls. And you know what the worst thing was? At the time I took this picture, I had a girl in my class who I thought was cute, who actually liked me and wanted to get with me. But I had such bad levels of confidence that I didn't even know it or pick up on the signs. It was only like years later when I ended up logging in on Facebook and, you know, like going down my wall and my DMs and stuff that I eventually saw. And I was like, oh shit, like she liked me. Of course she did. And it just hit me. And I was like, damn, like I had such low levels of self-esteem and confidence that even though a girl liked me, I couldn't even like...
Well, she dodged a bullet.
Believe it. And then here's me about 6, maybe 7 years later. This is me when I was traveling in Thailand. I've built a fairly nice physique. I've got really nice style. I took this really amazing picture, put it as my Tinder.
Really nice style. Yeah, wearing a gay necklace isn't a nice style.
Profile picture, and I literally started to get about 50 matches per day. Not 15, 50. I started to get treated like this fucking Chad male model because I look like really good there as well, let's be honest. I would walk not only on Tinder, but I would walk through this island that I was on whilst I was traveling, and I had like these girls, you know, like the white British girls or American or Australian girls, whatever. They were like traveling in their groups and getting drunk and stuff. I would have multiple times during the month that I was traveling where these girls would run up to me and say shit like, oh, my friend thinks you're cute, and they'd catcall me, they'd grab me like I was going on nights out and getting, you know, like going out for drinks and stuff. And I had like I was plowing through the island. So it really fucking worked to build this body, get confidence, and to, you know, have that as a vehicle of being able to attract more women and live like a better, confident male life. So first of all, respect to you if you've clicked on this video because you've chose to click on a long, unedited guide, like this educational video, instead of like some short clickbait bullshit, top 9 ways to get whatever. So respect for that. You could have clicked on TikTok.
Let's see. Dodo Night Tellers, did you watch this when you were a kid? I did not. Never watched Over the Hedge. Kind of wanted to watch it, but I just never ended up watching it.
The residents of Rancho Camelot, so they built a
Looks cute. I do like animals.
hedge to keep the animals out.
I really like the turtle and the squirrel and the opossums.
Hey, kids!
What is that? BHA, BHT, and good old MSG, aka the chip. Dig in! You feel that buzzing in the back? Family. Animals are.
Yeah, I might watch that at some point. Thanks for the donation,
You could have
Dodo.
clicked on Instagram porn, but all this dirty shit, but you actually chose to click on like an educational like course basically. So you have my respect for that. You
This is not educational.
probably have a top 1% attention span since you watch these kinds of videos. And why should you listen to me? Well, the truth is, like, I didn't have a great genetics. I didn't even have money for a gym membership when I started. Like, literally, I started in the gym in my garage. Like, my brother built like a little shitty home gym, which was literally just a bench and some adjustable dumbbells. That was it. We didn't have cables. We didn't have a squat rack or anything like that. We just had a bench and some adjustable dumbbells. That's it. I made slow progress, but that actually, I think, makes me more worthwhile to, like, you know, to listen to. because I had to go through more trials and tribulations and obstacles like you probably will as well. Like, I know what it was like trying to make muscle when you couldn't afford like the supplements and stuff. I know what it was like trying to make muscle when you couldn't even afford a gym membership or you weren't allowed to go to one. I know what it was like starting with pretty poor genetics. And I know that it's what it's like to make quite slow progress. Like a lot of the guys on the internet will show you their progress, you know, their body transformation. And they'll go from this to this in literally like 1 year. And fair enough, they're awesome for those guys. Since it took me about 6-7 years to build this, where most guys probably would have built this in half the time, I had to learn more. I had to like develop more grit, perseverance, and resilience to stay patient on this goal. And so if you're anything like me, where you're probably going to make a little bit worse progress than like those influencers who post like, yeah, they got fucking big, massive in like 3 years. It's like the before picture, he's there like skinny white kid, and the after picture is like some big jacked black guy, and it's like, yeah, 3-month natural progress picture, but yeah, okay. Like, so I think that actually makes me more credible to teach because I stayed on this path for so long, and I didn't start at some amazing points. So here's
He doesn't know shit about fucking anything, and, like, I will say this, I've seen worse advice from people, but he's not anybody who can give you, like, good advice. He'll give you okay advice.
the promise that I'm going to make for you for this video. I'll teach you how to build your aesthetic body without the overthinking and make faster progress than I did, so that hopefully you can learn the skills and everything you need without the scars that I picked up along the way. So here's my quick introduction. I'm Hamza, if you didn't know me already, and I help men improve themselves to attract women, and building an aesthetic body is the single biggest thing that you can do to attract women. It's more important, infinitely, like significantly more important than making money, than learning things like social skills. The single most important thing that you can do is build the aesthetic physique.
That is absolute fucking horseshit. That is complete, unadulterated horseshit. Social skills will get you way further than looks will. Way fucking further. That is idiotic.
Because not only does it give you the confidence, and it gives you the positive feedback loop in, you know, the social environment.
Dodo donated $2. Did you hear about the helicopter crash in Iran with the President Rossi inside? Heard about it earlier on the radio when I was driving, but apparently he died. Did you hear? If not, can you look it up and we learn? We've already been covering that on stream, so yes. I'm well aware. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
It also is the most important thing you can do in the digital dating world, where now a lot of dating is done online, and it's basically just based on your pictures, and your pictures is based on how sexy you are, and how sexy you are is based on your body. When girls masturbate, they're not thinking about a fat guy, a skinny fat guy. They're thinking about a guy who looks like me. And so that's what I'm going to help you to build here. And if that's something you're interested in, and you want to, and you're like, you know, you'll just admit to yourself, you'll want to improve yourself so that you can attract more women and better women, then subscribe right now, because sometimes these videos don't get shown on your homepage unless if you subscribe. So go and do that right now, and you'll see more content like this. So first of all, does an aesthetic body get you girls? What do you think? There's so many guys on the internet that say, oh, you know, like I thought getting into weightlifting would, you know, get me girls, but it only attracted guys. And every time I see that, I'm like, not for me, son. Not for me. Of course it fucking helps you. If you do it the right way, if you do it my way, it will help you to attract women. There's so many guys who will go to the gym, but then do it in this other way, which is absolutely fine if that's what they want to do. But if you are here because you want to become more attractive to the opposite sex, which I think is an awesome goal, because it's so important to have a good relationship, love life in your life. So if that is your goal and you want to build an aesthetic body for that, which is the single most important thing you can do, you should be learning from someone who actually got those results, rather than all like the bodybuilder, weightlifter guys online who kind of make those cringe, self-deprecating jokes like, oh, I thought it'd get me girls, but I only get compliments from guys. I get a lot of compliments from girls. If I showed you some screenshots of the messages girls sends me, you'd be thinking like, oh yeah, I bet this is all like fake, it's all edited, because of how like sexual and just romantic girls treat you when you're just shaped in a different way because of the physique that you've built. So there's 3 parts to building an aesthetic body. There's the workouts, the diet, and the mindset, and we'll go through them. Just quickly, the top link in the description, if you just go and have a look at that, it'll look a little bit different. There's the top link in the description. That will have everything you need to get girls in 2024, and it basically will show you how to use the aesthetic body you're going to build today, but how to like take good pictures and how to use that for your dating life. So just get ready to open that up. Maybe you'll watch it after you watch this video. It's the top link in the description. Get ready for that. We'll start off with the workouts. So there's a few parts of the workouts that we'll be talking about. Train like a bodybuilder, training till failure. The eccentric phase is more important. Lower the weight slowly. Progressive overload, optimal workout routine. We'll go through all of these together. So first of all, let's talk about training like a
if he's gonna recommend training to failure on every single set, that's not really particularly useful advice.
Bodybuilder. It's so easy to get convinced to start training like other athletes, like powerlifters, or to get into martial arts. And these things are awesome, by the way. Like, you know, lifting heavy weights and hitting PRs is awesome. It's fun. Martial arts is awesome. It's fun. There's like this new hybrid athlete trend on Instagram where there's a bunch of guys who are jacked and they're now like going on runs, and it seems so cool and everyone's so happy. The truth is, if you want to get the fastest results in your aesthetic body journey, just train like a bodybuilder. Doing anything else, like going for more of this powerlifting, 1 rep max, yeah, I want to get really strong. Doing like this sort of gymnastics, calisthenics, doing like the martial arts, unfortunately, that will actually distract you from your goal of building this aesthetic physique. So just be careful. Now, am I saying that you can't build the aesthetic physique whilst also doing these these other sports? No, of course, you absolutely can, and there's people who do. But just be careful, because you're probably thinking of some athletes who, like, they're fighters, but also they've got a nice physique. There's some martial art guy called, like, Leon Edwards that people comment about, right? There's guys who've got that. What they're not telling you, what these, like, hybrid athletes aren't telling you, is they started as bodybuilders first, and then they built up the other thing. So when you see, like, some cool-looking guy on Instagram, and he does, like, some cool tricks as, like, a calisthenics guy, or he's a martial art guy, or, like, he goes on runs, and he's like, yeah, you know, hybrid athlete. Really what happened was they started as bodybuilders first. Now they basically don't make progress in bodybuilding, but they just go in.
Seriously fucking doubt that. Leon Edwards. I can pretty much guarantee you this guy did not start off doing bodybuilding. He almost certainly does weight training as part of his martial arts routine, but this guy did not start out doing bodybuilding. I would guess he, let's see, Bushido. Yeah, he probably just started, like, a lot of these dudes start off doing wrestling, and like, a lot of wrestlers do a lot of weight training, so you're going to build muscle doing weight training.
And add in another sport, which you absolutely can do. But you're here today because your priority is the aesthetic body. And so if you just wanted to maximize that, if I could force you to do something, I would tell you, don't even think about any other sport at all. Don't think about lifting heavy to become a powerlifter. Don't think about martial arts as much as Andrew Tate says it's important for masculine men. Don't think about the hybrid athlete. Just be a bodybuilder. If you want to become first of all, if you just want to build the aesthetic body, look sexy and attract girls, and also if you want to become like an actual bodybuilder, then just train as a bodybuilder. Don't add in like these other things which will be more of a distraction. It's kind of like you've started a business and then you randomly start another business as well. Like the shittest entrepreneurs do that. They'll have one business and then they'll just randomly start another business and they think that, oh yeah, but
I don't know why he always uses this analogy. Like, it's like if you have a business, but you start another business. Oh my God.
You know, the new business will give me quite easy money. What happens is you just become mediocre in both. It's easy. It's better, in my opinion, to become phenomenal in one thing and just kind of like shrug your shoulders at the other thing and say like, yeah, whatever, it's not for me. So, and this is if you want the fastest results. That's if you don't want the fastest results and you want like the best overall like happy life where you're training bodybuilding like 2-3 times a week, like weightlifting, and then you're doing like one calisthenics fun session a week and then one martial arts session a week, you can do. It's just that honestly, you'll be mediocre at everything. So it's just bear that in mind. If you want to build this physique, you're gonna have to go to the gym.
Yeah, if you're only doing martial arts like once per week, the amount of interference you're gonna get is extremely minimal. So, like, if you want to maximize adaptations, you want to focus on one particular adaptation, which would be hypertrophy. But the idea that if you do a little bit of cardio or a little bit of martial arts or something, as if that's going to impact your ability to build muscle, it's not.
Like 4 to 6 days a week, and it's quite tiring. And if on top of that you're doing martial arts and calisthenics and all this cool other stuff, you're just going to be sacrificing progress in everything. So just bear that in mind. What does training like a bodybuilder actually look like? Well, it's weightlifting. It's not calisthenics. It's not like this gymnastic stuff. It's not like the body weight workout. It's going to the gym, grabbing the dumbbells or the barbells or the machines and doing slow reps, usually around 8 to 12 reps per set. We'll talk about this more. It's not like that specifically.
By the way, the idea that you can't do that with calisthenics is really fucking weird. So why can't you do 8 to 12 reps per set doing calisthenics?
Focusing on things like mind-muscle connection, lots of isolations, and training just in this way. Bodybuilders aren't in the calisthenics park trying to learn how to do like a front lever or anything. Again, you might see some bodybuilder doing that, but that's because he built the body first. Now he's adding in this extra fun thing. If you're just here to build the aesthetic body, stay focused on this. Because the reason why I'm saying this so much is because honestly, I've wasted quite a lot of time just randomly getting distracted and picking up other sports. That way, yeah, sure, it was kind of fun, but like I look back to those moments and I'm like, damn, I wish I just stayed on my bodybuilding journey because that's the thing that meant the most to me. So I look back with a little bit of like regret that I sacrificed this journey to pick up other things that I wasn't amazing at anyway. So one of the most important things of bodybuilding and what's called training for hypertrophy, like basically growing muscle mass, is training close enough to failure. If you hit a set, so a set is called you grab the weight and you're doing bicep curls. If you hit it, but it's easy and it's not painful, you basically won't make any muscle at all. Then there's this great debate on the internet, like how hard should you train? Should you train like all the way till like the muscle is completely dead in one set, right? In just one set? Should you get to the point where you literally can't even move it? Like this is called failure, when you literally can't even move the weight anymore. You couldn't even do one more rep after this. Or should you do what the science guys say and go stay like 1 to 2 reps away from that point, away from failure? There's this great debate online. What's interesting is the most popular fitness influencer basically of all time.
Right, the guy who's on extremely high doses of steroids. Okay, we should listen to him.
Of our modern day, Sam. So look, some science-based YouTuber named Jeff Nippard did like an analysis of this guy's training, who's fucking massive. Obviously he's taking steroids, but still, he's even for someone taking steroids, he's fucking huge. He did 96% of his sets to failure. all of the science guys up until this point have been saying that you shouldn't train till failure. It's like, you know, it's not good for you. It's all this like just the fucking yapping. And it was interesting because
he's on steroids. So, like, the issue with recovery and fatigue management is not going to apply to him like it will a natural lifter. So he can train to failure more often, but because he's on drugs that increase nitrogen utilization, make you heal faster, and reduce fatigue, yeah, he can train like that every fucking time he goes into the gym. If you're a natural lifter and you train like Sam Sulek, your mesocycles are going to be cut very, very short, shorter than they really need to be.
when I saw this, I was like, oh yeah, like every big guy that I've ever seen in the gym trains till failure for basically all of their sets. But the people, like the kind of, no offense to them, but like, you know, kind of like the nerds online, they all say like, oh no, but this is like, it's not optimal because the science says something different. But the biggest fucking most known influencer of our day trains to failure almost.
Yeah, the guy who's on massive doses of steroids. Like, this is fucktarded. Like, by the way, Dr. Mike Israetel is bigger than fucking Sam Sulek. He's also on gear, probably takes less than Sam does. And he doesn't train to failure every single set, not even every single session. So you can cherry pick whoever the hell you want, but yeah, I mean, if you're actually doing training, and you're not just going to the gym and throwing weights around, but you're actually doing training where you're tracking you're doing tracking, you'll notice that if you train every single set to failure, you're not going to make as much consistent progress as you would if you just held back from failure by a couple reps.
Every single set he does. The biggest guys I know train to failure on almost every set that they do as well. So it's just something to bear in mind. Like, I think this is probably the way to grow, and we'll break more of this down. The reason why this is so powerful, basically grabbing a weight and pushing it to the point you can't push a single more rep, is because you're naturally progressively overloading. So the biggest thing that actually causes...
That's not what progressive overload is. Okay, so he doesn't even understand what progressive overload is. Progressive overload is when you use a higher amount of weight, or if you're using more reps. So if I were to bench 100 pounds for 5 reps week 1, adding 5 pounds and benching 105 pounds for 5 reps week 2, that is progressive overload. If I were to bench 100 pounds week 1 and I got as many reps as I could, let's say it's 7, and then week 2, I do the same thing. I get 100 pounds and I get as many reps as I can. I might be able to get an 8th rep, and that would be progressive overloading. But like if you're going to train every single set to failure, you're entirely relying on progression. So if you don't progress, if you don't make the adaptation fast enough, what you're going to end up doing is you're not going to be progressively overloading. So if I were to, again, I'll use this example, 100 pounds for 7 reps on the bench to absolute failure. If I don't recover in time, or if I don't make the adaptation fast enough, I might, once again, be only able to bench 100 pounds for 7 reps. That might be enough of a stimulus to actually stimulate growth. So each of those training sessions may have been productive, but that's not progressive overload. That's just training with enough intensity to actually elicit a growth stimulus.
More muscle to be built is what's called progressive overload, which is kind of like where you do an exercise.
That's not what progressive overload is. So an adequate growth stimulus is entirely different to progressive overload. Okay, these fucking cats are attacking me. I'm just gonna put my...
then you did it.
I'm gonna put my food away because these cats are bothering me. I'll be right back. And I gotta go take a piss too. But I'll be right back. No kitties. You kitties are annoying me. Okay.
Last week, so you use higher weights and higher weights and higher weights every single week, or you do more reps. When you train till failure, you naturally are progressively overloading because.
No, not necessarily. Again, progressive overload only occurs if you can do more reps or if you can do more weight. So it's not a guarantee that you're going to be able to apply the principle of progressive overload. If you're just training to failure, all you're going to ensure is that you're training with an adequate stimulus to elicit an adaptation.
Your point of failure moves further and further and further. So it's like you're naturally making progress to building the muscle, tearing the muscle. And the reason why I think this is so powerful is because it starts normalizing just how painful bodybuilding and building a muscle like hypertrophy is. This is something I need to make clear to you right now. When you're in the gym and you're hitting a set of bench press or chest flies or quads, whatever it is, like leg extension, training to build muscle is incredibly painful. If it's not like close to a 9 out of 10 in pain, you're probably...
Okay, I don't think this guy understands what 9 out of 10 pain is. If you think taking a set to failure equates to 9 out of 10 pain, you have not been seriously injured before. What would count as 10 out of 10 pain for me would be like getting the circumcision that I had. The circumcision that I had without proper pain management, the doctor didn't put me under, and he only gave me like lidocaine injections or something, and they didn't work. I'm kind of like, I have some like immunity or something to local anesthesia. I felt everything when I got circumcised. That's 10 out of 10 pain. Like when you're talking about taking a set till failure, at least for me, like what I would consider 10 out of 10 versus like 1 out of 10, which would be, I don't know, like a mosquito bite or something. Like training to failure is somewhere in the middle where it's like probably maybe 4, 5 out of 10 at most.
Not building muscle, you're probably not training hard enough. If there's one reason why people don't build muscle, it isn't actually because of like lack of sleep or diet or anything of like.
The adductor tear I had was probably more like a 7 out of 10. That hurt a lot, but it was mostly the feeling of having my muscle tear off the bone that was disturbing. The actual pain I experienced wasn't horrific. So I'd put that probably like 7 out of 10, but it was really bad. Like, that's debilitating pain. Aw, Prim. Mwah. Look at my kitty. He's so handsome. You're so big and strong and handsome. Look at Prim. Look at his muscles. He is a solid brick of pure muscle, and he is a vegan kitty. This is all vegan protein. And this cat is so big and strong and handsome.
People just train like pussies, honestly. People just train to like a 6 out of 10 intensity and then think they're hard. Like a 10 out of 10 intensity, which is painful as fuck. You'll literally sometimes just randomly get a headache because of how hard you pushed. That's like sometimes how hard you've got to push to break the muscle, to tear it apart, and so that it rebuilds bigger.
If you're getting a headache from training, that's a sign that you have high blood pressure. Usually training doesn't give you a headache. What does happen if you have enough lactic acid buildup is you can end up feeling nauseous and vomiting. But if you're getting headaches where it feels like there's a pressure inside your head, that's just a sign of high blood pressure.
Yeah. Hypertrophy training is stupidly painful. Like the thing is, like, I'm some internet alpha male. I sit here and shout about like women and stuff, right?
If anything, my voice has gotten deeper the older I've gotten, partly because my neck has physically gotten thicker.
I'm telling you right now, I'm like a little bit of a bitch in the gym. Sometimes I can't push that hard. A lot of the times, I won't lie to you, I like to believe I'm...
Ardono's on. I got a weird notification from Streamlabs. Oh yeah, it was down.
Baddie Sassy Latina versus Smiling Titan from Attack on Titan. React,
Is any other
Blackie?
member recognition?
I like Ocasio-Cortez more than Marjorie Taylor Greene. But I've already seen this. This is kind of old news. I think Dodo sent me this clip before. But it was pretty funny. The black chick, yeah, her. This was funny.
Man, motion to strike those words.
What you just said.
We're not gonna do this. Look, you guys earlier literally just.
You just voted to do it.
Y'all did it
first, so you don't want to talk about it.
Voted to do it.
Order.
I'm trying to get clarification. Look at, calm down. Calm down.
No, because this is what
like
y'all
to get
do.
through proceedings.
So I'm trying to get
Miss
clarification.
Crockett, you're not recognized. Miss
I can't hear
Crockett.
you with your yelling.
You don't want
calm down.
No.
Yeah, I think she called Marjorie Taylor Greene some bleach blonde butch or something. Thanks for the donation. Shut up, Jew.
Unfortunately, I participated in the Try Not to Suck Cock for 48 Hours challenge and I unfortunately failed on day 1. Any tips?
Maybe get a lollipop or something. Maybe that will satiate you for long enough. Thanks for the donation, King Earth.
I'm a strong guy. I've done hundreds of hours of martial arts of meditation.
He is not a strong guy. I think his max bench is somewhere around 260, 270. He is not strong.
Of like hiking, trekking, whatever. I've done like thousands of weightlifting sessions. I've built a business. I've done so many things. I'm telling you right now, training for hypertrophy, bro, I bitch out of it like more often than not because of how painful it is. It's so painful to take
Yeah, that's because you're a weenie.
Set near failure. So I'm telling you right now, most likely this is the single biggest constraint of you making more muscle. You just train like a bitch. And I'm not even saying that to insult you, honestly. I don't even mean to say that in a bad way. You just don't train hard enough. It's simple as that. And I'm not even saying that.
Son Goku donated $2. Don't show on screen. Thanks for the warning. Virginia native Rilo Huncho is dead after accidentally shooting himself while filming a TikTok video. This is why I don't advocate for Cambailing out with firearms to look... Oh, bailing out with firearms to look hard. I don't know why you'd have a loaded gun in a TikTok video. That's just...
Bitch, look, I got that 30 on that bitch, nigga.
What gun is that? I think that's a SIG.
Bitch, look, I got that 30 on that bitch, nigga. Yeah, fuck y'all, nigga.
He literally blew his brains out of his fucking head. Bro. I don't understand. He literally pointed the gun at his head and pulled the trigger. How can you load a gun, forget that it's loaded, and then pull the... Like, what? That... Okay, well, that's what happens to stupid people, I guess.
Yeah, fuck y'all, nigga.
Yeah, his brains are literally out of his head. That is remarkably fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. W donated $2. Did you see the real intentions behind that drama with Marjorie Taylor Greene? Let me see. AOC reveals darker intentions behind Marjorie Taylor Greene hearing chaos. AOC is exposing the truth of what Republicans were up to in the chaotic House Oversight hearing with Marjorie Taylor Greene. Hearing was part of a structured GOP outcome. The committee was holding up a markup meeting regarding Republican efforts to advance contempt proceedings against Attorney General Merrick Garland for refusing to produce confidential recordings between President Biden and Special Counsel Robert Hur. During the Thursday night meeting, Marjorie Taylor Greene spontaneously launched into a bizarre line of questioning at her Democratic colleagues, asking if any of them employ the daughter of Judge Juan Merchan, a favorite attack from Trump that landed him a gag order that conservative politicians have been intentionally circumventing during his hush money trial. Democratic Representative Jasmine Crockett asked Green, whose comments had derailed the hearing, "Do you know what we're here for?" In response, Green insulted Crockett's appearance, saying, "I don't think you know what you're here for. I think your fake eyelashes are messing up what you're reading." Green's attack prompted a response from AOC, who admonished the far-right loudmouth and unsuccessfully moved to have Green's comment struck, calling Green's rhetoric absolutely unacceptable. Following day, break down how Green's outburst overshadowed and aided what Ocasio-Cortez describes as microcosm of what authoritarians do on larger scale. After Republican chair GOP members broke official House protocol to allow Marjorie Taylor Greene's horrific opening silo of rhetoric, they then made another change to dispense with the legislative process. Ocasio-Cortez, that part is not getting enough attention. So basically, they deliberately try to create bullshit to disrupt the legislative process. It's not surprising. Thanks for the donation, W. So, Hamza is making a fair point here, where you have a lot of people who try to get into weight training that don't train nearly hard enough to actually get an adequate hypertrophic stimulus. And telling these people to train to failure is a good way to sort of force them into training hard enough to actually get an adequate stimulus. The problem here is that this all-encompassing advice is not going to be productive for everybody. So there are people who are going to train hard enough to get a stimulus, and the people who are training hard enough and they are truly training to failure, they're probably going to end up training too hard, and their mesocycle lengths are probably going to end up getting shortened. They're not going to be able to accumulate enough volume long enough to get, really good long-term results. And again, this problem of people not training hard enough is solved if you apply progressive overload. So if you tell somebody to train, say, 2 to 3 reps shy of failure, and what they're really doing is they're training 5, 6, 7 reps shy of failure, if they're adding 5 pounds each session, they're going to get to failure eventually. So it's a problem that solves itself. And again, if you're taught how to properly track your training and plan your mesocycles, the next time they start a mesocycle, they're going to know how many reps they can do with a given weight and accurately predict what would be 2 to 3 reps shy of failure by the time they start their next meso. So this whole problem with training hard enough is solved if you're teaching these people how to fucking train properly to begin with.
Not to insult you, I'm just saying that to train hard enough to build muscle is so difficult. And so we'll be talking about a bunch of things you can do to make this easier later on in this guide. Because
it's not particularly difficult.
Because if anything that makes it somewhat easier or more likely that you train till real failure and you've literally teared that muscle and it's so painful, anything that makes it easier or more likely is huge bang for your buck. But that's the single biggest thing that I feel like from the guys I've helped and the guys I see in the gym, if we only changed one thing for you, if you just trained closer to failure and you trained harder, you would make more progress. Another tip is for your workouts, the eccentric phase is more important, so lower the weight slowly. So the eccentric phase is where you basically are lowering the weight. So for example, imagine if I'm bench pressing right now. Here's the barbell. We've got the barbell to my chest and I press, right? The press is kind of like the hype part of the movement that, it's kind of like the more fun part, right? So I've got the dumbbells and I'm pressing, or I've got the bench press and I'm pressing, or I've got the leg press and I'm pressing that away. That's actually the less important part of the movement. Where more of the muscle is built is the eccentric, the lowering phase. And so one tip that will actually help you to build so much more muscle is to press with speed and explosiveness and aggression, but to lower the weight slowly, because that's how you'll optimize the muscle building. So we've already just spoke about getting close enough to failure and basically not stopping the set up until you're fucking feeling.
So this is true. I don't know if he's going to elaborate on this more, but what you don't want to do is lower the weights too slowly. it ends up not having any positive benefit. So as long as you're lowering the weights under control, it doesn't have to be super slow. I know some people like Johnny Shreve say count to 2 or 3 seconds. 2 or 3 seconds is an insanely long time. If you actually were to count 1, 2, 3, like for the full eccentric, it's too slow. You don't actually get a benefit from doing that. What ends up happening is you're going to generate more fatigue from each single repetition, and then you're not going to be able to do as many repetitions. So it ends up being a wash. So you just want to lower the weights with control. You don't want to go super, super slow, because then you're just going to get fewer reps, and then it ends up being a wash. You're not getting any more additional benefit. So just lower the weights under control. That's all you have to do.
Like you're literally dying and shaking and everything. What we're doing now is optimizing every rep. And the way you do that is, for example, imagine if I was doing bench press right now. The lowering phase is actually where a lot more of the muscle is being built. So I'd want to have that as like a 2-3 second slow lowering phase, feeling the stretch.
Yeah, so that's stupid. Don't count to 2 or 3. It doesn't have to be that long. All you have to do is lower the weight under control. If you're deliberately trying to slow the weight down under like a 2 or 3 second negative, you're just going to end up doing fewer reps throughout the duration of the set. So where you would normally be able to do 8 reps, if you're just lowering the weight under control, you're only going to be doing 5 reps. And the actual hypertrophic benefit you get from lowering the weight down more slowly is going to be a wash.
And explode up. And then slow lowering phase, then explode up. Pushing the weight feels more hype. It really does. You know, like you're curling the weight upwards. Imagine you're doing like a bicep curl. Curling the weight feels so awesome, and most people just kind of drop it after that. But really, it's curling the weight is the easy part. That's when you should be lowering it very slowly. That's where a lot of the muscle is built. And most people, again, this is probably the second biggest thing. They don't respect the eccentric phase, the lowering phase. But that's actually where most of the muscle is built. So if you're the one guy in the gym who doesn't...
Yeah, so don't drop the weight. Don't dive bomb it. Just lower it under control.
Stop his set up until you're basically like gritting your teeth and you're literally shaking and you can't move the movement anymore. Imagine you're doing like tricep overhead pushes. Imagine you're just stuck there. You're gritting your teeth. You're fucking shaking. Okay, you're at failure now. Now if you let go, that's a good fucking set. If you're the one guy who trains like that, but also the one guy who kind of slowly like lowers the weight, so you know, back to the cable machine or like this, who slowly lowers the weight with every rep. If you just do those two things, you'll be basically the most optimal trainer in the gym. In my opinion, this is what I've seen of like the constraint of like most kind of amateur guys who are in the gym. I'm still like an amateur as well, but I've been in there for like 10 years now. So yeah, the tip is just lower the weight slowly for more gains. It's less hype because if you do this, you have to lower the weights. Because think about the weight that you normally use. Imagine if you use like 100 kg bench press and you do it pretty fast. Well, suddenly if you're going to lower the weight slowly, it's going to be harder. It's going to take longer. You're going to get more fatigued. So suddenly you're going to have to lower the weight to like 90 kg. It's not as cool anymore. If you press the weight faster and lower it down faster, you can use more weight. But again, remember, we're not trying to train like powerlifters, weightlifters. We're trying to just train like a bodybuilder. Bodybuilders don't really care about how much weight they use in the gym, only for the sake of progressive overload, but not because of like the ego thing. The ego thing for us should just be our physique. Like that's your sort of picture or video that you post onto Instagram. For the powerlifter, it's like them hitting the PR. But don't think that you need to like have heavy weight as a bodybuilder, because that's when you stop training in this like optimal way for hypertrophy, for muscle gain.
I don't know what he means by heavy weight. 8 to 12 rep sets is technically heavy weight training. Just relative to your 1 rep max, it's lighter. But you do need to increase weight over time. So like the absolute loads you're lifting do have to go up.
And you start basically losing progress in your bodybuilding journey. If there's one big mistake that I've personally made, it's just constantly like getting switched up and starting to
My workouts are typically a lot longer than 20 minutes.
prioritize, like, you know, lifting heavier and then not doing this. I'll increase the weight and then my eccentric phase is just really fast and you're making a lot less muscle that way. Progressive overload is basically just where you add rep sets or weights over time. People get really autistically detailed with this, but I don't think you need to overthink it. This is why I like training to failure a lot, because you're basically constantly progressively overloading without needing.
No. Especially if you're not particularly genetically gifted, you do absolutely need to track and plan your mesocycles out in a coherent, logical way. If you just go into the gym and you do everything you can to failure constantly, you are likely going to notice your progression stalling a lot more than if you, again, track, you do proper tracking, you write down notes, and you say, okay, well, here I ended the mesocycle at this weight. I'm going to cut down by 10 or 15 pounds. That'll put me roughly at a 2 to 3 rep RIR for the first week. And then from there, I can add 5 pounds until I get a PR. And then for the last, like, you know, at least week or two of the meso, I'll make like, you know, a 10-pound PR. You're going to find you make much more consistent progress, especially if you're not particularly genetically gifted. People like Greg Doucette, especially when people like Greg take steroids, yeah, this whole strategy of just training super hard all the time, just constantly going to failure, it works for them. But people who don't have super high testosterone levels, people who do have to manage fatigue more, who have real lives, who have jobs, who have kids, who aren't going to be able to push things as hard as somebody else and recover from it, they absolutely need to learn how to track and plan out their mesocycles in a logical, constructive way. I've been there, done that, and I have made so much more fucking progress actually planning out my mesocycles and planning out my progressive overload than just going in and training as hard as I possibly can. I was stalling constantly doing that shit. And I'd say I am a relatively genetically gifted person. So don't be stupid. Like, again, you're going to get the most bang for buck out of things if you actually do things intelligently. If you just go dumb-dumb, you're going to get dumb-dumb results. Tommy the Testicle donated $2. I love Amazon.
Amazon will do anything to avoid providing good working conditions for employees. One warehouse put up these flyers saying that they're adding neck fans to the company swag store, and workers are just considering it another excuse to not spend more money on air conditioning or even turning on fans in some cases. The Amazon swag store is a place for employees to spend swag bucks that they earn from going above and beyond their job requirements. They look as silly as they sound because, yes, they get physical.
Dude, this reminds me of coal miners not getting paid in real money and them getting paid in their company's own currency. That is fucking insane.
Physically
How
handed
is
out,
this
and yes,
legal?
that is Amazon's official mascot, Pecky. They apparently have a mascot. Don't get me wrong, though, some nice stuff in the swag store, like
This should not be legal.
Turtle Beach for 90 swag bucks, Squishmallow Frozen Elsa for 53, and Rapid Egg Cooker for 24. But Amazon's warehouses are notoriously harsh environments to work in, especially during the hotter times of the year. And you can really see the effect it has on workers when they're posting pictures like this on Reddit with the caption, "Turn the AC up, you frugal bastard."
Holy fuck, dude. Yeah, Amazon is fucking evil. Thanks for the donation, Tommy.
To think about it, so you can really get into like the science of this and start like, you know, analyzing it and writing down the exact weights that you use on like the fucking gym floor and stuff. Like I said, last week I did 73.5.
So by the way, adding sets over time is not progressive overload.
Stuff, you can do that, but you can also use the brain dead approach and literally just push the fucking weight till failure, and it's basically the progressive overload again, because if you get to failure, that's you like.
Training to failure is not progressive overload. That is only ensuring that you're going to get a productive stimulus.
You constantly progressively overload because failure will keep moving and moving and moving. Again, this is more scientific, but interestingly, people who do this seem to make better progress. There's the science, and then there's being in the field and actually just seeing the results of normal people. It seems like this, just train to failure, brain dead, seems to make more muscle than the guy who's there like one rep away from failure and constantly thinking, wait, so last week I did 73.5 kg, today I'll do 74.5. So what's the optimum workout routine? Well, the science says that training a muscle 2 times a week is better than 1 time a week. So basically, you should have a kind of split where you train each muscle group twice per week. So for example, push-pull legs, push-pull.
So you should be training each muscle group twice a week at the minimum. There may be a benefit for certain individuals training with a higher frequency, especially for strength. But if you do train with a higher frequency, you are getting in more volume. So it depends. There's conflicting research, but you should at least be training each muscle group twice per week.
Pull legs, where you do, chest and shoulders and triceps, back and biceps, and then all the legs, and then you repeat that twice per week, so you hit each muscle twice per week. Interestingly, I like bro split, and so does every single big guy I've ever met. Every single big jack.
Yeah, D, I'm not living in an apartment. I'm living in a house. and I take vitamin D supplements. I deliberately avoid the sun because it causes skin cancer and it ages you prematurely.
Guy I've ever...
And you're not going to get any vitamin D from eggs. If you actually look at the vitamin D content in eggs, it's like practically zero. Let me go to Chronometer. Add food, eggs, raw egg, 1 large. Let's go extra large. Add. So 1 single egg only has 48 IUs of vitamin D. The daily RDA is the daily RDA is 2,000 IUs. So if we were to go to 10 eggs, that will net you 487 IUs. So you are only getting about less than 1/4 the RDA for vitamin D. I don't know why Chronometer says it's 81%. The actual daily RDA is 2,000 IUs. So if you eat a dozen eggs, which is a fucking lot, more than 99% of people consume, again, you're only getting about 1/4 the RDA for vitamin D. The only food that's typically consumed that actually has an appreciable amount of vitamin D is going to be fish. So wild Atlantic salmon. 1 fillet, let's go with that. So that has 1,000 IUs of vitamin D, but you're going to have to eat a lot of salmon every single day. So you're talking about 2 fillets of salmon every single day just to meet the RDA. That's not really practical and probably not the healthiest thing to eat over 1,000 calories worth of fish per day, given the heavy metals, forever chemicals that are in fish, and the ethics involved. So just take a vitamin D supplement. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Mossad is trending. Former Mossad agent Viktor Ostovsky explains how Israel controls American diplomats, politicians, writers, journalists, get the troublemaker labeled as anti-Semitic, and it's stain that can't be removed.
Now, I know what they do because I used to ask them to do it. I mean, when I was in the Mossad, and we had a guy that gave us problems in the U.S., and he was speaking out, and he was talking like Pete talked once and said, Israel is bombing Lebanon with cluster bombs. We say, hey, who's that guy? You know? Pete Makaki, we used to call him. Yeah, which is Pete the cockroach. Because he makes a lot of noise and you can't get rid of him. So what you do is you get in touch with a guy in the station in New York or in the station in Washington. You say, tell the guys at B'nai B'rith to label him. And of course the campaign starts, and before you know it, the guy's labeled.
Okay.
And he's an anti-Semite. Because that's
He probably is if he's complaining about Israel bombing Lebanon.
what we say he is. And that's one stain you cannot wash. Now, it shames me as a Jew to tell you that. But that's the fact.
Okay. I'll never forget when Trump stood in front of the whole world and took Vladimir Putin's word over the word of all U.S. intelligence officials. That's who the GOP wants back in charge. 4-time indicted criminal traitor piece of shit who is unquestionably Vladimir Putin's bitch.
Where is the server, and what is the server saying? With that being said, all I can do is ask the question. My people came to me, Dan Coates came to me, and some others. They said they think it's Russia. I have President Putin. He just said it's not Russia. I will say this. I don't see any reason why it would be, but I really do want to see the server But I have confidence in both parties. I really believe that this will probably go on for a while, but I don't think it can go on without finding out what happened to the server. What happened to the servers of the Pakistani gentlemen that worked on the DNC? Where are those servers? They're missing. Where are they? What happened?
What a fucking moron. Do you think Israel had anything to do with it? Let me see. Oh, the death of the Iranian president? Probably not. It seems like a dumb oopsie by the Iranians. So there's no evidence that Israel fired any missiles or anything at the helicopter. It looks like the helicopter just ran into a cliff, basically, when it was foggy. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Spoke to in my entire life is on BroSplit. Every single one. But if you look on the internet, all the science guys will tell you, wait, no, you shouldn't be on BroSplit because the science says that it's not optimal. Why am I on BroSplit? Personally, because I just think it's fun as fuck. And for some reason, I personally build more muscle on it. So
you don't.
Just be careful of like the sort of the cult of the science-based fitness YouTubers who will tell you one thing, because in reality, like you might go and try something different and you actually make better progress. Because often, if I'm honest, and this is something you can quote me for, I think psychology is more important than biology when it comes to certain things like, you know, being an athlete and training. If you enjoy your workouts, you will naturally train harder and more consistently than the guy who's fully optimal with all the science stuff, but then doesn't enjoy it as much and ends up taking off more days over 5 years than the guy who actually loves his training. So I think bodybuilding.
So that is true. You should aim to enjoy your training and make concessions where it makes sense. Completely optimal training might not be as fun, and you might not work as hard doing fully optimal training, or you might take more days off because you can't convince yourself to train. But with that said, the evidence is overwhelming. You are going to build more muscle training each body part twice per week than if you were to train each body part once per week. There is no denying that. If Hamza thinks he's building more muscle doing a bro split than he would doing, say, a push-pull split where he's training each muscle group twice per week, there's only two explanations for this. Either one, he's never actually trained each muscle group twice per week, and he's just lying, and he's assuming he's building more muscle training once per week. Two, the type of training he's doing doesn't allow him to train each muscle group twice per week effectively. So training every single set to failure, he's not able to recover in time for the next session, and the second session in his training is so unproductive that he doesn't actually find a benefit from training each muscle group twice per week. This would be especially true if he doesn't alter his rep ranges. So if he's just doing sets of 5 all throughout the week, so if he's training chest, he does heavy sets of 5 at the beginning of the week, and he's doing those sets of 5 to failure and near failure, and then he tries training sets of 5 again to failure or very near failure. Yeah, you would expect to see that sort of outcome where you're training so heavy and so hard at the beginning of the week. If you try to do it again a few days later, that session is not going to be productive. Those are the only two explanations. He either doesn't know shit about training or how to plan his training effectively, and that's why he hasn't seen a benefit from it, or he just hasn't done it, which I'm inclined to believe he just hasn't done it. Dodo donated $2. I wouldn't be surprised if Israel had something to do with it, like maybe some form of cyber attack could have been planned for weeks or months to make the weather monitoring tools of the helicopter not know about the bad weather or train coming up. I doubt it. I seriously doubt it. Doesn't seem all that plausible. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
It's more fun just because today, for example, it's chest day for me. Literally just chest. Biology. When it comes to certain things like, you know, being an athlete and training, if you enjoy your workouts, you will naturally train harder and more consistently. For best. I'm not doing the push-pull legs. You know, I'm not going to add in the shoulders and triceps to try and make it more optimum. No. I'm going brain dead approach. I'm going to go pick my friend up. We're going to go hit chest like fucking like retards, basically. Like we're just going to go and hit chest for like 5 exercises.
Ben Boy donated $2. Did you know that the band Rise Against are animal rights advocates?
If you report on animal abuse that you've witnessed, you can be prosecuted.
I saw that in a
Yeah,
documentary.
it's called Agricultural Gag Act, or Ag Gag. And in some places it's called the Animal Enterprise Act. In some places, if you blow the whistle on some wrongdoing within a company that specifically deals with cattle, like animals, that kind of thing, then you can be called a terrorist. And it's just like these really backwards laws that are actually passing in some places. And to me, like, I feel like that word means nothing to me. You know what I mean? And so as it's defined as, like, an eco-terrorist is somebody who wants to promote environmentalism. You know what I mean? And kind of like lay down on the tracks for these things that are just stomping over the world. Like, I have far more in common with what you're describing as an eco-terrorist than I do with people that are prosecuting them. And so that's where the song came from, like the eco-terrorist in me.
That's pretty cool. Are they actually vegan, or are they just big hypocrites? Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
We're not going to think about progressive overload, keeping reps in reserve or anything. We're literally just going to shout at each other, abuse caffeine, and just hit like PRs on every set and just like keep...
Dodo donate $2. You have to remember Israel managed to destroy an entire nuclear uranium enrichment facility and set the program back years with a computer virus. That facility was also a closed system with no internet, and there's a lot of Iranians who support Israel. Again, the plausibility of some sort of cyber attack affecting their weather, like... You can just use your eyes, right? So if they affected their weather systems where they couldn't detect it was going to be foggy, they can literally just use their eyes and say, okay, well, it's not safe to fly here. So I don't know. Doesn't seem particularly plausible to me. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Keep pushing. And, like, if he bitches out, like, on an exercise that I know he can do more on, I'll shout at him. And literally, like, suddenly it's like you've got the best pump of your entire fucking life, and you notice a difference in your physique, like you're making progress, like every 3 weeks, which is...
Is Destiny still streaming? Yeah, he is. I don't think he's in... Oh, there he is. Hey.
Hello?
Hey, what's up?
Oh, hi, what's up?
So, the main thing that my chat wants me to talk to you about is Breaking Bad, and, this has been going on for months now. I'm convinced Breaking Bad is just a terrible series.
Why is that? Oh, you told me a little bit about it yesterday.
Yeah, well, a couple hours ago. But, yeah, basically the whole story makes very little sense to me based on the characters' decisions. And I understand writing characters that will make bad decisions because they're stupid or they don't know any better or something, but the decisions the characters make goes against their own intellect and their own knowledge in the given situation. So one good example of this was Walter deciding not to take the money from that rich couple he knew that he used to work with for his cancer treatment. For one thing, people use the excuse that, oh, well, Walter has a lot of pride and he had too much pride to take money from them after he feels that they screwed him over. Well, things in the story conflict with that. Walter was working at a car wash where he had to get down on his hands and knees, get filthy dirty. His boss was disrespecting him, and even his own high school students who came from like rich families who would go in with a Ford Mustang or a Corvette would like laugh at him and tell him to clean his car and shit. So he's willing to get rid of his personal pride there. But when it massively benefits him, where he'd just get free money, like over $100,000 for his cancer treatment, he's not willing to put his pride aside, but he's willing to put his pride aside when it comes to making peanuts, just so that he can get an extra bit of money for, like, bills. So I would call that bad writing. They would constantly do things like that, where they'll try to convince you, oh, the character's making the stupid decision because they're just too prideful, but then they'll literally show other scenes in the story showing, Okay, well, they're not too prideful.
I think that when you look at decisions, good or bad, that characters make in media, I think oftentimes, rather than analyzing it through the perspective of like, what would an ordinary person do in this circumstance, you're more analyzing it through the perspective of like, what are the character traits of a given person?
Yeah, I know.
And like, what is the overall strike? Yeah. So
yeah, that's what I'm doing, and that's what I
I
do.
know. Yeah, hold on, I'm getting there. Okay. So for Walter White, I think that the broad arc of his story is he starts out as a teacher, he gets cancer, and then in the course of having that cancer, one of the things as a man, I guess as any person, is you want to feel like you have some control or agency over your life, the ability to provide for yourself and your family, especially as a man, especially as a father, and that's kind of like taken from him through the cancer stuff. So he gets like ultra triggered when Walt Jr. makes that website, when people are offering money, and the idea of coworkers or colleagues that he walked away from, who even by, I think from their admission, if I remember, it's been a long time since I watched it, but even they admitted that he was probably smarter than them, but he walked away from that business or whatever they were doing, that for him to take money from those people, it's like the ultimate insult to everything that he's done in his life. And to like the type of person that he wanted to be, somebody who's like self-sufficient, smart, intelligent, can make a business on his own. The whole thing of like the pride of working in a car wash or whatever to launder money, even if you're like on your hands and knees doing
He wasn't
work,
laundering money when he was working there initially.
When was he? When did he start working at the gas station?
Right at the beginning of the show. He had 2 jobs.
Well, wait, if that was at the very, very, very beginning, then that was him trying to. That's still not like. I don't think that's still like against his pride, no?
Absolutely would be, especially when you saw how his boss treated him and students from his high school coming into the car wash and laughing at him and making fun of him. And then you can literally see him grimacing that he had to even be there.
Yeah, but I don't think the pride there was him, like, just, I mean, it was kind of working a shitty job, but it's also like, it sounds mean to say this, but it was like beneath him his work and he wasn't earning enough money to do what he needed to do, right? But like he found something better, so that changes obviously as the show goes on, but...
Yeah, like the point I'm making is if we're going to use this pride argument for him to deny that money, I think that whole scene with him working at the car, or multiple scenes of him working at the car wash, getting treated horribly in this miserable position where he's on his hands and knees, getting filthy dirty, kids that he teaches are laughing at him, his boss is treating him like shit, and he's literally making peanuts. It goes against that whole narrative that he's too prideful to accept this money. And what also makes it seem even stupider is other people are acknowledging how intelligent he is, and he is an intelligent guy. But then when he denied the money, that's a loose end. So now there's somebody who can rat on him, tell his wife that, hey, Walter never accepted the money, but somehow he's paying for the cancer treatment. Like, this is just another way for him to fuck himself over and get caught selling drugs, which is something he never wanted his family to find out. So, like, the
well,
thing
I mean,
that
like,
would have
isn't
made
he? I think
sense-
there's a couple things. I mean, like, he could have been the perfect genius mastermind, but I don't think he planned on Skylar. I don't know how smart he thought she was or not, but she was pretty crafty, and she kind of fucked him over on that a little bit. I say fucked him over, I shouldn't say that, but she found out that he was lying about a lot of things. But he probably just never expected it to come to that. I mean, I don't think he's like a perfect criminal mastermind right from the beginning,
buddy,
right?
You don't expect 2 women to talk to each other? Like, you don't have to be a fucking genius to figure out women blab about fucking everything.
Well, wait, but were those people friends at all? Didn't she have to literally call
So
him? I thought Skylar had to call her explicitly to ask to get information about that.
So yeah, they knew each other and they were talking and communicating, and they were talking to each other at a party. So they knew each other, they had each other's phone numbers, and they were talking back and forth about how happy, like, Skylar was that she's paying for Walter's cancer treatment. So they were in contact with each other, they knew each other, they didn't have a close friendship, but they, like, again, they're friendly enough that they had each other's phone numbers and everything. So, like, the idea that 2 fucking middle-aged women wouldn't fucking blab and even if this were to say she'd only tell her husband, like, I mean, the people in her friend group would find out and then start questioning that. Like, it would eventually get back to fucking Skylar. Like, any fucking idiot would have figured that?
Well,
like again, I just see that as
I mean, he
huge
was also
plot
like
hole.
he was gone like AFK from his household like the majority of the time in the beginning too, and he didn't have a good excuse for that. He just said like, "Oh, I was
Yeah,
sick." And,
like
so I mean, like
but,
I don't think in the beginning, I don't think it was like as like masterminded overall.
But again,
right?
that's not a loose end. That so you can always account for why you're gone, and he had reasonable excuses like, you know what, I just, you know, now that I have the cancer, I'm just going to take more time to myself and go on nature walks. Like, that's not a loose end where somebody can blab to you and like rat you out. Whereas that is a clear, huge loose end that would obviously end up biting you in the ass. And I mean, even the retard Jesse he was working with, like, probably would have figured that out.
Okay, I mean,
yeah, and
maybe
like,
I guess, but
and I mean, like, this kept going on and on and on. Like, one huge one that made me completely give up on the series was when Walter, the only reason they're keeping him alive was because they figured he was the only one who could create this crystal meth shit. So what ended up happening was Walter killed his chemist buddy who would also be able to make the formula. But it turns out the guy who was overwatching the operation could make the formula. And he was showing to his boss, Gustavo, that anybody could make this as long as they just have the recipe. So what ended up happening was, rather than Gustavo killing his partner, Jesse, who's a fucking retard, degenerate drug addict who he knew did not help Walter at all, he, like, to send a message to Walter, like, you better stay in line or I'm gonna fucking kill you next. He kills the underling who discovered how to make his fucking formula. And the only conceivable reason that happened was because the writers knew Jesse Pinkman was a popular character and they didn't want to kill him off.
Wasn't Jesse really good at what he did?
No, he sucked. The only reason he ended up making good meth was because he just copied Walter White's recipe. Like, that's it. He didn't know anything about chemistry. So like, again, any retard could have just copied the formula and made it. And he knew that Jesse was useless.
Okay, hold on. I don't know if I can argue from this because it's been a long time since I've watched this, but I thought that Jesse got really good at cooking. Wasn't there a part in like season 2, like really early on, where Walt was going to do his own thing and he didn't want to cook anymore, and then Jesse showed up and showed him stuff that he cooked, and it was like Blue would show that he made it like really well, even if it wasn't perfect.
Yeah,
so
so
if he got
any
up to that level of
retard-
perfect, but clearly not any retard because their stuff is supposed to be really special, no?
No, he was just copying Walter White's formula. Like, again, there was
It's not
the
just
scene...
copying the formula, it's like working the lab too, right?
No. It was literally just copying the formula because Jesse went over... He was forced to go over to Mexico to teach the chemists who were working for the cartel to make the recipe. And Jesse didn't know anything about basic chemistry. He just said, okay, this is the way I do it. I mix this chemical here, this chemical there. And then they were able to perfectly replicate the recipe immediately, right after Jesse just gave them all the steps. So Jesse was literally just copying the steps that Walter White taught him. And again...
I would have to go back and watch these scenes because I would have to go back and watch these scenes because I don't remember. But my guess is going to be, if I'm trying to recreate this in my mind, my guess is going to be that the message they're trying to sell you is the exact opposite. That it's not just a matter of memorizing a chemistry formula. You have to like actually, there's like an art like mastery to doing it. And Jesse has to walk through and show them artistically the steps that he learned from Walter White. It's not just writing stuff down on paper. That'd be my guess, but I would have to go back and watch these scenes.
That was literally the opposite impression, that any idiot could do it as long as they copied the steps. And again, Jesse showed the chemists the steps that he used, and they were able to perfectly replicate the formula. So, like,
did they perfectly replicate it?
Yeah, they did.
I thought everybody's was always a little bit less pure than the stuff that they made.
No, they perfectly replicated it. And like, again, when Jesse and Walter White were becoming problems for Gustavo, especially when Walter White has that DA brother-in-law who is like slowly breathing down his neck and getting closer and closer, it would have made sense for Gustavo to just kill them both and then have one of his underlings just, you know, do the work for him. Or at the very least, if he was still worried, okay, maybe he can't perfectly replicate the formula, it would have made sense for him to kill Jesse to send a strong message to Walter. Okay, I know you really like this kid, but I'm going to fucking kill you, and I'm going to kill you too if you don't fall in line and stop fucking with me. But instead, he kills his fucking underling who did nothing wrong, who was following his orders. And again, it's the old trope, oh my god, the bad guy is so evil, he'll kill even his own employees. Like, I completely lost interest in the show after that fucking happened.
You're saying that he should have killed Jesse instead?
Yeah, he should have killed Jesse to send a clear message to Walter White that the only reason I have you around is because I think you're remotely useful. And if you keep fucking around and keep making problems for me, like with your DA brother-in-law, I'm going to fucking kill you too, because now I know anybody can make this formula.
Wasn't the issue... People are saying that he killed the one guy because there was a witness. He was like seen at the scene of the crime or something.
The Mexican dude who was overseeing Walter White while he was making his meth.
That's what Chad is saying. I don't remember.
I don't recall any of that. But again, I don't know why he wouldn't also kill Jesse. Like, it still doesn't make sense.
Well, because didn't Walter constantly say he needed Jesse to cook?
Yeah, but he knew that was bullshit.
Did he? I thought that didn't they literally want Jesse to eventually step up and replace Walt?
No, he knew that was bullshit because Walter was working on his own without anybody helping him. He never needed Jesse.
Okay, well.
And I mean, Jesse also technically didn't need Walter. Like, with rudimentary equipment, he was able to make something that was almost exactly as good as the formula Walter White made.
Okay.
Yeah, and on top of that, like, on top of the plot holes, the show was just fucking boring, and, like, again, it was clear the writers needed to make a certain amount of episodes that had a certain amount of runtime, and there would just be, especially after season 2, there would just be scene after scene of, like, people eating and awkwardly staring at each other or complaining about something, or like some disjointed scene with Jesse just doing drugs with his degenerate friends for no reason when it had absolutely nothing to do with the plot. Like, it wasn't world building, it wasn't character building, it didn't contribute to the overarching story. It was literally just there to fill time.
Okay, well, I mean, you're welcome to have your opinion. I don't know what you want me to say. I can't, like, argue you into liking the show if you don't like it.
Yeah, I know. But, yeah, people have been giving me shit about not liking Breaking Bad. It's an awful show. It's just bad. There's huge fucking plot holes, and it's fucking boring. Like, if you were to do a, like, Dragon Ball Z thing where you were to just eliminate all the boring parts, I could enjoy it more for what it is, but with the terrible plot holes that make no fucking sense and the boringness, like, it's just a bad show if you take it for, you know, what it is.
Okay. What kind of shows do you like?
Mostly anime.
Okay. I mean, it could just be it's not like a style of show that you're into. Are there any shows that are similar to Breaking Bad that you enjoy?
I'm usually not into crime dramas. I usually watch true crime, so I don't think I've ever watched a crime drama other than Breaking Bad. I still have to watch The Sopranos.
Do you like, have you watched, like, Death Note? Do you consider that like a crime
Death Note's
drama?
great.
Okay.
Yeah, that's an example of, you know, crime drama that, if we include anime, that I really like. Psychopaths is also great. That's also technically a crime drama.
Okay.
I also wanted to ask you if you have any resources on Israeli tank losses and tanks specifically, not just armored vehicles.
I have no clue. No.
No? Okay. I was watching some fucking retard pro-Palestine guy who literally just takes Hamas propaganda clips where you see a poof of like a poof go off next to a tank, and then he'll say, "Oh, Hamas destroyed another Israeli tank," when it literally cuts away as soon as you see an RPG hit a tank, which isn't how you confirm tank losses.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well,
take care, dude. Enjoy the rest of your stream or night or day, whatever it is.
all right. Well, have fun. Be careful.
All right, see ya. Let's see. Dodo donated $2. Maybe they used an innovative technology to interfere with the helicopter and take it down from the Azerbaijan border, which is their ally, if Israel was responsible for Iran's president helicopter crash. If you're listening, can you do it to Putin next, please? Yeah, for real. Somebody needs to do that to Putin. Where's chat saying about me? Vegan gains, hard W. Acting like art is objective, not subjective. Can you talk to Chat GPT now? Can you go try that?
Before they were both like really early, like 8:39.
All right. Ben Boy donated $2. Let me see.
Dude claiming to be Jesus Christ breaks into a Pizza Hut and dials 911.
High 911, what is your emergency? Yes, this is Jesus Christ, and I just broke into the Pizza Hut. I broke the window in. I'm here. Jesus is here now. He's back to Earth. All right, and so you don't work there? No, I just broke in. Had a pizza. I'm Jesus. And what was your name again? My name is Jesus. What's your last name, Jesus? Christ. Okay. And what do you look like? I look like Jesus. What else do I supposed to look like? What?
Let me see. He might not be wrong. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think he's Jesus.
Why'd you do that? Because I'm Jesus. I can do whatever I want. We're tired of Judases on this earth. We're going to clean this earth up. So what are you up to? Man, where do you live at? I don't. I'm from heaven. How'd you get over to the Pizza Hut? I'm from heaven, sir. Okay. And did you break a front window? Yeah, I broke the door window, sir. And did you eat a pizza? Yeah. Had a Mountain Dew. You gonna stay there for a minute? Yeah. You ain't got any weapons or anything on you, do you? No, I'm not violent, sir. Okay. Just hungry? Yeah, I'm starving to death.
Fagatron donated $2. Name one plot hole from Breakfast Bad. You mean Breaking Bad? Well, I just named one. Like, the whole Walt refusing to take the money from that chick. I think I consider that a plot hole. Gustavo not killing either Walter or Jesse Pinkman. I'd consider that a big plot hole. I think I'm forgetting, like, one other major one. But, yeah, a lot of shit in Breaking Bad made no fucking sense, dude. Thanks for the donation, Fagatron.
Alright, everybody's been treating me mean. I've been beat up in this town. I'm from Indiana.
You're from Indiana?
Yes.
Okay.
People keep beating me up.
Where have you been staying at?
Everywhere. I keep getting kicked out of places.
Mm-hmm.
I got schizophrenia, sir.
Yeah, nobody else is there with you?
That's a pretty great fucking phone call. I'm Jesus. I'm from heaven. Where are you from? I'm from Indiana. Fuck, dude. Let's see this other one. Toilet water incident. Okay, that looks that looks like it's safe for YouTube. This isn't nearly as bad as the toothbrush incident. Dude, Daniel Larson is going to be in a much better place when he's locked up in federal prison. What a fucking whack job.
Insane for how long I've been lifting for to see progress like this. One thing I just want to tell you, I was supposed to say this later on, but like I followed a lot of this like sciencey, like, you know, the YouTubers' advice, and I actually made less progress following most YouTubers than just the brain dead sort of Chad approach. Like there's always a Chad in the gym who's just brain dead when it comes to all this science-based stuff. Like if you walk up to the jacked Chad, the muscular guy in the gym, and you ask him like, "What's your workout split?" He'd be, "What? What's your workout split?" He'll look at you like he doesn't even know what you're on about, and you'll say to him like, "What are you training today?" And he'll go, "Oh, chest and I might do a bit of the back as well." And you're thinking like, wait, you don't have a sacred workout routine? You're telling me you just do it intuitively? What are you going to do for chest today? Oh yeah, I just did some bench, and I don't know, I'll probably do some push-ups as well. And he's bigger than you, and he's bigger than these fucking YouTubers. Every single time I see a big mother...
That is called selection bias. For every Chad that doesn't have a workout plan, you'll find a million other people who make no gains and also don't have a workout plan.
Motherfucker in the gym or jacked guys, they always like they don't know this science-based shit at all. They just fucking go in, they have fun in there, and then they train basically every single day because they enjoy themselves. So the routine that I'd suggest is like go do about 10 to 15 sets per workout using whatever exercise would be hype for you. I'd like for myself and maybe for you.
10 to 15 sets on a single muscle group for one workout is quite a fucking lot.
You to prioritize more of the psychology and the enjoyment of the training rather than what the science says is the most optimal way. So it's like whatever exercise you feel kind of hyped to hit today, you're excited for it, by all means go ahead and hit that and go for about 10 to 15 sets per workout. If you're not recovering from that, then lower the sets a little bit. You know, if for example we hit chest or push today and then the next chest or push day we're still sore, then you might want to reduce the sets a little bit. If for example you got a little bit sore but then you felt better in like 2 days, then you could increase the sets because you can take more volume, and the volume is just number of sets. The volume you can take is different per muscle. So for example I could go and hit chest today and do 15 sets and be fine for my chest day next week, but tomorrow for example I could do back and hit 15 sets for back, but then next week on back day, I'm not recovered because my back just recovers slowly, for example. My back doesn't actually, my back recovers in like fucking 4 hours. I could hit it like literally every 4 hours, but my hamstrings recover in like, in months, honestly. I hit RDLs once like last year, I'm still sore from them, so it's different depending on which muscle group you're training. So my hamstrings are very sensitive. I do like maybe 3 or 4 sets per week, and they're still kind of like sore for 4 or 5 days later, whereas my quads, I can do like 15 sets and they're fine the next day. So that's just one extra tip for you in terms of your programming. So here's an example of my routine. This is what I'll go hit today, and I don't plan any of this stuff. Remember, what I'm telling you is I've done all of that mode where you're planning and you've got every exercise perfectly listed. But this is what I'm preferring, is this is just like an intuitive thing. Like we might change this once we go in today, but we basically go with this like hype, aggressive, me and my friend are shouting at each other kind of vibe, listening to loud music and everything. This is most likely what we'll hit today. We'll start with decline bench. I just prefer it over flat bench, and I'll probably put on 100 kg
Like, by the way, he's saying all this. His max bench is like 260, 270, if that. I saw him struggling benching 225 for sets of 5. His max is probably around 250.
I'll do it for 10 reps per set, and I'll do about 3 sets. Then we'll go to the incline dumbbell press. I usually use around 34 or so for about 10 slow reps for 3 sets. Then we'll go on dips, and these are more like aggressive. You know, my form's not perfect on these. I'm just kind of doing them for fun, basically.
Decline bench.
Usually around
Decline's a waste of time, in my opinion. 100 kilograms, that would be like around 225. I don't even know if you can do that on decline.
12 to 15 reps for 3 sets. Then we'll go on flies. I'll use them fairly light for about 15 reps for 3 sets. And then we'll do like some kind of drop step hype aggression thing on like the chest press machine, which is safe to do this on. We'll just shout at each other and we'll just try and push as many reps as possible. He'll take some of the weight off and I'm just pushing to the point that there's no weight on the fucking machine, but you're just pushing it anyway. And you're getting like the last little bit of failure. What's interesting is I'm hitting failure on almost every set. It's not optimum for science and whatever, but actually I really enjoy it and I make good progress doing this. And this, by the way, is not all planned. So like,
he claims he's making good progress, but again, his max bench is like 250. Like, being generous, maybe 270, but that's not an impressive bench for his size.
This is what I expect we'll hit today. But when I get into the gym, I like to honor like what I feel like doing. Like, you know, being disciplined and being unemotional is like a cool thing, fine. But when you're in the gym, especially if you've trained for like longer than a year, your body starts like...
Yeah, dude, 225 for 10 reps on a decline is not good. Like, and then he's like, oh, this training, it's so good for me. Like, okay, well, you're not making like any gains. 225 for 10 reps on a decline. I've done 315 for a set of 9 on flat. Like, just saying, the way I do things seems to work a bit better.
Intuitively tell you like which exercise it would like and how much weight and how many reps and how many sets it would like to do for this particular exercise. Like, if you really tune into your body, it will kind of tell you that. Like, you'll just randomly like get a feeling of like, I really want to go and do like incline dumbbell press today. I just got like a weird visualization that that's the thing that my chest wants me to do. You go and hit that exercise, you're like, wow, this feels lovely. You hit that exercise for the next 2-3 weeks, it feels amazing. Then randomly you don't really feel like hitting it, but you're like, no, I've got to stay disciplined, you know, progressive overload, increase it from last week. You don't feel like doing it. You sit on it, and it's like, it doesn't feel as good anymore. And yeah, technically it's not as scientific to like change.
Bro, like, how do you expect to make progress? It just doesn't make any sense. If you can only do one exercise for 3 weeks and then you just don't want to do it anymore, how are you going to make progress?
Change the exercise every few weeks or something. But I think that you might end up making more progress this way, or at least I am. So I'm optimizing for whatever my muscle tells me it wants compared to what science-based fitness YouTube...
Your muscles don't tell you what they want. You're just going in and training and doing whatever the fuck you feel like.
YouTubers, like, you know, fitness YouTubers that you watch online will say is better. So the routine that I'm on is just bro split: chest, back, legs, shoulders, arms, legs. I do 2 legs, which is a little bit abnormal for a bro split. And I don't plan what I'm going to really do. I just kind of know what I'm about to start with, and then in the gym I'll just make it up as I go along. But the biggest thing is I just try and train as hard as possible, and I seem to be making more progress doing this. And so that is the workout section complete. I was contemplating, should I make like a full-on beginner's guide? Like, so how do you build muscle? You grab weight and you know, you stretch and contract. But I'm assuming that if you clicked on this, you already go to the gym. So I didn't want to go over the beginning stuff. I wanted to go over some of the most important lessons I've learned. Like, these are weird extra tips that I've not heard someone like give on videos before. And I didn't want to just waste your time saying, yeah, you should do, you know, push-pull legs and, you know, you expand, stretch the muscle. You get what I mean? So I wanted to make this a little bit more of an advanced guide. So now let's go over the diet. So in the diet section of this guide, we'll cover the optimal bodybuilding macro split, optimal bodybuilding meals and timings, and then my exact diet and why I don't follow the above optimal diets. So let's go over the optimal bodybuilding macro split, which is what I've seen online in most of the sort
of 1 gram per pound of body weight is fine, but you do not need to eat that much protein. It sounds like, based on the research, 0.7 grams of protein per pound of body weight is ideal. So for a 170-pound man, that would mean you're getting about 130-ish grams of protein per day.
Advice, which is 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight. I believe the study that everyone's basing it off was the one which actually showed that it was about 0.6 grams per pound of body weight.
It's 0.7.
That protein was capped at, and then those researchers increased it just to be safe to 0.8 grams per pound of body weight of protein, and then just kind of like us bodybuilders bros online just said, okay, fuck it, just like make it 1 gram of protein per pound of body weight anyway. And it's just a good rule of thumb. You may as well go a little bit above whatever the recommendation was in science just to be a bit safe.
So the reason they increased the recommendation was to account for the confidence intervals. There are people who are at the lower end of the confidence interval who might need more, who are more anabolically resistant. That's the rationale for increasing the recommendation.
Gram of protein per pound of body weight. So however much you weigh in pounds is the exact amount of protein you should eat per day. Just bear in mind that what we're calculating here is not the weight of the meal itself. So some guys get confused. Like when I say, for example, 170 grams of protein, that does not mean 170 grams of like chicken breast. Like 100 grams of chicken breast has probably around like 30 grams of protein. So make sure like we're tracking the right thing. I know that's like completely basic for a lot of people, but I've met some people who literally thought like 100 grams of chicken breast was 100 grams of protein as well. So this is just to those people there. Then you want to have at least 20% of your calories in fats. The reason why is because this is for hormone regulation, basically to not fuck up your testosterone. When a lot of bodybuilders cut down, they often cut down in the fats because it's not really needed like that much to build muscle. Like obviously testosterone is important, but a lot of bodybuilders will sacrifice the calories in fat, and that's why the dick stops working when they get like really lean. The testosterone's all fucked up. So you want to have at least 20% of your calories in fat, maybe even pushing up to 30. There were some studies I read a few years ago that said pushing.
Yeah, so that's a good recommendation. That's what I recommend for most people, 20 to 30 grams. Obviously, with the majority of that being in the form of poly and monounsaturated fats, you want to minimize your saturated fat intake.
Your calories to 40% in fat actually still had a boost in your testosterone, so you might want to consider that. And the rest of your calories in carbs. So a rough macro split for a guy who weighs 170 pounds would be 170 grams of protein, 80 grams of fat, 250 grams of carbs. This is like what I've been on for like many years, for example. I weigh a lot more than this, and I've like bulked up since then now. So what should your meals look like in terms of this optimal macro split, which I think basically every bodybuilder would somewhat agree. They might like slightly change things, but I think you'd relatively say, like, yeah, fuck it, like this will probably get you 90% of the progress in terms of the macro split. Someone might say, oh, you could lower carbs or increase carbs or whatever, but this is about right. So then what meals should you eat to try to maximize your muscle building? I would suggest when you wake up, you get protein as soon as possible. If you don't cook or eat first thing, I would suggest just go and have like a whey protein shake so that you start the muscle protein synthesis immediately.
Ideally, soy or pea protein or a soy pea protein blend. You know, for ethical reasons, probably better for you health-wise because the pea and soy protein has a bit of fiber in it, and it also has more mineral content as well.
So imagine you literally wake up. As soon as you wake up, I would rush to go and have like a shake or something, just because that way you're basically starting to make protein muscle from that point instead of waiting like half an hour, 1 hour for breakfast or whatever. Then your pre-workout meal, assuming that you're going to train at like 8 a.m. or something, or 7 a.m. before school or work, which is what I would suggest doing if bodybuilding is like the goal for you, is high carbs and medium protein.
Working out later in the day seems to actually be better. But you know, whenever you choose to work out doesn't really matter, but later in the day workouts seem to be better.
And we want to have low fat in this one, which I'll explain in a second. So your pre-workout meal can be like chicken and rice or protein oats or like a large platter with a whey shake, for example. We want to have high carbs because that will increase our glycogen, which is the energy storage that we'll use in our training. And we want to have medium protein so that we're still in muscle protein synthesis during the training session. We want to have low to no fats in this because fats...
You really don't need to consume any overt protein sources before you train.
Slow down our digestion, and it will kind of mean that like we're not digesting these things as quickly as we would like to do. So it's just something to bear in mind. If you can have like a lean meat and carb, that's probably best around here, and having low fats before your workout. After your workout, it's basically the exact same. You want to have high carbs, medium protein again, and then you want to have like basically the rest of your calories fit in like 1 or 2 or 3 more meals. Those ones will naturally be higher in fat since we didn't have...
Yeah, so you do not want to eat things like red meat, steak, obviously for ethical reasons, but on top of that, red meat is probably the worst, like, whole food you can eat. It's associated with heart disease, cancer, diabetes, lower life expectancy. Terrible food for you to consume.
Fat around here, so we might have like sweet potato and steak, we might have eggs and steak, we might have I don't know, like what other things that bodybuilders eat, really? Chicken and rice. Chicken and you might have like a fattier meat, for example, like steak here. Now, there's a reason why I don't actually follow this optimal split anymore. Because first of all, I hit a plateau in my gain, so I optimized as much as I possibly could by the time I got to like a few years into bodybuilding. And I did all the scientific stuff. I was perfectly on the right macro split. I was tracking everything. I was weighing every gram of rice and everything. I was fully doing this, pre-workout, post-workout meals, intra-workout, like glucose and glycogen and shit. I was doing all this, and I hit a massive plateau. And along with that, so I wasn't making more muscle, but along with that, I never really felt healthy. I had quite a lot of brain fog, like almost like ADHD, where I couldn't pay attention to stuff. And I was constantly tired. And I was often cheating on my diet with just really bad junk food and just calling it a cheat day when it wasn't like, a planned thing.
So, like, he's talking about not feeling healthy, having brain fog, feeling tired, but then he, like, admits that he ate junk food all the time. So, like, do you think it might be the junk food that's making you feel that way?
it was just like I couldn't resist eating some shit food. And that's when I discovered the diet that works for me, which is kind of like a slightly bastardized version of the carnivore diet. So the carnivore diet is where you basically just eat meat, which I know sounds crazy, but like literally you just eat meat. You don't eat vegetables, you don't eat fruit, you don't eat rice, pasta, you literally just eat meat. It sounds fucking crazy, I know, but I actually tried it and it was the best I ever felt in my entire life. So now I have a slightly different version of that, which is quite similar to keto. I don't really eat carbs, a tiny bit really, but
I don't really eat carbs. Eats pure sugar in the form of honey.
meat, eggs, cheese. I have maybe 1 or 2 teaspoons of honey, which is like the only carbs I have right before my workout. So
Yeah, no. He is not having 1 or 2 teaspoons. He's eating much more honey than that, I can guarantee you. A teaspoon is fucking tiny. So no one's eating a fucking teaspoon of honey.
I get a little bit of like a little carb boost for the workouts. And sometimes I have casein powder, which is, you know, like protein powder. This is the best diet for brain and business, like brain, like fog or whatever, like to not have brain.
No. So your brain functions almost purely on glucose. If you are eating foods that are almost completely lacking in glucose, your brain is not going to function better. It is going to function worse.
Brain fog. And for business. So for me personally, I had to make the decision based on my priorities, and I prioritize business over bodybuilding. So this with
by business, he means give me money, you stupid fucking 12-year-old incel children, and I will give you a bullshit course for you to watch or read. That's what he means by business.
This diet right here, I have no brain fog. I wake up super early. Like, for example, it's 8 a.m. right now. I woke up at 4, and I've made 2 of these full guides, which usually used to take me multiple days each, and I've made them before like 8:30 a.m. Like, I honestly feel...
So that's a lie. He's admitted that back when he was like really killing it on YouTube, he would make like, 4 or 5 videos for the entire week that lasted roughly 10 to 30 minutes long, and he'd do that on one single day within a 3-hour time period, so he's lying.
Feel so healthy, so happy, amazing, and I don't want to go back. So this is the diet I'm personally happy with. What's interesting is technically I'm on a diet which is really bad for bodybuilding, but again, it's like that's what the science says, but in practicality, I'm making really good progress as well. So it's just like, don't...
He is making 0 progress. Like, Hamza, show us the progress you're making. Like, you're claiming, oh, I've built so much more muscle, I'm so much stronger and all this shit. Well, show us your lifts. Like, you haven't made any progress. You've stagnated. Like, this guy's bragging about decline benching 225 for a set of 10.
Hello, Richard. I am here to help meet your daily protein intake goals. Open that pretty mouth and I will give the cat daddy juice. It has his 50 grams of protein to a serving. 1 rope is a serving and I can pump out up to 5 ropes at a time. To juice.
Well, thank you for that, cat daddy. I'll do that after stream so I don't embarrass myself. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Believe like whatever you hear on the internet of like, oh, okay, you need to have this kind of diet, you need to have this thing. In the end, it comes down to like, if you train hard, even if you've got, for example, like a diet that's not optimal, if you train hard, even if you're drinking alcohol, if you train hard, even if you're not sleeping that well, you can still go and build like a really good amount of muscle. Now, this isn't me saying go and do those things, but it's like, it would be absurd for us internet guys to say like, yeah, if you drink alcohol, you're not going to make gains because that's what the science says. When there's so many like, you know, like jacked, chad, like simpleton motherfuckers who go out all the time, drink all the time, and they're still muscular as fuck and it's still natural. There's so many guys who've been sleep deprived for 20 years, but they're still jacked, like they still build muscle. So it's not as simple as to just look at the science and say, yep, you've got to do this one thing, because as long as you...
Yes, you can do things that are counterintuitive to your goals and still make your goals.
You train really hard in the gym, you can still make muscle even if you have other variables which aren't optimal. Now you're trying to like maximize your bodybuilding progress, so I probably wouldn't recommend this diet for you. But if you're trying to build the aesthetic body, but also you want to get into business, also you want to have a very clear mind, sharp mind, so that it's amazing for your career, then you might want to just give this diet a try just for like 2 days, just to see what happens, because I just thought it was crazy as fuck.
Well, that's idiotic. I've said this before, if you eat a diet like this, your cortisol levels will increase because you're not eating any carbohydrates. 0 carb diets will increase your cortisol. And with increases in cortisol, you may notice that you don't get tired during the day, which is actually a sign of elevated cortisol. Cortisol activates a fight or flight response. It's a stress hormone. And when you're stressed out, you'll have trouble sleeping and you won't have those peaks and valleys during the day. So all it's doing is disrupting your circadian rhythm, and you might think you have more energy, but you really don't. You're just stressed. So it might give you this perception, oh yeah, I'm not getting tired or drowsy. Yeah, this diet's really giving me more energy, but no, you're just stressed out due to high cortisol levels. So, no, don't do that. Don't try the carnivore diet for 2 days. Don't be stupid.
I thought it would have been boring as fuck. Like, you're telling me you literally just eat fucking meat. Just meat, basically. I thought it would have been so boring. I gave it a try and I was like, holy shit, this is what I was supposed to feel like all my life. It's like there's just been like a suffocation removed from my mind where I can actually focus. I'm actually sharp now. I didn't realize all my life I had brain fog. I'm probably just quite sensitive to carbs. So that's why I have the
No, you're just stupid.
smallest amount. I probably have about 10, 15 grams of carbs a day and just like a teaspoon of honey. That's it. And I feel amazing. I'm still making gym progress. Testosterone seems to be really high. Still got good side. Got tricep veins recently, which is fucking nice accomplishment there. So I'm happy. But I wouldn't suggest this if you only care about bodybuilding, if you care about business.
Like, again, he says this. Does he look any bigger to you? No. Is he any stronger? Well, he refuses to post any, like, gym lifts. So, no, he's the same size he was before. He's just as weak as he was before, but he's saying he's making all this progress.
Studies, then you might want to go on the same diet as me and just give it a try. So we've covered workouts and diet. Now let's cover the mindset, which I think is actually the most interesting part of this guide. So there is 4 things I'll teach you in the mindset section, which is as long as you don't quit, you'll build a 10 out of 10 body, visualize grandpa gains, fun greater than optimal, science is just cope, shut the fuck up and train as hard as possible, always train with another man, never with your girl, sometimes solo. Let's go through each one there. So as long as you don't quit, you'll build a 10 out of 10 body, visualize grandpa gains. So when I started weightlifting when I was about 17 years old,
Okay, whatever. I don't care about the mindset shit, but, he gives some decent lifting advice, but like it's really all a cope for not knowing how to actually properly program. And his diet advice is just fucking stupid. Fucking carnivore diet. Idiot.
The evils of TikTok are going to...
Fuck.
So I went vegetarian again as simply because I didn't have more information about veganism. And yeah, so the first thing I started was that Earthlings experience kind of event in Barcelona. We went into the metros, we went Unchained, Death Row Unchained.
Oh, yes.
We do lectures as well. I give lectures. We have other team members who also give lectures. And that part is obviously lectures in the Middle East, North Africa, but also in the rest of the world. Emma Hurst?
Yes.
Emma Hurst, yeah. I interviewed her a few years ago just because like it's so amazing how they do that work, and then the second it works, like the impact that it has is almost always immediate, and it's long lasting, right? Now the bad side about laws is that they can always be like, they can go back on it, right? Or they can just not be respected, and the government is not doing any effort to make sure it's being respected. But still, sometimes some laws, when it comes to politics, have actually massive impact. So I do personally think that so far the most impactful way of changing this, in my opinion, would be politics. Does that mean everyone should do politics? Absolutely not. I can't say that. I can't even do politics. It's just, I don't have it in me, Yeah. But we have people on the team who do it. We have people who are getting involved in the dietary guidelines of entire countries. That's one of the nice things about working as groups. Like I may not be able to do that, but I may find someone like the team member that we have, a vegan woman in Saudi Arabia who her profession is in the health industry. And she's a health professional, so she has all the contacts, she has all the knowledge, and she can do that, and different people can do different things. And when we work as a group, I think like that's already like a very effective part as well when you work as a group.
Yes.
Other things that I find really effective is, for example, finding something that the majority of the public agrees on already and pushing it all the way forward, right? So when you take examples of, I don't know, like let's say a dolphin park, they're imprisoned all their lives. A lot of people from the public would be with you if you say, hey, let's sign a petition to get this closed down.
Sure.
I think that's effective. I also think it's effective because once you reach the
Why do I sound like a faggot? Well, I do rollerblade.
goal, you can then use logical consistency to fight for other animals.
Yes.
So you say, oh, well, we just did this with dolphins and you all agreed. Well, what's the moral difference between doing it to a dolphin and then you check what's the next cause you can go for, So small wins like this, I think, are very effective. I think university spaces are very effective because that's where the next generation is at as well.
Absolutely.
There's one organization doing that work called, a lot of people agree with human rights and a lot of people contribute to human rights violations out of lack of caring or so he was I think it was a work dinner or something.
I can fully agree, and it makes me think of everything we've just discussed. It's like, whilst there may not be we have kind of briefly touched on what might be the most effective form of activism, but really it's like all these different factors.
Sorry, but the idea is that Malcolm X was so disruptive and so scary to white people at the time that all you have to do is just compare it to legalized drugs, or like just like take the legalization of weed in some.
Very violent, and the same could be said for Christianity, but we'll see that right now. And that's something that has been brought up in Australia just recently. So the current Prime Minister Albanese, I think before he came into power, he said he had some type of policy he wanted to bring in to end live export. It didn't happen, but now it's kind of been put in place for 2028. There's a lot of outrage around that. A few other topics. How long do you have, man? What's your cutoff time?
I'm good. Don't worry, we can continue.
All right. Well, a few things. We've kind of covered Islam and veganism. I wanted to talk about that, but you've kind of, when you were talking about, the initiative that you've been setting up, that, I mean, maybe you could just give a brief overview, because people have this idea of Islam that it's a violent religion. They are fundamentalists, are very violent, and the same could be said for Christianity. But
no, there is nothing in Christianity that commands you to commit violence. Violence is a commandment of Islam. You must commit jihad. So there are non-violent Muslims, of course, but if you're going to claim the religion of Islam is non-violent, you're just either a fucking liar, ignorant, or you're an idiot.
What do you think about the core messages of Islam and how it can actually coincide with veganism quite comfortably?
Yeah, well,
it can't. Again, there is nothing in Islam that grants human rights. Islam commands you to commit jihad, to murder other people, to spread Islam. It allows you to commit genocides, to steal from other cultures, take their wealth, and use it to, again, spread the cause of Islam. The Prophet Muhammad committed, I don't know how many fucking genocides against other ethnic minorities and religious minorities. He went to Medina and fucking massacred thousands of fucking Jews.
To begin with, yeah, I do agree that, like, any religion, if you're a good person, you're going to use it to do good. If you're a bad person, you're going to use it to do bad. That applies to all religions, in my opinion. So when it comes to Islam and eating other animals and animal rights in general, we have to go back to the context of 1,400 years ago in the Middle East. 1,400 years ago in the Middle East, there were no animal rights. Animals did not have any rights. And it is said that people would even chop off, let's say, the leg of an animal to eat, but then they wouldn't kill the animal. So obviously, like, exaggerated amounts of suffering were caused onto other animals. Similar to other areas of the world, horrible things were being done to other animals. Now, within Islam, there's something called halal. Halal in Arabic comes from the word halala, which means which is the verb to give permission to. So when something is halal, it means it's permitted, right? Now, there's a big difference between permitted and obliged. Okay, that's already to start with. One thing you have to keep in mind within Islam is that the religion itself, the Quran, says that you are given permission to kill certain animals and to kill them in a certain way. When someone talks about halal with you, you have to make sure that when you talk back to them about this issue, that you don't talk about it as this is wrong. Because when you say this is wrong, you are basically saying that you know better than the God that they believe in, right?
Oh my god, this is already fucking retarded. Dude, you're calling yourself an animal rights advocate, and when you're talking to other Muslims, you're not telling them that killing animals is wrong. Give me a fucking break.
You cannot win a conversation with anyone in that way, whether that's a Muslim or a Christian or a Jew or Hindu or whatever. So what you do have to make, and this is what I've learned from reading the guides that these Muslim activists prepared on the team, is that you have to use what the religion actually talks about when it comes to other animals. Yes, you are given permission to do that. Permission, again, not an obligation. And you do not, like, there's nowhere in the religion that says...
Then you're not vegan. Look, if you're gonna fucking say you have permission under Islam to kill animals, and you're not going to fucking advocate for animal rights, you're gonna say, oh, well, you're only given permission, it doesn't mean you have to do it, then you're not advocating for fucking animal rights. You're just telling people, well, you know, this would kind of be better in some ways. That is not animal rights activism.
In order to be a Muslim, you have to consume animal products. Okay. Yeah. Now, when it comes to halal slaughter is not only the moment of killing the animal; it's actually a whole process. The animal should not have suffered, should not go through suffering. The animal should not be caged. This already immediately removes all factory farms, by the way. So factory farms and halal don't even go together.
Yeah.
Which is why there's actually a big controversy around this issue. A lot of Muslims say, like, how can we certify a factory farm product as halal when we know how much suffering these animals go through? Okay, that's one thing. The other thing is that the animal should not see or smell the blood or other animals dying or getting killed, or the knife, for example. And that's already removing most of the slaughterhouses out there. I've been in slaughterhouses that have the halal certification, where chickens are hung upside down, all next to each other, getting killed next to each other, seeing
Okay, so please explain to me how you would convince a Muslim who raises his own animals to stop killing his own animals. You can't. None of this is animal rights activism. This is you just trying to convince brain-dead fucking retards who believe in a fairy tale monster to just not harm animals anymore. That's not animal rights activism.
Everything, smelling everything, seeing the blood, watching each other get slaughtered. By definition, by the Quran, that does not pass the halal specifications, let's say. So immediately when you actually study the religion, you realize that halal is what we think about when we think about the most pain and suffering-free example of killing an animal, which you cannot use to create and supply for the demand that exists in this day and age. Okay, this is one thing already. The other thing that we have to think about is when and why you are killing. When it talks about killing an animal, it says, I think if I'm trying to remember the verse in Arabic, I think it says, وَإِن قَتَلْتُمْ فَأَحْسِنُوا الْقَتْلَ. It says,
Seb Alex. Ugh. Does he have his own YouTube channel? Yeah, there he is. Let's see if he's on Instagram. He is. Hey, it's the real vegan gains. I was watching your chat with Jack on halal slaughter and had some disagreements with some of your opinions on debating animal rights with Muslims. I was wondering if you'd be interested in having a talk about vegan activism in the context of trying to reach Muslims. There we go. See if he responds.
and if you kill well. If. Like, no one's saying, hey, go and kill, but do it this way. If you kill. The Prophet himself...
By the way, this is only when it comes to animals. The Quran does command you to kill non-believers. So I'd love for him to explain to me how he justifies being Muslim when the Quran explicitly tells you not only to commit jihad, which I know Muslims always weasel out of that by saying, oh, well, jihad just means like to struggle. Like, that's all that means. When you see the Prophet Muhammad talk about committing jihad, he means specifically waging war with non-believers. And on top of that, the Quran also explicitly says you must kill apostates. So I don't know how the fuck he can say Islam coincides with the ideals of veganism when it explicitly tells you to wage war with non-believers and to kill apostates. That the Quran does not in any way coincide with the ideals of veganism.
Did not consume that much meat. In fact, the stories say that it was once every 4 to 5 months, and they would know that because there would be smoke coming out of the house that he was in. Another thing that we have to think about is one of the main principles within Islam is the principle of harm.
Oh, really? So you're telling me the Prophet Muhammad killed killed humans more than he killed animals. Okay, well, that doesn't really paint a great picture of the Prophet Muhammad.
Harm avoidance, which basically says that at any moment, when you have more than one option, you are obliged as a Muslim to choose the option that causes the least amount of suffering, which is technically what the vegans are trying to do every single day, because we know that crops...
Well, that's clearly untrue, because, again, the Quran commands you to commit jihad, and it also commands you to kill apostates.
Cause some amount of suffering, but we still know that a plant-based diet causes the least amount of suffering compared to other diets. So the principle of harm avoidance is one of the most important principles within Islam. So obviously, as a Muslim, if you know that you're not obliged to eat meat, and you know that there's a principle of harm avoidance, you would want to avoid causing harm onto others. So that's another point. Now we can talk about specific industries. We can talk about specific quotes given by people. For example, I believe, I think, what was it? Just give me a second. I don't want to misquote anyone. That's why.
Yeah, that's fine.
So there's a very important individual within Islam, and for those who are listening and are not aware, within Islam there's different sects. The same way within Christianity there's Catholics and Protestants, etc., etc. So within the Shiite sect, there's the Imam Ali, who was a very, very important person, and there's a very famous quote by him that says, "Do not make your stomach a graveyard for other animals, or graveyard for animals." There was someone who was one of the most important, they call it the Sahaba, which comes from the Arabic word of friend. So one of the closest Sahaba of the Prophet, his nickname was Abi Laham. Laham means meat. Abi means the one who denies, the one who rejects. So if like the closest people, if one of the closest people of the Prophet had a nickname called Abi Laham, which means the person who rejects meat, you're going to tell me that you think that as a Muslim you can't be vegan, or reject meat? That's another thing. Another point that we can talk about is that within Islam you are given the important, it's very important to take care of your body and your health. That's a very important part of Islam. So if you know that this product, the products that you're consuming, the diet that you're eating, is the leading cause of death around the world, heart disease, cancer, diabetes, etc., how can you call it like a healthy thing to do when you know that it's causing all this trouble to you? That's another thing. Within Islam, you are given the responsibility of being a good steward of planet Earth. Okay, there's a part, I'm not sure if it was a quote from the Prophet or if it was a verse from the Quran, but it says, "Do not overuse water, even if you live next to a big river with a strong current." And we are using how much water exactly for dairy or meat? These products, so how we talk about veganism is good.
You can cherry pick a lot of quotes out of the Quran that do appear to support the idea of animal rights, or at the very least animal welfare. But look, if you're going to follow a religion that says you are permitted to kill animals, how in the fuck does that coincide with the idea of animal rights? Why would you follow a religion that permits you to commit murder? It is fucking nonsensical.
Good for the animals, good for your health, good for your environment. In Islam, the messages about being good to animals, about being good to your health, about being good to the environment, all lead you to veganism as well.
Yeah.
When it comes to specific things, specific industries, for example, take the dairy industry, take the egg industry. Basically, they're both based on separating mothers and fathers from their children, right? There's a story where the Prophet and some of his Sahaba were walking, and then the Prophet goes somewhere, and some of the Sahaba...
Fuck all the Muslims. They are like a virus. We need to put them on an island and let them jerk each other off. Dirty goat fuckers. Die, die, die.
Don't think I would be in support of a Muslim genocide, but I would be in support of something like banning anything that would constitute hate speech within a religion. So I think Quranic texts that make mention of killing apostates, committing jihad, things of that nature, I think they should be banned. And what's really fucking stupid is countries that do have hate speech laws, they have specific exemptions for religious beliefs. So something could be considered hate speech if it was said outside of a religion, but if you're Muslim, you can say things that would constitute hate speech as long as it's mentioned by your religion. It's fucking retarded. They should not have those sorts of exemptions. If we're against hate speech, why do we permit it for religious people? It's fucking dumb. So that sort of shit should absolutely be fucking banned. Thanks for the donation, Jerry DeFerry.
How about take the chicks of a bird, a mother, obviously. And when the Prophet comes back, he sees the mother bird crying, and he says, "Who has taken away the chicks of this mother? Return them right now, because the mother is suffering." So it's like, you're going to tell me the same person who said that wouldn't say, "Hey, don't separate the calf from the mother because the mother is suffering," and that's not right. I could go on and on, really.
Yeah.
It's mind-blowing.
It is mind-blowing, man. It's literally like you're describing a vegan religion to me.
I don't know how the fuck Jack could possibly say that when he literally just said Islam permits you to murder animals.
Yeah, this is one book that I read that's really good, Animals in Islam.
Yep.
I ended up again, I'm not religious. I'm not I've never been religious. I even bought the Quran because I couldn't believe. I was like,
Yes.
I got to look more into this. There's also another book I have somewhere about animals in Islam, because The amount of messages, the amount of stories, the amount of, when I say stories, basically there's this thing, because things can be from
So he's not personally religious, supposedly.
the Quran, or it can be from a hadith. A hadith is a story, and then each type of story has this specific way of checking how true they are.
Yeah.
And some stories cannot be accepted because it can be like misinterpretations over time. And so you look into it and you're like, the amount of things that the Prophet, after coming, made illegal, or actually the amount of rights that were given to animals because of Islam is mind-blowing. You are not allowed to harm an animal. Like if you're going to eat an animal, you have to kill, and then it says like all the ways that you have to kill, right? Otherwise, you're not allowed to do what they used to do, for example, chopping the leg off and then like eat the leg and then let the animal suffer. You're not allowed to...
But you are allowed to mass murder Jews. Okay. Yeah, very vegan religion.
What's the word? When you take an iron, heat it up, and then like put the number in the face of the iron.
Oh man, the words left my head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's not allowed to do that in Islam as well. You're not allowed to hunt for fun in Islam. That's illegal. That's against the rules of Islam to hunt animals for fun. You're not allowed to use and like be all arrogant with the fur of wild animals. That's not allowed in Islam.
Yeah.
You know, like all these specific rules were created thanks to Islam at the time when animals had literally zero rights. The only thing that nowadays we would have an issue with is still the part that it is permitted to kill. But again, keep in mind that we're talking about a time of...
No. It's not just about killing. It's about exploitation. In Islam, you can still breed animals. Prophet Muhammad is famous for stealing fucking camels. He would wage war with the Quraysh. He would wage war with the Jews, and he would steal their fucking camels so that he would have more wealth. And he would trade camels, he would breed them, and it was a means of him increasing his wealth and power. So no, a lot of animal exploitation is permitted under the Quran and was perpetrated by the Prophet Muhammad. It's not just the killing, it's also the exploitative aspect.
1400 years ago, in the middle of the Middle East, they were given permission to kill, and even then they were told, oh, there's a part that says be careful of meat as it has the same addictive it creates the same addictive part of you as alcohol does. It literally says that. It literally says like, be aware because you're gonna end up eating too much. Like that's not good. You shouldn't do that. Again, I could go for hours. I would suggest if people who are interested. And again, I'm saying things that I read from the guides that we prepared, so I might be misquoting, misusing specific words, or messing up here and there. I do recommend everyone go to MiddleEastVeganSociety.org and check out the section called Vegan Islam. Once you're on that section, there's a part for eggs, dairy, fur, honey. All of it is prepared there. And on the main page as well, you can download
Vegan Islam. O believers, eat what we have provided for you of lawful and good things, and give thanks for Allah's favor if it is He whom you serve. That has nothing to do with veganism. Prophet's primary diet consisted of plant-based foods. Well, no fucking shit. He's not going to follow a carnivore diet when he lives in the fucking Middle East, such as dates, barley, figs, grapes, pumpkin, indicating a semi-vegetarian approach. Yeah, okay. Meat consumption was infrequent for him. There were periods when smoke would not be seen coming out of Prophet's chimney, and when asked about his diet, he would simply reply, al aswadin, which meant water and dates. In the past, Muslims would consume meat once a week on Fridays if they were wealthy, or during the Eids if they were less fortunate. However, the current trend among Muslims involves consuming meat around 3 times a day, which has contributed to the prevalence of numerous diseases. Would a Muslim be doing something wrong and against their religion if they choose a plant-based diet? Well, no. Like, by the way, there are animal sacrifices in Islam. Another stupid, contradictory thing here. Principle of harm avoidance, prohibition of harm. Islamic law prohibits actions that cause harm to oneself, others, or society at large. Again, when it comes to halal slaughter, the assumption is you're not committing harm. You're performing like a magical spell on these animals that gets rid of any pain or suffering they could have. Again, it doesn't grant animals rights. The Prophet Muhammad said, a woman entered the hellfire because of a cat which she had tied up, neither giving it food nor setting it free to eat from the vermin of the earth. Okay. Nothing to do with animal rights. The messenger of Allah once passed by a camel that was so emaciated that its back had almost reached its stomach. He said, fear Allah in your treatment of these animals who cannot speak. It's narrated that the Prophet walked into a garden and heard howling, only then to find a camel crying, tied to a post on a very hot day. The camel was thirsty and hungry. Prophet wiped the camel's temple, and the camel felt calmer. He then asked, whose camel is this? Young man approached the Prophet and said, O Allah's messenger, it's my camel. Prophet replied, will you not fear Allah? Allah has given you this animal. It has worked for you, but you have not taken care of it. This animal is one of Allah's creatures, and you have a duty to care for this animal. You know, let me fucking guess. Let me just fucking have a wild guess. The reason the Prophet Muhammad may have said things like this is because he knew that if they did not take care of these animals, he personally would lose wealth. This is a person who mass murdered thousands of fucking innocent people purely for the purpose of his own selfish personal gain. He raped women, forced them to be his sex slaves. Do you think maybe the reason he didn't want to see camels and shit emaciated and dying is because if they weren't kept properly, he would lose personal wealth? Abdullah reported that the Prophet was on a journey with his companions and they stopped for a rest at a place. In a nearby tree, a bird had laid an egg. A man took the egg and the bird began beating her wings in a state of great distress. The Prophet inquired who had tormented the bird by taking her egg. The men said, "O God's messenger, I have done this." The Prophet told him to put it back immediately out of mercy for the bird. He could be a fucking weirdo who just hates Jews and cared for animals. Yeah, preserving nature, health and eating, blah, blah, blah. If you're debating somebody, who is Muslim on, animal rights, it's fine to show them passages in their religion that talk about animal rights, but if you're not going to argue veganism from the perspective of granting animals human rights, and instead you use weird justifications within your religion, you're not actually advocating for animal rights, because nowhere in the Quran does it grant animals rights. It only talks about animal welfare. So it's impossible to use the Quran to actually convince somebody to go vegan. The only way to convince somebody to go vegan is if they adopt the idea that animals deserve human rights, and that can't be done through Quranic texts. Nowhere in the Quran does it grant animals rights. It only talks about animal welfare.
The flyer for free, of course, in English and Arabic as well, if anyone's interested. And if you're doing any outreach and you come across a Muslim person, you can simply say, I don't know about this. There's an organization that has prepared this resource. Yes. Feel free to check it out. They can read the flyer. There's a QR code that can land them on the page as well, and they can see it there.
Essentially, every single Muslim needs to know this information. It's just, it's powerful. It's like the Quran just spells it out to you completely. Well, yeah, go on.
I'm going to interrupt you. One of the most important things, I'm going to read this word by word, sure, because I could not believe it. What is one of the most important things about veganism that we think about when it comes to animal rights? It's the fact that other animals are not seen as individuals, right? Sure, that they are not seen as commodities. In the Quran, there's a verse that says, there's not an animal on earth or a two-winged flying creature, but they are communities like you. Basically, the Quran is saying, like, these animals, they are communities just like you. They're not that different. And one extra thing, a lot of people say, like, oh, animals don't have souls when they're talking about, like, being religious or spiritual. Within Islam, they believe that every single animal is also a Muslim who is devoted to God. Okay, in order to do that, you have to have a soul. So
Right.
Islam actually grants animals the community and the soul, and within the community obviously comes in.
Please draw one of Muhammad's stolen Jewish camels fucking Christy while Muhammad jacks off to it. Also draw the camel vomiting from the stench of Christy's stinky hole. Love you, big kiss, moi.
Okay, I can do that for you. This is gonna be one of my masterpieces. Let me see. How big is a camel dick? They have really weird penises. Really weird penises. Okay, let me see. Actually, I won't draw that. Actually, I will draw the tongue. Oh my god. There's a cat here. Hello, Prim Prim. What's going on, little Prim Prim? Oh wait, move this over to the side. And the Prophet Muhammad jerking off. Okay, there is a camel that the Prophet Muhammad stole from a Jew, and who's fucking Christy and vomiting from the stench of Christy's stinky hole, and the Prophet Muhammad is jerking off watching. Thanks for the donation, Fap Lord. Appreciate it. Hope you enjoyed that one.
Individual and personhood. So it's mind blowing. It's really mind blowing.
Wow. Too much to even say. And like I guess if you're in a conversation with a Muslim in an outreach or a debate, well, particularly an outreach where you're rushed on time, something that I've done since learning just the basics. Like I didn't know all of that, but I think basically when it comes to halal, the idea is of trying to minimize suffering as much as possible. And you described it as just choosing the non-violent option, if that's an option completely. But most Muslims that I've spoken to do agree it is about minimizing suffering, because they describe what halal is and they list out the practices, and it's like, well, it sounds to me like you're trying to minimize suffering as much as possible, and you get them to agree, yeah, that's right. Do you not think minimizing suffering to the greatest degree would just be going vegan and granting them the right just to live their life freely? If they say no to that, it's like, well, you spelled it out to me. I'm asking you just the logical extension of that question, and often they will agree. And that's why I've had such good conversations with Muslim people. Yeah. I've had great conversations because they actually already hold the belief of suffering reduction, which is a welfarist perspective, but then you're just trying to logically extend that to animal rights, which I think is it's actually.
Welfarism is distinct from animal rights. You can talk about how you want to minimize suffering and all this, but again, the only way to talk about like having a goal to minimize suffering and to get it to animal rights would be if the objective is to use rights as a means of minimizing suffering. But like the whole idea around veganism is to grant animals the same rights as human beings. If you're just going to use, texts in the Quran to get people to stop eating meat, that's not going to convince them to give animals the same rights as human beings. You have to step outside of the Quran and get them to adopt a more modern viewpoint on on animal rights to get them to actually adopt the idea of animal rights.
It's great. That's why we should be having more conversations with Muslims and taking that line of reasoning, I think.
Yeah. In fact, I would even go as far as saying that the religion and the scripture encourages you to be an animal rights activist, because it talks about the amount of, again, the stories and hadiths and places where it talks about the importance of protecting other animals. That's very interesting. For example, a lot of people talk about the Muslim holiday called Eid al-Adha, which basically means the holiday of sacrifice, right? That the whole idea is that you sacrifice what is valuable to you in order to help others, right? Beautiful thing. At the time, 1400 years ago, and again, hundreds of years ago, what was seen as valuable was what they call livestock, right? Because that's, people used to marry their daughters all around the world by taking livestock from the husband, right? That's how people work. Again, not like specific and exclusive to Islam. This happened all around the world. There's a story where someone comes to the Prophet and says, I was going to slaughter a lamb, but because I felt mercy, I let the lamb go. Will I get punished for this because I didn't sacrifice on this day? And he is told, for every single animal you show mercy to, God will double that mercy back to you. So if anything, the religion is saying, hey, you can kill, but if you show mercy, God will double that mercy back to you.
Wow. God, couldn't be more
my
obvious. It could not be more
Yeah.
obvious. Wow,
Yeah.
it is very obvious.
It's permitting you to kill. Like, I mean, but if you don't kill, we'll give you, I don't know, extra lollipops in heaven. Like, oh my God, give me a fucking break. If that is not just, at best, that is lip service to the idea of animal welfare.
Oh, by the way, man, actually, it does look better if you sit back. You're more in focus, I just noticed in that case.
Yeah?
If you are comfortable,
Alright.
because it does.
I'm
Yeah,
good.
yeah, cool. Yeah, that is, super eye-opening, and I can't stress enough that every Muslim needs to know that. Because if you were to follow your religion accurately, and I'm not religious either, and you don't have to be religious, but the thing, I think what is powerful about this is that Muslims in particular, I think most that I've come across really hold strong.
Oh, let's see. Gonna have a call with Jack in a second.
Wrong to their religious beliefs. And if they were to know this truth and they were raised in this truth, well, maybe every Muslim raised with that truth would be a very, very strong vegan and animal rights activist, you would hope. So I think it's, awesome. But Alex O'Connor has said recently, maybe you have heard about that, yeah. Maybe we can, but I got vegan perfectionism, the whole carnivorous animal debate, but that's a big topic to open up. I think this late into the conversation. Maybe we can save it for the next time. Vegan pets, the influence of industries, which I think we've talked about a little bit so far, and ex-vegans, which that's pretty boring, but that's still something we can talk about. But no, I want to get into the whole argument that if you're eating more than you need, you're doing these extra unnecessary acts, like say for example being a bodybuilder. Alex O'Connor has made the argument that you aren't being vegan by doing so because you're causing more unnecessary harm. What's your argument against that? If you have one.
I think, I think I would say that in order to make that argument, well, he would first have to provide evidence that there is more harm being caused. But let's say for the sake of hypothetical that he did provide some kind of evidence, I think it falls under the nirvana fallacy, basically, which is a logical fallacy where you're rejecting a specific argument because it cannot be done in a perfect way, right? Because the thing is, like, if you go that way, you can also say, oh, well, why do I have 2 lights on right now? I'm creating unnecessary harm. And it's like, where do you draw the line? Like, do I count every single calorie? What do I count it with? Do I buy a machine? What amount of suffering is a machine creating?
Yep.
It's a slippery slope. It's a logical fallacy, like based on nirvana fallacy. But I also think that he's saying that because a lot of vegans, including myself, I've done this in the past, we talk about this as specifically, we use the sentence causing unnecessary suffering, right? We're talking about this unnecessary thing. And so he's taking that and creating this question, which, to be honest, it is a good question. I do think it has its weak part, but I think it's because he's using a weak argument for veganism, which is the unnecessary suffering part.
Which
so
I would just add on that, I would argue is actually the reason he might not even be vegan right now, because he was really associating the whole definition and idea of veganism as around suffering in particular, and he would rarely talk about exploitation and the violation of rights. Had he had been talking about that, and he had been really strong on that position, maybe he would still be vegan, but he kind of got into it this perspective of reducing suffering.
Because he got a lot of his he's very much influenced by Peter Singer's approach, the utilitarian approach to animal rights. I wasn't surprised at all when he said he's not vegan. He never believed in rights. I talked to him about this subject. I had him on my podcast. We talked about this specific issue of rights. And so after that conversation, I remember thinking, I wouldn't be surprised if he becomes an ex-vegan one day. His stance was very clear. It was very much like a utilitarian stance. And Peter Singer himself is not vegan, so I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I know. And people, I laugh at this every time. People call Peter Singer the father of animal rights, and it's like, it makes me cringe. He's literally bit the bullet.
Peter Singer is a welfarist. He's not vegan, and he said he would be in favor of animal agriculture if it had a net positive.
In a conversation with Alex, saying that he would kill humans if it didn't result in like overall suffering or negative suffering, like
that was
widespread.
A really good one by Alex.
Yeah, I know, and he wasn't even vegan when he asked that question.
Yes.
I know, it's crazy. But yeah, that's essentially where utilitarianism, and I guess you could say welfarism, if you're just strictly a welfarist, can take you, because you can create a situation, which could very truly happen, where you take the lives of individuals that without inflicting any suffering on that individual. You just completely were unaware that you killed them. They were completely unaware that you were going to kill them. They were living a free life. Like, I could have been raised by my parents the exact same way I did, but they had this goal in mind that they were going to raise me and kill me at the age of 18, and they could have done it when I was sleeping. I didn't suffer.
Yeah.
I didn't suffer at all. It's a rights violation. You literally stole the life from somebody. You violated their right to freedom, a free life, and that's fundamentally what animal rights is, and that's what we're saying veganism really is. It's just a logical extension of human rights, and I imagine Alex is in favor of human rights, and I think if we applied it truly to him in that way, well, I don't know, maybe you could tell me what you...
I don't, from what I know from our conversation, he's not in favor of rights.
Oh, he's just in rights in general. Okay.
Yeah, and that goes hand in hand with utilitarianism. You can't really have rights and strict utilitarianism, because in utilitarianism, the most ethical thing to do is the action that creates the most amount of good possible and least amount of suffering possible, even if that includes violating someone's rights, right? So Peter Singer has a famous quote that says something along the lines of, I'm not against animal rights because it's animals, but because it's rights. Because as a utilitarian, they don't accept rights. So
that's interesting. Pause the conversation, man. I'm just going to close the door so I can hear some music.
No worries.
Is so outspoken. And this comes back to the idea that we need to be very strong on what that core message is. What is it that we're trying to advocate for? Because it slipped past me, because I didn't truly understand the core message when, he was active at that point. Like, I thought I did, but I actually don't think I did. Had I had the same knowledge I did now, I would have seen that red flag very early on, and I could have predicted it as other people did, and you saw it. You weren't surprised either. Because if you're coming at this from the perspective of suffering and utilitarianism, you technically can live that way. You don't have to be a strict vegan in that way. You don't have to be a perfect vegan because your goal is maximizing well-being and well, I don't know, isn't one. People can slip up if they're not strong enough on their ethics and their morals and actually understanding of why they wouldn't do that. And I just think that's where it's super important to always compare it in the human case, because we wouldn't stand for that. And like, you don't even have to compare to humans. I mean, you could, in our society, well, here in Australia and most Western countries, when it comes to dogs, pets, cats, like, we hold quite a strong rights view with them in this case, in terms of abusing them and murdering them. Like a slip up. Vegan cats that are thriving. I mean, I've asked Richard Vegan Gaines about this and about his cats, and he has some very healthy looking cats, and he's, and whilst it's not maybe as simple at the start as with dogs, like dogs, you don't have to monitor much at the beginning. With cats, yes, you might want to monitor their urine pH and stuff like that. But again, the products are actually out there now. But maybe in some circumstances, the products aren't available. And I mean, the case could be made that even if you couldn't feed them a healthy diet, I don't know if we can still say that it's vegan what we're doing. I think that, like, whilst you might have to go against, this is my perspective, if you couldn't hypothetically feed your pet, your companion animal a plant-based diet and follow your ethical framework, I still think that is violating animal rights, because you literally have to go chop an animal's head off, multiple animals' heads off, to feed one animal. And I just think that whilst it would be a very difficult thing, and I'm not saying if this is hypothetical anyway, because it is the case that you can feed your companion animal vegan, but I just think that it would be just horribly and ethically wrong to say that one animal's life is worth way more than potentially tens to hundreds of animals' lives. I just think, even if it was hypothetically not possible, I don't think we can say that what we're doing is vegan, because we're prioritizing the welfare of one animal, but literally murdering many others. I mean, what do you think about that?
Well, finally, something where we can push each other a bit.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, so I think yes and no, and the reason I say that is because it depends what you're feeding them. Some people want to get grade A local like grass-fed beef straight from the butcher and stuff for their animals. 100% agree there. I'm with you. However, a lot of the animal foods out there, the animal-based ones, they're actually the leftover from slaughterhouses mixed together and then added some vitamins and minerals, etc., and some colorants and some smells as well, or whatever, to make it something that the animal could enjoy eating. So I don't necessarily think, I think of it as, a lot of times it depends on the product you're purchasing, whether or not it's a direct product or a byproduct. Obviously, the byproduct still contributes to this horrible industry, but I'm much more worried about the main product that's creating the byproduct, right? I'm also much more hopeful in general because of lab-grown meat actually just solving this problem.
You don't need lab-grown meat. Yeah, so the argument about animal products, like dog and cat food being a byproduct, it's still contributing to animal murder. So, just put this in a human context. If human beings were getting killed to make McDonald's hamburgers, and some of the leftover waste from turning humans into hamburgers could be ground up and used in pet food. So you could go to the store and buy human-based pet food that has maybe some of the skeletal muscle tissue from a human being that can't really be used for like normal consumption to turn into hamburgers, or maybe some of the organs, bones, cartilage, connective tissue, that all got ground up into pet food. Would you be comfortable with buying human-based pet food? Probably not. So I don't know why you'd make this double standard where, oh, well, it's just a byproduct. Well, guess what? It's still contributing to the industry. It's allowing meat producers to make more profit. So although buying, I don't know, a 10-pound bag of pet food might not contribute to a animal death, it may contribute, like, say, 1/100th or 1/10th, whatever the number, to an actual animal dying. And over the course of that pet's life, you're contributing to that rights violation, that murder. So I don't know how you can justify it by saying, well, it's not contributing as much as if you were to buy a steak.
Altogether, I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Because then people have absolutely no argument against it. So I would say I agree with you if we're talking about those people who go get like straight from the butcher or the farm down the road who some people, I know people who like because they look at their dog, for example, as their child, and they're like, I get the best and most expensive one, and there we are literally killing the animal for dog food, right?
Yeah.
However, as I said, some products, and actually I wouldn't say most, I haven't done the research, but a lot of the products out there is literally leftover. You still contribute to the horrible industry, but I wouldn't necessarily say you contribute to extra animal deaths because they were not killed for that in the first place.
Well, let's say that we had because ideally we're getting to the place where we would live in a vegan world when animals' rights are legally granted. In that case, could you still make that argument, or would that then differ? It's like it's no longer a byproduct, and if you are, say, you don't even trust the evidence that that your companion animal could be vegan and the products are available, but like, let's say it's no longer a byproduct, and I could try to push back a bit more on whether it is a byproduct or not, but I'm not entirely sure. But let's say we're living in a vegan world now, but the only non-vegans are companion animals. Would you still then say that?
Yeah, I agree there.
Yeah,
no, I would agree then. Of course, yeah. I mean that would just be logical. I would agree in that hypothetical, of course.
So fundamentally, you're saying that if it's a byproduct and you're not actually creating an economical demand, is that what you're kind of saying? Like if it's not actually a proper supply-demand chain?
I think the downside is that it keeps the industry running, right? Because the industry makes a lot of money from byproducts as well.
Yeah, that would be
this
the
is not the
position
only
I'm taking,
byproduct.
but yeah.
Yeah, so like I wouldn't buy something just because it's a byproduct. I'm still against it,
Yes,
right?
yeah.
But that's also because I don't need any of these byproducts. Where I struggle in a hypothetical like that is, what do you do with the animal? You kill them because then you're violating their right.
But the animal rights perspective would be I know. Like I personally couldn't do it, and this is the whole carnivorous animal debate too, as well. It literally is that now. Like that's kind of what we are talking about. It's like, are you going to take the life of one animal? If that was the only practical option, like that's essentially what we're assuming here. It's like the only practical option right now is to take their life in this hypothetical, which could very much be the case in many circumstances, to save the lives of many animals over that lifetime.
Yeah.
Now, right, yes, you're violating one animal's right, but in the defense of many other animals. So essentially and this is Richard's definition of veganism, which is, granting, like trying to prevent as many violations of rights as much as possible. And it's kind of now
No, my definition of veganism is to grant animals the same rights as human beings if they were to be trade equalized.
It sounds a little bit utilitarian, but essentially it's just, if that was the case, so it's like you have this cat, this or whatever animal they are, and you're left with the option of taking that animal's life, violating their right to life in order to prevent many violations. So like, what do you think that would align with animal rights still?
I think it is purely utilitarian because that is technically what.
No, it's not utilitarian. The reason why saying something like minimizing rights violations is not utilitarian because it's not necessarily maximizing utility. You could say you're trying to maximize the utility of rights, but that's a weird semantic word game. Rights don't necessarily maximize utility by reducing suffering and maximizing well-being and reducing suffering to the greatest extent. You may have the right to, say, defend yourself against rape, but if there's 20 rapists and you have to shoot and kill each and every one of them to prevent your rape, that wouldn't necessarily maximize utility. That would just be a protection of rights. So that's where rights and utilitarianism differ. Trying to minimize rights violations is not the same thing as maximizing utility.
Utilitarianism is. the most ethical action is the one that creates the most utility. I wanted to say something, but then I also wanted to listen, and I lost my thoughts. So if you could just give me a second.
That's all right.
Well, there were many things I want to say. One of the things was also like, well, as long as I have food.
I don't know if he's having connection issues. He is in Australia, and I know Australia doesn't have the greatest internet. Hey, dude. You're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, I think my internet's a bit shit right now.
Okay, I can hear you fine now.
Okay, I might still try and change internet soon, but is it working right now?
Yeah, it's working well enough.
Okay.
All right. Well,
So
yeah.
what were you looking
So on the animal rights activism, when it comes to trying to convince Muslims to go vegan, there's two issues with what Seb Alex is saying. If you're going to use Quranic texts to try to convince somebody to go vegan, I see that as a bit of an oxymoron, because nowhere in the Quran does it grant animals rights, and as Seb Alex stated, the Quran permits you to slaughter animals. You might get a few extra lollipops in heaven if you choose to go vegan, according to him. But there's no sort of punishment for, doing halal slaughter. So if you're trying to promote veganism, which is the idea of granting animals the same rights as human beings, there's no way to do that by using Quranic text, because nowhere does it grant animals rights. The second issue is the Prophet Muhammad was a horrible, horrible, evil, wicked human being. He mass murdered countless thousands of people. When he moved to Medina, he had an issue with Jews because they wouldn't give him money. And his response to that was to just wage war against them, where he murdered thousands of innocent people. He killed everybody except women that he wanted to keep as sex slaves. So, when you're trying to say, well, the Prophet Muhammad said, be nice to animals. Oh, he did this to animals. He saved a camel. He saved a bird. This is like if you were to try to convince a Nazi, well, Hitler was vegetarian, right? Oh, he enacted all these animal rights laws. So you, there's no reason for you as a Nazi to not be vegan when Hitler, a lot of the things he did aligned with veganism. It's antithetical to the idea of veganism when we're trying to prop up horrible, horrible, heinous mass murderers as these people who are morally virtuous. And, oh, look at all the nice, kind things they did to animals. When, again, these people, the way they existed, it's just antithetical to the idea of human rights, let alone animal rights.
Sure. Yeah, and yeah, look, I in hindsight, watching it back, I think can you hear me all right, by the way?
Yeah.
Because
yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Okay, that's good. Watching it back, I can understand your points being made right now. I can tell you my approach when I do speak to Muslims. I spoke to a lot in the UK. There are a lot in Birmingham. There's a lot just around in cities, and they surprisingly came up to the footage being played the most when we had it on TVs.
I've had that
quite
experience
a few
too.
Conversations with them. Yeah, it's interesting. My approach is now, and you can tell me what you think of this. Halal. Most Muslims perceive that as what God permits is these certain welfare standards when it comes to how they kill the animal. I don't think they have any alignment with welfareism, really, but the way they describe it is, you want to do it in a way that minimizes the suffering that animal goes through. I don't agree that their practices are minimizing welfare, the suffering that much, really. It's pretty fucking horrible. I think it's...
Yeah.
They're I can't be sure, but it's like they cover their eyes, they make sure they don't see any other animals suffering, blah blah blah. Doesn't matter. You're still putting a fucking knife in their throat. It's disgusting. However,
Tell this
logically
Australian
speaking,
cunt
the
to eat
way
my
they
short
describe it is
cock.
we're just trying to minimize suffering. So I kind of just take this welfarist perspective and try to just extend that. Do you not think the best way to respect their life and not cause suffering would just to be giving them the right to not be murdered in the first place? That's kind of how I approach it.
Right. I think when you're dealing with religious people, you have to fundamentally challenge their worldview, especially when it comes to Muslims, because again, there's nothing in the Quran. Nothing in the Quran that grants animals rights, and it expressly gives you permission to kill animals. So if you're interacting with a Muslim, the goal is to minimize the amount of retarded religious shit that you have to deal with, and just argue with them on the basis of whether or not we should grant animals rights. So if you hear them say, "Oh, but God permits us to kill animals as long as it's halal," the idea with like the pushback I think you should ideally give is, okay, well, if God permitted you to kill human beings halal, would it be good to kill human beings? If they're going to say, well, yeah, if God allowed us to, then yes. Like if they're one of these weirdos who thinks all morality comes from God, so anything that he permits is therefore morally just, I think you have to actually challenge that worldview. Otherwise, like, I don't know how you would get them to the point that they should adopt animal rights. This concept, even the idea of human rights, goes outside of their religion. Human rights does not exist in Islam. You are commanded in Islam to commit jihad, which literally means wage war and kill non-believers. Apostates of Islam, so people who were Muslim and abandoned Islam, you have to kill them. That is expressly stated in the Quran as well. Women have no rights. If you go to war with another people, you're allowed to keep women as your slaves. Islam permits slavery. The Prophet Muhammad, after he would go through a village, murder everybody, he would keep certain people as slaves. So he would kill everybody who had pubic hair, and he would leave the boys and girls to either be used as sex slaves or be put into the slave trade. So if you're going to debate somebody who's Muslim and they believe that anything God says is okay is therefore okay, you really have to push back and challenge that belief. I don't know how you're going to convince somebody of animal rights if they don't step outside that paradigm, that the Quran, what the Quran says is true because like God says so.
So how would you approach a conversation with a Muslim with a limited amount of time, for example? Let's say you had like 30 minutes street conversation, because ideally you don't want to spend too much time trying to dismantle religious views. You want to try to focus on animal rights as soon as possible from the get-go. How would you approach it? Yeah.
So I would approach it just like I would anybody else. And if some sort of religious exemption comes up, I would basically run name the trait with the religious exemption. So again, God permits it. So I would say, okay, well, name the trait that's lacking in animals, that if lacking in human beings would justify treating, animals this way. And if they're going to say, well, humans are made in the image of God and God permits, certain rights or certain privileges to human beings, then I would just run that reductio and say, okay, so if God did not grant those sorts of permissions to human beings, you'd be okay with killing human beings. So if God didn't grant those privileges to you personally, it would be okay for me to kill you. That's basically how I would go. If they're Sometimes you don't even have to. Sometimes they won't give some sort of religious justification, which is ideal. You like again, you don't want to have these religious debates. But if their core fundamental value is, I am getting moral commandments from God that permits me to kill animals, you do have to challenge that belief fundamentally.
Yeah. Hell, I think another way to go about it as well, like another question to ask if they say, well, God permits it to happen, God says it's okay, so I'm going to do it. Well, your God also says it's okay to kill other humans, jihad. Would you do that? Would you say that's ethical?
Yeah.
In your framework? And you could also establish at the start of the conversation, are you in favor of human rights? I would assume most would say, yeah, I'm Muslim, but I'm also in favor of human rights. Okay, but your religion also states kill humans. Would you do it? No, I wouldn't. So why are you making this contradiction when it comes to animals? You're going against religious texts when it comes to humans, but you're not doing it for animals. So I think that would be a contradiction.
There's two issues. So one issue is Muslims believe in this concept called taqiyya, which permits them to lie about their religion to promote Islam. So if you point out that Islam permits slavery, it promotes sex slavery, it promotes jihad, which is the killing of non-believers for the sake of the spread of Islam, they will lie about that and say, okay, the Quran doesn't say that. And then you're going to basically go down a whole debate topic about what the Quran does or does not say. Secondly, there are a lot of Muslims who will say, no, I don't believe that certain people should have rights, or they are okay with slavery under certain contexts. They are okay with sex slavery under certain contexts. Muhammad Hijab is a great example of this. He's or even a better example would be Daniel Hakikajo. He has openly promoted pedophilia and allowing girls as young as literally babies to be married off. And he said it's permissible under Islam to allow children to be wedded off to grown men and be raped. So you are going to encounter some more radical Muslims who will either lie in the sake of Islam for the sake of Islam and say, no, that we don't believe that. And then you're going to have to go down a whole debate on whether or not Islam says that, which is not something you really want to do. You want to argue for animal rights. Or if you do bring up the human rights topics, you will find out some of them don't fundamentally believe in human rights, and their idea of human rights is entirely based off the Quran, which again permits slavery, which promotes genocide, things like that. So I think running Name the Trait, getting them to say something like, well, we have a special commandment from God that protects certain, like at least certain human beings, and it doesn't give those protections to animals. Then you have to challenge that belief and ask, okay, if God did not give you those protections, just you personally, or maybe a certain group of people, would that be okay? Would that be okay for me to kill you if God didn't give you those protections?
Right. Interesting. Okay, so ideally, though, yeah, you're right. You'd come at it from a non-religious perspective and always try to stick at it from animal rights. I think another way you can come
it
at
is
it is
fundamentally
like,
going to be secularism versus non-secularism, because again, every argument you're going to make that comes from the Quran, that's like, oh, well, look how the Prophet Muhammad treated animals. Look at all these things saying how if you treat animals, you're going to get a special place in heaven. That is merely promoting welfarism. And if you want to get outside of welfarism and promote rights, it has to be argued from a secular perspective.
Right. Yeah, I agree. To be honest, I do agree. I haven't debated enough Muslims to test out the methods, but I do have a full interview on my YouTube channel if you do want to check it out from a couple months ago. I debated three Muslim guys. They came around. It was actually a pretty good conversation. I did come at it from the angle that It sounds like halal is trying to reduce suffering. Do you not just think granting them rights is the best way to go about that? Can't remember their responses. It sounded like they did agree to some extent. And it's, you know, at the end of the day, most Muslims they're not practicing it fully. You know, they're not like most
Muslims you come across aren't going to be super extreme devout.
Depends what country you're in.
Yeah,
but in Australia, Canada, US, probably they're pretty just like anybody else. Really, they just have some religious views and they do follow it every now and then. So they're not too strong in their beliefs. At the end of the day, the ones that we outreach, it would be completely different if we were in a different country, like a Muslim country.
Yeah,
that would be interesting to debate them. It would.
Well,
be
you'd
very
probably get
fundamentalist
killed
beliefs.
and have your head cut off.
Probably.
Actually, I have an arrest warrant out in Iran.
Really? What happened?
I made that video criticizing Islam, and then a bunch of Iranian people messaged the police there, and I actually have an arrest warrant out in Iran for blasphemy laws.
Shit. Wow, I'm not surprised.
Yeah, but
I understand.
yeah, but
anything else?
Seb Alex, his whole view with Muslim outreach, I think is fundamentally flawed, because I don't see any way of you promoting secular values like human rights while using the Quran. I don't see any actual way of doing that. You can talk with Muslims that do have secular values. That is possible. I think especially if you're in the US, Canada, Australia, these Western countries, I think a lot of Muslims do have secular values, and they do value things like human rights. And if you ask them about atrocities that have been committed in the Quran, they'll either not know about it because they're not very devout in their religion, or they might just like do the stupid cope that a lot of Christians do when you bring up things like slavery in the Bible, and they'll just deny that it exists. So most of the Muslims you do come across, if you were to debate and try to convince them to go vegan, and you argue from a secular perspective, they are likely going to be on board and end up agreeing with you, and probably make mostly secular arguments. But when it comes to debating Muslims that don't have secular values, this whole idea of using the Quran to argue for veganism is literally impossible, because it doesn't grant animals rights in the Quran. You can only argue for welfarism. And on top of that, like, again, there's the other issue of the Prophet Muhammad being just a moral fucking monster. It's like trying to convince a Nazi to go vegan by saying, oh, well, you know, Hitler was actually vegetarian, and he imposed a lot of animal rights laws in Nazi Germany. So, like, why don't you be more like Hitler? Like, it's just a fucking odd idea when you're trying to argue for a moral system that is based off the idea of human rights and granting it to animals, to prop up these literal monsters and say, why don't you be more like them?
Yeah. Yeah, it is a hard one. I mean, like, so he's got all these quotes that are promoting animal welfarism to some degree. Like, there are some cherry-picked quotes that do promote some level of animal welfarism. Then you could try to logically extend it to animal rights. But you're saying because the Quran has so many anti-human rights quotes and sections, it's like, if you're talking to a fundamentalist, you trying to argue through the Quran can just be extremely difficult, and it's unlikely to achieve what you're trying to do. Whilst I've had a lot of success in Western countries debating Muslims trying to just use some type of logical extension from animal welfare as quotes, it can work. You're just saying we need to come at it ideally from a more universal perspective that should apply to all people, whether Muslim or not, fundamentalists or not. We need to try and...
Yeah, you want to try to promote secular values, because these non-secular values, particularly coming out of the Quran, they don't have a concept of rights.
Okay.
At least not. At least not in the way that. At least not in the way that we want rights to be upheld, because again, they don't. you do technically have rights in the Quran, but it's only if you're Muslim, and if you're a man. That's really it. Those are really the only people that are granted rights, and even then, they don't extend rights to gay people. Gay people are supposed to be. There's a debate on interpretations, but most Muslim scholars agree that you're supposed to kill gay people either by throwing them off of buildings or rolling them down a very steep hill until they die.
Yeah. Yeah, like I've always had the belief that it's fundamentally a twisted religion. There's no getting away from quotes within the Quran that are fucked, just straight out fucked. And yeah, most people think fuck aren't fundamentalists that we speak to in our countries. They pick and choose, you know.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on Christians then?
Most Christians have never even read the fucking Bible, so most Christians you come across, they're going to mostly hold secular beliefs. But I've debated some Christians who are absolutely fucktarded, but it's the same sort of it's the same sort of reasoning that, the same debate tactics you would use with anybody. If you look at my debate with Jim Bob, he's a Christian YouTuber. It's as simple as running name the trait, and usually if they're going to come at things from those non-secular values that God gives you some specially granted permission, then presumably there could be cases where God does not grant rights to certain individuals. And if you look in the Bible, the Canaanite slaughter, they were considered to be a very barbaric type of people. They were performing ritualistic human sacrifice, incest, shit like that. In the Bible, God told the Israelites to murder every single one of the Canaanites, even the children. So and the story of Abraham, he told him to kill his only child. So he told him to stop just before he killed his child, just to see if he'd do it. But again, it could be possible that God would tell you to murder innocent people. It's not like it's never happened in the Bible. So that is a realistic circumstance. So again, if somebody's going to say, well, God grants human beings special rights or privileges that protect human beings but not animals, well, if we're going by the God in the Bible, he has done this before. If God said, these certain group of people do not have rights, they do not have protection under the law, and I demand you to kill them, would it be okay to kill them? And they could bite the bullet, but they're going to look fucking stupid and crazy. And that's, one of the goals. You either want them to say, no, it wouldn't be, and in which case they have to grant those rights to animals, or they're going to bite the bullet and look fucking insane. So if you're debating a Muslim who's going to say, like if God permitted halal slaughter on human beings, I'd say, yeah, it's fine. Murder human beings. Then they're just going to look fucking stupid. Same with Christians.
I think, I agree.
So,
that fundamentally, I was just going to say, fundamentally, you just want to just do the whole human rights to animal rights extension, logically. And I would get them to agree, as I've been doing with most of my debates lately, that the reason that they do grant human rights is because they're sentient. Most people you can get to agree. They haven't thought about it, but everybody I can get them to agree on that. And extend that logically. Then they'll bring in all the other bullshit, and then they'll say, well, that contradicts your human rights. The reason you grant human rights, animals also sentient.
Yeah.
I could get behind that.
And
Another
that'll be
thing
the
I have
case.
done
That'll
with
be the
religious
case.
people-
Well, wait. That'll be the case when you're debating moderate religious people, whether it be Christians or Muslims or Jews. If you're debating people who are more fundamentalists, you are going to get them saying things like God grants us special permissions, and then you have to run. Like again, you always have to debate this from a secular perspective. I think people get too caught up in trying to convince the person that they're right in front of to just stop eating meat. We're not just trying to convince people to stop at eating meat. We're trying to get them to go vegan and adopt the belief of animal rights. So it is nice to try to convince somebody to stop eating meat. It is a victory on to some extent. But if the way you do that is by convincing them of some like weird quotes out of a holy book that doesn't actually grant animal rights, that's not really the true victory. And I mean, if these beliefs are flimsy at best, they're fucking stupid. If you're gonna tell somebody, well, you're gonna get extra lollipops in heaven if you don't commit halal slaughter, if you don't murder any animals. Look, one day they could just decide, do I need those extra lollipops in heaven?
Yeah,
No, not
it's
really.
the same as the health argument.
Yeah, it's the
like
same
saying
as
you'll get personal benefits by going vegan.
Yeah, so if you were to convince like a bodybuilder to stop eating meat because it's going to make them live longer or it's going to make their physique look better, yeah, sure, that might get them to stop eating meat, at least in the short term, or eating less meat. But like the idea that these sorts of values are going to keep them on that track and they're never going to eat meat, I don't see that happening. So again, you always want to debate this from a secular perspective and actually get them to adopt the idea of animal rights.
Yes, I do agree with that. However, there has been another method that I have tried. I'd like to get your opinion on it. I guess in a way it's not secular because it's going along with their beliefs, but a very quick way to get it back on conversation once they bring in the whole God gave me the right argument. I just go along with it and I say, did God give you a conscience? Most people just say, yeah, God gave me a conscience. Did God give you the conscience to know right and wrong? Right from wrong? Yeah, of course. And then I just get straight back into it. Do you think it's right to murder somebody? Or whatever it is. If I'm just talking about rights, and most people then just get straight back into it.
I would still say that's a secular argument. You can believe in God and still hold secular values.
Oh, because then you're going from the religious belief back into thinking with the conscience that God gave you about secular topics. Yeah. That's something that I have been doing and it works very well.
Okay.
Because you don't have to talk about anything. Whether you're talking to a Muslim, a Christian, most of them hold the belief that God gave them the conscience, the ability to know right from wrong, intellectually speaking, and then you can get back into an intellectual conversation about what we perceive as morally right and morally wrong.
Yeah.
That's something that I've been doing as well.
Yeah, I think that's anything that reduces the amount of religious bullshit that you have to fight against and keeps you on the topic of secular values and, granting animals rights is, strategy you want to employ.
I've always agreed with this, and I've had a lot of criticism in the past with outreaches with religious people where I'm not using religious quotes because I don't know them. I mean, I don't fucking give a shit. And people criticize and be like, well, you could learn this one. If I had done it, I know a lot more about religion. I'm like, but you just don't need to talk with religion. I mean, these are fundamental logical things. Like, I don't see the point in wasting time because if they're religious and you're asking and you're argumenting with religious beliefs and you're having to use their belief system, they can just twist and pull it in whatever the way they want because they're in control at that point. You're arguing through their belief system, not some type of intellectual, logical discussion at that point. It just becomes it's essentially like they're in control at that point. They will pull whatever part from the Bible that they want or Quran.
I will say this: any knowledge you have is power, and it is good to know. It is good to know some of these religions. I debated Jim Bob on who's a Christian. He would bring up the point that all human beings are made in the image of God, shit like that, and humans have these fundamental rights. Well, again, you can point to things like Abraham's child or the Canaanite slaughter. Those are situations that were recorded in the Bible where God did take away those sort of human rights and human values and permitted these sorts of killings. So if he's going to push back and say God would never do that, well, clearly he would. It's written in your holy book. So it is good to know some of these religious texts. You don't need to be a scholar. The more you know, the better. And any kind of knowledge you have is always going to be power and can be used as a tool to help you in a debate. So I wouldn't say it's a waste of time learning any of this. It can help you.
Yeah, I do agree. I have learnt some stuff over the years, and I did go to a Catholic high school as an atheist, so I did learn quite a bit there. But obviously, they don't talk about anything to do with how you treat animals. They don't give a fuck. Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, man. So, did you get onto any other part in the discussion?
Yeah, he was talking about. I got to the point where he was saying pet food is a byproduct. So he doesn't really have much of a moral issue with a byproduct. Again, I would ask him to name the trait that's lacking in animals that is lacking in human beings. He'd be okay with buying human-based pet food. I don't think he'd be in favor of... I don't think he'd say, well, you know, humans aren't being killed to make the pet food. The pet food's just a byproduct. So if you have a pet, like a pet xenomorph that has to eat human beings in order to survive... You can buy crushed up human beings that are being made into pellets.
Right. Isn't it its own industry though? Like, I know you said it was a byproduct, but I'm just thinking.
Yeah,
I don't
it's.
understand how.
I would say it's more of a side product. Like, again, when people are killing animals, they're thinking of any ways they can make a profit from it, and pet food industry is huge. So the idea that it's just a byproduct, you're probably contributing to fewer rights violations by buying 10 pounds of pet food versus 10 pounds of steak, but you are still contributing to the rights violation.
Yeah, like, fundamentally, it's just not vegan. It's a violation of animal rights. And if the world went vegan, but everyone was still feeding their cats animal parts, that would still be a profitable industry.
Yeah.
That would continue to exist. And he said at that point it wouldn't be vegan.
I don't see I don't see how it would make a meaningful difference.
I agree. I'm trying to remember what else he said. He does agree that you should choose the vegan option if that's an option available to you, but he wasn't in full agreement that that it wouldn't be vegan if it wasn't an option for your cat. Like, let's say you're living in a country you don't have access to vegan pet food, well then it's justified in that circumstance.
I don't see how it's justified. Again, name the trait that's lacking in animals that's lacking in a human being, and be justified to have a human being kill and eat animals for its sustenance. Like,
yeah, that's right.
Yeah, the most ethical thing to do in a situation where if you live in an area where you can't get vegan pet food would be to euthanize the animal. Second best option would be to just give it to someone else. They would be the one committing the rights violation, but you're not the one violating animal rights if you give the pet away to somebody else.
Yeah. If that was the only option possible. What would you do if you were living in this country and you had to adopt a cat? Do you think there's any way of providing a healthful diet, even in these situations where you just don't have access to like a delivery system or the internet, being able to buy online, etc.? Do you think there are practical ways for people living in these third world situations, for example?
Practical, doubtful. If you can get raw materials, so if you could get like raw methionine, raw taurine, things like that, you could you could just literally just copy the formula of food that you see online. I don't know how practical that is though. But you, like, again, if you do have internet access, you can just order raw materials.
Yeah. Yeah. But at the end of the day, if you're not going to do that, you can't. I know we've spoken about this before, but you just can't call yourself a vegan if you're going to go murder other animals.
Yeah,
to feed one animal. I just makes sense to me. I think, to give him the benefit of the doubt, he hadn't thought about it, and I just don't think his concept of veganism and animal rights is completely solid.
You think he's going by like the Vegan Society's definition, like reducing as much as practically possible, something like that? Yeah, could be. I messaged him to actually have a conversation on the Muslim thing.
He was expecting it.
Oh yeah.
He at the end of our conversation when the live stream stopped, he said, "All right, I'm going to be expecting a message from Richard." I think he also said Dr. Avi. I'm not sure. The carnivore part, I think I start talking about carnivore animals after the vegan pet, just because it's just logically the same concept. He's not convinced that if the only practical option right now would be to cull carnivorous animals, knowing you're not going to result in more rights violations otherwise, that he would still be in favor of that from an animal rights perspective, which I did push back on that. Obviously, I feel very conflicted when it comes to this topic, but I think ethically speaking, it does make logical sense. I don't think he was convinced on that, but I doubt you've watched that part yet.
No, I haven't. I know it, like, the idea kind of sucks to kill off all lions or kill off all wolves. You can appreciate the beauty of these creatures, how intelligent they are thinking and feeling, and it's not their fault the way they are. But when you see, like, hyenas gang up on a wildebeest, rip their guts out, and the wildebeest is still struggling in pain for minutes while these hyenas are feasting on their guts, I don't know how you can justify keeping these creatures alive if there was a possible way to eliminate them.
Yeah. How can you, I guess another question that I probably haven't asked you before is that I have been thinking about is, how can you actually know for sure that what you're going to do is going to result in no more rights violations otherwise after killing them? Ecological destruction, for example, disruption.
Yeah, so one way is to look at what's already happened. So the wolves in Yellowstone. Wolves were completely eliminated from Yellowstone, and then they were reintroduced. There was no severe ecological impacts from wolves in Yellowstone being eradicated. So if they're reintroduced, then we know if we eliminate them, they're not going to be a problem. Thylacine in Australia. Thylacine was basically, I think they used to call it Tasmanian wolf or something like that. Yeah, so thylacine went extinct.
Tiger. Go on.
Yeah, as far as I can tell, Australian wildlife still exists. So again, if you're talking about some of these large carnivorous animals, they have been eliminated from these ecosystems before. If they are reintroduced again, we can say with certainty that if they're exterminated, that again, nothing really bad is going to happen again. So that's one way where we can be absolutely sure. And again, when it comes to things like wolves, lions, tigers, we do have indication when these species are endangered. We can look at the impacts that it's having when they're going extinct. And if there's no big changes to the ecosystem while they're going extinct and their numbers are severely reduced, that would also be a good indication that if they're eliminated completely, again, nothing too bad is going to happen. In other circumstances in other circumstances where we don't have a species that's going extinct, again, this is just going to require a lot more research and digging and knowledge to be sure.
Yeah, so you would say at this point, whilst you would see it as ethically the preferable thing to do, you still would need more solid evidence to know that it's not in certain ecosystems, to know that it's not going to disrupt it.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Yeah. It's just a shit thing to talk about based on the way we've been raised, but then you just put it that way, it's just like, well, what's worse? The gazelle getting fucking torn apart?
Yeah.
Being tortured in that way. It's like, you put it that way, it's like, yes, we've been conditioned and raised to really appreciate these animals, and you can appreciate them still now, but the part where they do the murdering is completely fucked up, when you see it for yourself. And most people agree with that when they watch these nature documentaries. They look away at these parts, which says a lot about humans.
Well, look, if
And
you've
also
ever
says a lot
seen
about
if you've ever seen a fucking horror movie like Aliens, where humans are getting
yeah.
ripped apart by xenomorphs while they're fully conscious, I don't think anybody feels bad for the xenomorphs getting exterminated. So,
Yeah.
watch some wildlife documentaries on, like, especially some animals like African dogs, hyenas. They don't go for the throat. They'll just latch onto any body part they can, and they don't care about killing the animal before they start eating it. They'll start munching on their corpse while they're still fully conscious. Like,
I know. It's disgusting.
It'll give you some perspective. Like, again, we all have seen wildlife documentaries where, like, lions and everything, they look beautiful and majestic and all this shit, but when you see what they do to these animals, think about it from the victim's perspective. Like, when we see it,
right.
when we're the victims in these horror movies, we don't have sympathy for the aliens, like the xenomorphs. So why should we have sympathy for the lions, tigers, hyenas?
Yeah, that's right. I've had a lot of conversations with some non-vegans recently, street outreach, where at the end they're like, okay, well, based on everything you're saying, I'm just going to start eating carnivorous animals from now on. I'm going to start eating sharks, dolphins, lions, etc., etc.
Yeah.
What do you say when they just say that? You just say yes.
Well, I don't think they're being serious. Like,
but what if they were? What if they're actually hunters?
Yeah. So if you're talking to a hunter, and I had a friend who is a hunter, and I've told him that I have no problem with him, like, hunting for bears or wolves or anything like that. I don't have an argument against people who would be willing to hunt down wolves or bears or shit like that. If they're talking about something like sharks or dolphins, oceanic ecosystems are kind of complex. So sharks and dolphins will often eat animals that are also carnivorous. So by killing the shark or the dolphin, you might actually be increasing the amount of rights violations.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I feel conflicted when people do say, when they refer to land animals and say eating them instead, shooting them instead. And yes, I don't believe them. Most of them are teenagers when they say that. But
yeah, when it comes
the argument, it's a tough one.
When it comes to lions, I've heard some people say, okay, well, I'm going to hunt and eat lions. The only lions that you can hunt are on game reserves, so they're actually bred to be hunted. So there's no way, no ethical way of hunting them. But in North America, you can hunt bears, you can hunt wolves. There's basically a lottery system where you apply for the permit, and they're not on game reserves.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's something that I haven't thought about literally in terms of when people bring that up in outreaches up until this point, because it's like, oh fuck, what do I say here? You know, every single vegan watching this is going to be like, well, no, they're included. You can't kill them. But I mean, if you're going to be logically on it and consistent on this, you kind of have to be like, because I'm always talking about, you know, innocent animals that aren't violating the rights of you or anybody else. You should grant them the right and protect them. Okay, well, I'm going to kill these animals now whilst they're lying. You kind of like, it's hard to be on camera at this point in terms of how the vegan community thinks broadly. And, you know, this video is for those vegans. It's hard to just be like, yeah, sure, I don't have a problem with that. It's like, fuck, but it is true. It is true. I mean, I'm not totally convinced yet. I know you might be with it when it comes to land animals, that it's not going to result in more rights violations. I'm just not. I have to, I think about that a lot more. I understand your perspective before I could say that in a video and be super confident in what I'm saying. And I guess you could at that point just be like, look, if that's not going to result in more rights violations, sure, you are stopping them from violating the rights of other animals. I don't have a strong argument against that. I think going forward, it is important to be honest and consistent. If we're trying to be consistent as animal rights activists with our values and our actions, well, then I think we have to with that argument too. So it's definitely eye-opening.
Yeah.
But yeah, man,
things might make you feel kind of weird, but you do have to be logically consistent. If you demand logical consistency from other people, you have to be logically consistent yourself.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I don't think I don't have any more questions in terms of that interview. I will get you to watch a reel. I don't know if you've already seen it. Did you see the reel I posted yesterday or the day before?
No, I don't think so.
Where I get thrown into the water. Watch it. It's pissing a lot of vegans and non-vegans off.
Okay. I'll take
I don't
a look
want
at
to
that.
give too much away because I can't. Yeah, just watch it after if you want. And then we can possibly message about it because I want to get your thoughts on this topic, but I don't want to talk about it in a live stream.
Sure.
So, yeah, that I mean, is there anything else you want to talk about?
No, that was it.
Cool.
But thanks for
Yeah.
coming on, dude.
I do. Sorry, what's that?
But thanks for coming on.
Yeah, cheers, man. All right, we'll talk soon. Thanks for that.
See ya.
Milk lemonade around the corner, fudge is made. Fuck the Muslims.
All right. Well, thank you for that, Todd the retard. Appreciate the donation, dude. Let me see. Oh, wait, this.
Hey guys, you comfortable being animal abusers?
I'm just trying to have a fish. Can you just leave me alone,
These
please?
fish want to live. They
Mate.
feel pain. They suffer just like you.
What's Mate, the I don't problem, want to mate?
Would you do this to a dog? Would you hook a dog in the mouth?
Just fucking leave us alone. We're just
I'm not
having
gonna
a
leave you alone
fish.
because you're not leaving the fish alone. You're actually an animal abuser.
What'd you fucking call me,
I called
mate?
you an wait.
What'd
I called you an animal abuser.
Oh my god! What the fuck?
Just fuck off, mate. Fucking vegan. Fuck you, vegan.
I'm assuming that was staged, but how many views did this get? 16,000. Yeah, I'm assuming it's staged.
The animal can also eat that food. That was one thing I was thinking about anyway.
Sure.
But for the sake of the hypothetical,
But let's say you couldn't get the nutrients that your cat needs because maybe you do have to be a bit
Yeah.
more specific in that.
oh yeah, I remember. Okay, so the question you were asking is you're probably hypothetically taking the life of one animal to save the life of hundreds, if not thousands, let's say hundreds of animals. Okay.
Sure.
So if someone says yes to that, then I would ask them,
Mwah.
would you now take the life of a human who's not going vegan in order to save the life of hundreds of animals? This person
Yeah.
will very probably say, no, I wouldn't take the life of a human. I don't want to kill anyone. Then I just run in the trade.
Yeah, so I don't know why you'd have an interest in letting somebody live if they're not going to go vegan. So yeah, absolutely.
Why would you take the life of the animal but not the life of the human to save hundreds of animals?
And I would say that's a logically inconsistent person if they wouldn't take the human life. And I know this sounds crazy, but if we want to be logically consistent with animal rights,
It doesn't sound crazy to me. I don't know why the fuck you'd want somebody to live if they're not vegan.
and this is literally Richard's position. He says, so I have a pretty good idea of him now, like, because this is kind of where I've learned this from. That's why I'm talking about him is, if they're ignorant to it, you know, you want to give them the benefit of the doubt. You want to allow them to go vegan, try to convince them to go vegan. But if they know what they're doing is wrong and they're a hypocrite and they're going to live that life, he would say if there was no legal system, if you want to be logically consistent and prevent the rights violations of many, many animals, the logical thing to do would be to take that life. Do you not think that that is a logically consistent position to take if you're an animal rights activist?
It's of course it's consistent.
Yeah.
Like there's no doubt that this train of thought is consistent. I'm more worried about like whether it's practical and doable, and if we want to create that kind of system. I'd much rather force someone on.
Yeah, go on.
So I was just saying I'd much rather force someone to not harm others than kill them. You know.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, like if there was an option to like literally not force them not to do it, but in the case of, we might as well go there now. In the case of carnivorous animals, they might not have that choice. And whilst I agree, whilst I agree that we should take every single action we can prior to the final action being the murder, the actual violation of their entire life. Yeah, I would be in preference of like if we could right now just take lab-grown meat and somehow put it out into the wild, and by doing that, you know that you're going to save the lives of all the herbivorous animals that were going to otherwise be killed, etc., etc. I would probably say, yeah, that is a preferable choice to make if we know that that is actually going to prevent rights violations. Because again, you could create such a disturbance in the ecosystem that it could result in more rights violations. And this is something I have no idea how the hell we're actually going to really know that. And this is just truly a principled discussion. Like, it's just an ethical discussion. Like, we don't know what the practical effects of that would be. So it's just a hypothetical and assuming. I just still think it's an important discussion to have, because this is how we get to understand animal rights and what it actually is about. and the case that's often made is like, you know, like there are Nazis, or there's the hypothetical human apex predator. So there's a predator that's above us, that's in large numbers in society. It's like the equivalent lion for humans, and we know by guarantee for their survival they're going to have to kill humans to survive. Like, we just know that as a guarantee. Would you not then be in favor if it was the only practical option to take their life, knowing that they're going to murder many humans?
If it's the only practical option, of course, yeah.
Yeah,
So
and then
in the name of self-defense, I think that's, you don't even have to go to hypothetical. That's just the laws.
That's the reality. Yeah,
allow
yeah.
you to kill someone in self-defense.
Yeah, and I guess that is the question then. It's like, do you think there are any practical alternatives in the case of carnivorous animals then? Like, we're going to recognize that they are violating many animals' rights, and if it were the only option, yes, ethically speaking, killing one animal to prevent the violations of all these other animals, yes, ethically speaking, it's my position that I think, sure, I can agree with that, but I'm not fully convinced that that is the only option, and I don't know. I mean, what do you thoughts on that?
I don't think that's a good option, to be honest. I think there's, first of all, there's a lot of money being invested in not invested, but there's a lot of money getting poured into the question of wild animal suffering. There's organizations who work on this issue. I'm talking millions of dollars being spent studying wild animal suffering, and the reason for that, I looked into it for a bit because I was surprised at how much money is being spent there. So I wanted kind of to understand the issue. So the issue right now is they're trying to understand, first of all, how much suffering is there in the wild, and of course it's a ridiculously high number, especially when you think about like marine life, like all the animals in the oceans. The amount of suffering there obviously is ridiculously high. A lot of people who are invested in this field talk about the importance of having this conversation, so that if we find a solution, people are on board. So that people agree, like, yes, wild animal suffering is bad. So that if we find a solution, they're like, oh yeah, I agree, it's bad, so let's go for it. The thing is that there is not a single, even remotely realistic solution ever provided, because of the sheer number of individuals suffering and the spaces they are in, like in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean or something. Like, how are you gonna like? Maybe we will be able to intervene in national forest specific parks that are protected, where the animals can't escape. So you have like a population that you can actually control, because if you're going to provide, let's say, lab-grown meat to a predator, then you have to make sure that the prey species are not overly like multiplying now, because there's no predator. So like there might be a system of either castrating or doing vasectomies on these animals. I just think the amount of suffering is so massive, and I agree, obviously it's not a good thing, but I cannot, again, still now imagine or have not come across a single realistic solution that is even close to solving a very small percentage of the amount of suffering.
Sure.
Right. So the one thing people are saying is that we never know what AI might come up with. Maybe AI can come up with the right solution to end that suffering. And if it happens, I'm on board. I'm on board with reducing suffering, of course. The whole question of like, should we kill them then? I would just ask, like, okay, but then should we just kill humans? Like, if yes, then I don't know, like, are we going to advocate for that now? Who's going to take us seriously? If not, like, if we don't end up in jail to begin with, and if we're not going to kill humans, then how are we going to justify being inconsistent and kill animals but not humans? So that's where I find a struggle with this line of reasoning specifically. I'd much rather people concentrate on like, can we actually find a good solution, rather should we go around and kill them?
Yeah.
Unless if they can come up with a consistent way of also killing humans who are causing a lot of suffering.
I know trust me, I've been banging my head against the wall with it too, because first of all, it's not even something that I considered for much of my vegan life, to be honest, just the idea of wild animal suffering. And I think it is an issue that we need to acknowledge. Because
So the idea of whether or not we should do something is different than how could we practically implement a solution. And I agree that there is a practical problem of how to implement a solution. But you do have to recognize that there is a problem here, and there is a morally right thing, like there is a morally right or wrong conclusion.
Because it's immense. And I think it would be inconsistent of us to just say, oh, it's nature though, because we literally argue against nature every day. So it's like, that's not a good argument, and I hear that a lot from other vegans. But that's a part of nature. You shouldn't touch it. You know, nature knows best. It's like, no, I shouldn't be having this discussion with you. But that's kind of the position I did take originally. So first of all, I think we need to acknowledge that it is an issue. Like, it's just it is horrible what's happening there. Because if humans were in those positions, we would recognize that this is a serious issue. So that's a first step. But yes, like you said, it is extremely complex, and I don't know if we'll have an answer. And that's why you hear the whole idea of culling in a strict hypothetical, just ethically speaking, I can see it. I'm not denying that argument. I don't see it being practically implemented and in a way that is actually not resulting in more animal rights violations by disrupting the ecosystem so much. But then, the argument's made that, well, yes, it might disrupt the ecosystem in some circumstances, but it could be studied to the degree that it actually doesn't disrupt it, and you would be helping the herbivorous animals there. So that's why I guess I could say I don't have a strong argument truly against it, other than I'm agnostic on it, because I don't want to cause far more harm than that would otherwise happen. And there's also a big irrational part of me where I'm like, I don't want to go out and just murder animals, even if you could prove to me that it would be an animal rights, it would be in favor of animal rights. Like, it's such a it's a head fuck topic to me, but it is an issue that needs to be discussed, I still believe.
It's also important to note that, like, just because something is logically consistent doesn't necessarily mean it's good, right? Like, I can see the consistency in the stance, but consistency itself does not inherently mean it's correct, because technically a non-vegan can say, like, or like, let's say, someone can say, actually, a lot of vegans say, you can't kill animals, but then you eat them. Well, a hunter is logically consistent because they eat animals and they kill them as well. But that doesn't mean that what they're doing is correct.
Sorry, when I did say logically consistent, I was saying I was mostly in reference of it being logically consistent with animal rights, because I know people can be logically consistent in the complete opposite direction of pure evil. So I do understand that completely.
Even if we talk about animal rights, so can it be consistent with animal rights when, if you believe animals should have basic moral rights, is it consistent to violate their right and kill them?
If it results in less, well, the same could be said for humans.
Yeah, if, like, again, we kill people who are violating the rights of other people. Like, what did we do to the Nazis? So if there was a human species that killed and fed off of other human beings, we would be fine with eradicating them. Like if vampires existed or something like that, they're technically human, but they have vampirism. We'd be fine with eradicating vampires if it meant, non-vampire humans would be saved. So we do this all the time. We're fine with eradicating people that are a threat to other people.
To play devil's advocate here, I would say that there are humans that we grant rights that violate the rights of others, and therefore we should intervene and violate their right, because the amount of harm that they're causing, that would be the legal system and putting them in jail.
But we usually do that with humans who have moral agency.
Right, but then I guess the question would be, even if...
Well, that's not true. There are people who are, like, on crystal meth or PCP who are freaking out and killing other people, shooting people or stabbing people. We use lethal force to take them down before they can harm anybody else.
They didn't have moral agency. We still find some type of consequence to prevent them from doing that, if that means disrupting their freedom to some...
By the way, when you say moral agency, that assumes free will exists. Free will may not exist. Nobody might have... It's possible and likely that free will doesn't exist at all. So the idea of moral agency wouldn't really exist if free will didn't exist.
To some degree.
Yeah, I agree. That's right. It's a tiring topic, because it's like, it's one where we don't really have the best answers, right? You don't want to go around kill, but you also don't want to see them kill. It's like,
I know.
My main issue with the culling thing is, if you're gonna go that far, start with humans, because we're the ones who create the most. Like, okay, I'm saying it as an expression, but the amount of suffering that we create is absolutely crazy as well. So if we are gonna say that a creature harming and creating suffering on others should be killed, then why not humans as well?
And that's ephilism, isn't it? It's like...
I wouldn't say that's ephilism. Again, the idea is to prevent rights violations. So a human being might generate suffering, but they might not be violating anybody's rights. So in cases where human beings are violating the rights of others, so people buying meat, I don't see an argument for why we shouldn't kill them.
Well, if we're always going to be violating the rights of others, I guess that the argument against that is that, well, we can legally create a world where that is prevented as much as possible, and that's kind of what we are doing with human rights. And in the case of animals that lack a high degree of moral agency, a legal system just couldn't work in that way, so therefore it's just not an option. But I still completely understand what you're saying. Essentially, this argument could lead to just truly to ephilism, where we just deny sentient existence. So yeah, although I'm not strong in that position. I mean, I heard an interview the other day that someone that's in favor of culling carnivorous animals, but they're not in favor of ephilism, and I can't remember the actual argument that they made, but it was still persuasive to a degree. It was persuasive. I think it was actually between Rafaela and Richard, actually. Do you know Rafaela, the militant vegan?
No.
Have you heard of her? She's
an
Austrian.
actress from Germany.
Yeah, Germany. Yeah, Austria, Germany.
Right. Yeah. I've seen her before. Yeah.
Yeah, it was. I think I forget the specifics, but I found it interesting. Anyway, to just put that to rest for now, it is a very, very complex topic, and it shouldn't take away from everything that we can do practically now by living.
All right, I think I'm gonna end the stream here. It's been a long time, almost 9 hours. But hope you all had fun. I should be on tomorrow night around the same time, so I'll see you all then. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And sweet dreams.